Now that's what the fantasy story says. Now listen to this one now. The Artemis mission, listen to what they say, right? It reached quote unquote escape velocity, because they're going to double speak on this. They're going to say, yes, it has to reach 25. No, it doesn't. I can show you things of both, but whatever. Let's say it escaped, it reached 25,000 miles an hour. Or if you don't like that number, go with 23, right? This is what they're saying now. So it leaves at that speed, then it starts slowing down. Then it goes to zero at a certain point. Now, from 25,000 to zero, then when it starts reaching the moon's pull of gravity, they say, which is another fantasy, starts picking up speed. Then it slingshots around the moon and starts coming back, right? And it continues picking up speed until it reaches like 25,000 miles an hour. And then it jets into the Earth's atmosphere, slows down, blah, blah, you know the rest, right? Parachutes. That's what they believe.
So the moon is in the Earth's gravity, but it has its own gravity well.
Yes, correct.
Apart from the Earth's gravity well.
Yeah, but the spacecraft...
Bro, there's like a million...
Go, Jeremy.
There's like a million gravity wells everywhere. You're a gravity well. Your mom's a gravity well. Your car, your house, your coffee cup, all gravity wells all over the place. Wells and wells and wells and wells. Like Wells Fargo.
It's like Wells Fargo.
Yeah, and how does it pick up speed? It burns the rocket like for 50 seconds or something. And then it's mind-boggling. They actually believe that the rocket leaves at 25,000 miles an hour, then it slows down as it goes to zero, then picks up speed again. That's what they believe.
I'm not even sure what this is about anymore.
This is about the Artemis moon travel fantasy that you guys believe in. Escape velocity, acceleration, deceleration. Yeah.
This is where you might misunderstanding what they're saying, because apparently what I read is that they get to the stage of orbit first, which is getting to the velocity of 17,500, and then finally the third and final stage of the Artemis rocket will blast and propel it past the 17,000 up to the 25,500, thereby defeating the gravitational well that you claim that it's in. But the first step is to get into orbit based on the gravity well. That's the two stages that get you there. Then the third gets you past the gravity well, thereby reaching the escape velocity. That's what they say. So
yeah, you're right. They say that they circle the Earth once or twice. I'm not sure, and then they slingshot out. You're right.
Yeah, they say twice. So if you also look at that demonstration,
have you ever seen the diagram Pete Shea draw? The diagram Pete Shea always posts.
Looks like a dick. Got two balls.
Have you seen the one I posted where they have?
That's the path.
Isn't that their whole thing? It's sex magic, isn't it?
No, that's not all. When they first put that out, did you guys notice it? I posted it. They had the flat Earth map on that thing. They had the whole continents on with that. The thing that you said that, on the Earth.
Basically, what you're saying is that your whole evidence against the thing is a dick joke. That's it.
Oh yeah, that's exactly. Oh, you read us perfect. What, this guy's are you Nostradamus?
Yeah. Thank you.
That's more where I reside.
I mean, I've just been listening to you, and like you just laughed at it because it kind of looked like a dick. That was like your whole defeater for the whole thing.
You didn't hear the part where I said the escape velocity 25,000 miles an hour.
It's sad because they don't realize that the dick is actually really aerodynamic. All right, that's why it's not. I don't know. It was funnier in my head, but
perfect shape, right? Normal.
Good try.
It was funnier in my head.
Close your eyes.
Well, yeah, so obviously you guys don't know what the Washington Monument represents if you think that's like way far off.
Yeah. I thought it was just an obelisk.
So it's a cylindrical map.
I came in with a joke. You think that they send a craft out there, 25,000 miles an hour, and that craft decelerated to 0, then sped up again, spun around the Earth, and came back? Is that what you? And you're laughing at us? Is that what you believe?
I'm not sure about this deceleration to 0. Can you point that out to me? I'm not sure I understand.
Ask anybody here. Ask any baller here.
I don't want just somebody to say it, right? I want something to tell me that.
Yeah, well, when you get some free time, just Google Artemis and check out the speeds, and you'll see that it decelerates all the way there, goes to 0, then it picks up speed again. I'm not making it up.
Oh, the acceleration, yeah, not the speed. It doesn't go to 0 speed, right?
Yes, it decelerates. Yes, it decelerates to 0. Yes,
because it's in a stable orbit at a certain point, so it's not accelerating anymore. And then they do a bit of a burn to sort of slingshot it off.
Oh, so before you didn't know, but now you know exactly what they did.
No, I misunderstood what you were saying. I corrected myself when I realized what you said. You said acceleration, and in my head, for some reason, I was thinking you were saying it went to 0 miles, like it had no speed anymore. Or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's exactly what I said. Yeah.
No, it has speed. It has whatever the speed it is at orbit. It just has no acceleration, meaning it's not
negative. No, negative. You're wrong. It decelerates. It starts off at 25,000 miles an hour, escape velocity. This is your model. I'm not telling you I believe this. And then it decelerates. I have pictures all the way to the trip. You see it going at 18,000, then they show it again. 15,000, then they show it again. 12, 10, 9. I can go on and on. Ask anybody here, bro.
Okay.
Are you maybe thinking about its height above the Earth? Are you confused?
No,
are you
why?
thinking that,
Why do you got?
because it doesn't?
I know what you're saying.
Are you confused by it just being in orbit? You think it doesn't move?
You think
because its height stays the same?
You're the one that's confused, bro.
You guys think it's traveling at a consistent 25,000 mile an hour all the way to the moon, and it took them 3 days?
No,
but Montreal, are you talking about the height?
I'm not.
No, I'm not talking about the height. I'm talking about the speed that they claim their craft was traveling.
Right, but you're equivocating because at certain points you're saying acceleration, and other points in time you're saying speed, and I'm saying it decelerates to a 0 acceleration, but it's still at a particular speed in the orbit.
What speed do you think that particular speed is?
Whatever
and another thing
it is to maintain the particular orbit.
Hold on.
Well, much like a let's say the ISS maintains, a particular speed to maintain that orbit. It's not accelerating. It's not going faster and faster and faster, which is what.
So you mean it's not? You mean if it decelerates, it's still gonna maintain the?
If it decelerates, it'll go into a lower orbit, right?
Right. So you understand speed, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Artemis spacecraft.
Speed is relative to something, and acceleration.
Yeah, exactly. How do you measure this? How are they measuring their speed, bro?
Acceleration has nothing to do with speed, right?
How do they measure their speed anyway? Have they got what's the mechanism to measure their speed?
Because it's in relation to a stationary point, which would be its launch, which would be the surface of the Earth. So
what's the instrument that's on the rocket that's measuring their speed?
I'm not sure which instrument they're using, to be honest with you. Whatever measures speed in that sense.
You can see the speed changing and all the time as it's accelerating up to its final velocity to escape the atmosphere.
But I don't know if it's calculated by position or what. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Okay.
It's not like a car where you're measuring RPMs, right? It's not.
Dude, hold
on. I just posted. So, can you give me a second, please? I brought this up. Just 30 seconds, man. We'll solve it. I just posted something, sir. The guy that was talking with me before. Can you please read what it says there in miles per hour? See for yourself, please.
What's the velocity?
Miles per hour. Can you read it? What does it say there?
Well, if I'm looking in the same spot you are, it says velocity 9,325 miles per hour.
Miles per hour. What does that mean? Does that mean 25,000 miles an hour, 17,000 miles an hour, or that mile an hour that's written there? Which is it?
It's the velocity.
Which is what?
But it's 9,325 miles per hour in relation to something, which
exactly
I assume to be the Earth.
Exactly. So now you understand, right? That the speed is in miles per hour that they were giving. Do you understand now?
Yes.
Okay, so if I show you now another picture with a lesser speed, what are you going to say?
I'll say whatever it says. I'm not denying.
Are you
anything
still going to say that it's traveling at a constant speed?
I didn't say it was traveling at a constant speed.
Yes, you did. You said it's the same velocity.
Well, look, in relation to acceleration, if you have an acceleration of 0, it means it's stationary or traveling at a constant speed, in which case you can still say the same thing. It's traveling at a constant speed.
Why can't you guys never admit when you're wrong, man? Why? Why is it? What? Tell me why.
Wrong about what?
Why?
What am I wrong about? Explain it to me.
You said before that this spacecraft travels at a constant speed, 25,000 miles an hour.
No,
and
never said that. Never even once even suggested that.
Didn't you say it travels at a constant velocity? But the speed
I said if somebody tells me that there's 0 acceleration, that the acceleration is 0, that means that it's traveling at a constant speed. I did not say that it traveled at a constant speed at any given moment. I'm saying if you're telling me that this particular thing has an acceleration of 0, it means it's standing still or has a constant speed.
So now you believe that the spacecraft leaves at 25,000 miles per hour, their story.
Show me what you're talking
and then
about.
I just showed you a deceleration from 25 to 9. You want to see another one?
What? No,
what do you mean where?
This is just one picture that says 9,325. That doesn't show a deceleration. That shows a constant speed.
In order for it to
show me a deceleration.
You still don't get it, right? I'll show you another picture, but you don't get this picture. That just this picture proves my point. You don't understand that.
Look, a single picture cannot prove deceleration. It can only show what the instantaneous speed is in that moment. So
okay, at what speed does the craft?
Show me either a video or a time-stamped series of photos showing the deceleration.
I'll show you another one, but now just for this conversation's sake, you don't understand that if the craft leaves at 25,000 miles an hour in your story, right, in this thing, and I show it to you going at 9,000 miles an hour, you don't understand that that's a deceleration
in relation to what?
Of 20 of the speed
Look, if you
was traveling when it left. Why are you interrupting me, bro?
It's because the speed would be in relation to something. So if it's
the Earth
is if the Earth is in relation and you're measuring, say, altitude as the example of your velocity, then the initial velocity is going to be 0 as it's on the stand, and then as it launches, it's going to continue to go up as it goes away from the Earth, mostly directly, and as it arches to meet its orbit, it's going to not gain altitude, and so therefore the velocity is going to look like it's closer to 0. It's going to decrease, but the velocity, the speed is going to be whatever it is, like whatever the speed is. But that's what
you're saying it again. You're double speaking again in the same sentence.
You have to. You can't say these things like acceleration, velocity, speed, and all those things unless you give the relationship. Otherwise,
maybe you're having a hard time hearing.
They mean nothing.
Sir, maybe you're having a hard time hearing. in your model.
You're having a hard time understanding
Please
me.
try not to interrupt me. Let me try to
You
get a
don't
sentence
interrupt
out.
me.
I know you're
I
triggered.
am
I
trying
know
to
your
tell you
model is
something,
under
and you're
attack.
telling me something else.
Listen, dude.
You're not listening to
In
me.
your model, that thing, in order for it to leave, I don't care if you like it. I don't care if you cry or dance. It
Well,
had
you're
to
a
be going
bonehead.
at 25,000 miles an hour.
You
Now,
don't know what you're
sir,
talking about.
it is good. You're going to interrupt me again, huh?
Yes.
Right? I know you are.
Because you're not listening to me.
I'm talking. How could I be listening to you when I'm talking?
Well, because I'm starting to think that you just don't want to listen. So you're willfully ignorant. So why should I have a conversation?
Maybe you should wait until I stop talking. Then you can start talking, and then I could listen. How about that?
Only if you can repeat back to me what I was talking about in the relationship, but why it's important to have an understanding of what you're measuring and where you're measuring it from.
You're talking about measuring a speed from a distance to the Earth, right? In relations to the Earth, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the craft that is in question here, that I have here, going at 9,000 miles an hour, give or take, did it leave the Earth traveling? Did it leave the Earth traveling at 25,000 miles an hour in your model? Yes or no?
Yeah, but hang on. Let me just interject real
No,
quick.
don't, please. Do not. No, this is not a time for you to interject, sir. No.
Well, I can
Did
try
the
to
rocket
clarify.
leave at 25? Please answer my question.
I don't know what the rocket left at because I don't have
Then
the
don't,
evidence to show
bro.
you.
Why are you talking then?
Why
are you talking?
If your answer is well, you're telling me something, right? But I have no evidence. So the only thing I can do is take your word for it. So if you're telling me that the rocket is traveling from the Earth, and the Earth is the relationship that we're talking about here, that it's traveling away, the rocket is traveling away from, and it's leaving at 25,000 miles per hour from the Earth, away from the Earth, then I will agree to that as correct.
Okay, so we established that. Now, I show you a picture in your model that it's traveling from 25,000 miles an hour to 9,000 miles an hour.
You didn't show me that.
What do you mean I didn't? I posted you a picture.
You showed me a picture that has 9,325 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's an official
at a certain
Artemis picture. Would you
timestamp.
like another one?
At a certain timestamp for a particular thing. What's that have to do with the relationship to? Do you know what this 9,325 miles per hour is in relationship to? How fast is it going to from the moon, from the Earth, from it's a different part of the rocket, from the Mars? What
are you
what's the
trying to say,
relationship?
dude? What you just want to
What's
talk
the
for talking's
relationship?
sake? What? First, you contended the fact that it decelerated. I prove it to you. Now you're telling me this, and that. Why don't you just sit back, man, and don't talk? If you don't know what you're talking about, maybe it's best not to talk. Did you ever hear that thing before?
So, hold on a second. If I have a car and it's at a start line, right, and then I travel in a straight line away from that start line, right, I can say that the car is going, let's just say 60 miles per hour. It gets up to 60 miles per hour and stops accelerating. It's not accelerating anymore. So the acceleration is 0. The speed is 60 miles per hour. Now, if I am measuring from the start line rather than rotations on the car, and then I turn the car 90 degrees from that start line, I'm still going 60 miles per hour with a 0 acceleration. However, in relationship to the start line, it's going to look like the speed is much slower. Do you know why that is?
I have no idea what you're mumbling on about, bro.
Okay, well, right, because I muddled my description, but in relation to the start line, there's a particular speed the car is going. You can measure it the speed from the speedometer on the car, which is measuring the rotations of the motor, basically, or the wheels, and then giving you a speed. Right, that's what the speedometer does. Or I can use it by a distance judgment and where the velocity of the rocket is, the vector of the rocket, and in relation to that start point, how fast the rocket is moving away from it. And I can give that a speed, okay, which is different than the absolute speed from measured within the car, from the revolutions. I don't know how to explain it any clearer because my words are escaping me, but there's two different ways that you can measure that.
I may have a better example, right? If I
Honestly,
have
I
a,
don't know.
Somebody help me because I'm fucking retarded.
yeah, I got you. I think
You're lost, bro. You're lost.
I'm
and
not lost. I'm just not good at
all
describing.
right, let me get through the example, right? And this could not be what they're measuring, but what I think it is, right? If say I have a ball in my hand and I throw it straight up, right? It doesn't take any kind of curved path. I just throw it straight up in the air. At some point during its trajectory up, it's accelerating as it leaves my hand. It's accelerating till it reaches a max velocity in the upwards direction and a max acceleration in the upwards direction, right? But that's not the height of how high the ball gets, right? It's going to decelerate until it reaches zero, right? For its velocity will reach zero, and that's the height of how high. That's the highest point the ball will get. Then it starts accelerating in the opposite direction towards the ground, and it starts picking up velocity coming with the vector of the velocity in the opposite direction, coming back towards the ground. And I think that may be what they're referencing, like the velocity in relation to its trajectory from the surface of the Earth.
And somehow you think that made sense. Bro,
Yeah,
there's no way
you
around this,
disagree
man.
with how a tennis ball moves through the air? Like,
I
I
don't
don't
care
get
how a
it, man.
tennis ball moves through the air, bro. We're talking about a craft leaving at 25,000 miles an hour and it has to decelerate. That's what we were talking about. Do
Yeah,
you agree
it's
with
the
that?
same thing. It hits a max velocity, the velocity it needs to hit to escape the Earth's gravitational pull to get to the moon. That doesn't occur at the moon. It occurs before the moon, and then it decelerates, goes around the moon, and now it picks up velocity and acceleration in the opposite direction to come back towards the Earth, exactly like a tennis ball going up and down in the air.
No, tennis balls don't do that. No. Tennis balls definitely do not do that.
Yeah, they
Only
just
in your
shoot off
imagination.
into space, apparently.
Nah, there's no way you can. Nah, sorry,
Wait, hold
bro.
on. Tennis balls,
You
they
know
don't do
you're
what?
God. You
SC,
know you're now trying to say that tennis balls don't go up and down.
Yeah, they go up and down.
Wow. Okay, so you agree with him then, SC? Then
Yeah, I agree with him that a tennis ball goes up and then comes back down. Yeah.
why did you
Yeah,
disagree
the
earlier? Then?
rocket has to do the same thing. The moon is the height, the farthest point on its altitude, right? So it reaches the fastest trajectory, decelerates until that acceleration hits zero at its its furthest altitude hits zero, and then it comes back and accelerates in the opposite direction. I don't get how this can be
Nah, you got it all wrong,
confusing to
bro.
people.
You don't even know your own model. Let me tell you how it happens in your fantasy
It's
model,
not a
bro.
model, SC. It's how
Let me explain to
reality
you what
works.
happens in your model. Okay, you ready? Your Earth, your mythical ball, is in a well, a gravitational well. Think of it like a soup bowl. Okay? So you got to reach a certain speed to get out of that soup bowl. Okay? So this is what they're saying is happening now. There's a soup bowl for Earth, and there's a soup bowl for the moon, right? So when Artemis leaves, it goes out of the soup bowl when it reaches zero at the edge, then tips over that soup bowl into the other gravity well, whee, and then the moon takes over, right? And then it circles the moon, and then it comes back. That's your fantasy, my friend. The
No,
problem
that's
is,
not
we
even
know your
close.
fantasy better than you do. That's the problem.
That's a horrific
Well,
mischaracterization.
that's exactly how it is. Exactly.
No,
Gravitation
it's
wells.
you're just interrupting me, but that's terribly
I'm sorry.
misrepresenting how gravitational wells work. You don't like climb over an edge. The moon is still in the Earth's orbit. It's not outside of the Earth's gravity well, right?
Never
It's a
said it was.
vector. Yeah, you did. You said it climbs over the edge and goes down into the moon's
That's how
gravity
it's
well.
explained. Yeah, that's how
That-
your fantasy works.
That's
Yeah,
not
goes
how it
from
works.
one gravity well to another gravity well. Yep.
No, I'm telling you right now that that's not how it works.
And I'm telling you, you're wrong.
Right, these are just tensor fields, and they have vectors that have magnitudes, and it's a vector addition problem. There's no climbing up and over the well. You have an acceleration and a velocity vector, and the magnitude of that vector is affected by the gravitational wells that you're in, but you're not climbing over the edge of one and into another. It's just subtracting and adding to your velocity and acceleration vectors.
He's seeing it as a two-dimensional bowl.
I'm explaining you your model.
Grossly mischaracterizing.
In your model, when you show the model, do you not show a trampoline? Do you not show something in the middle making a well, and then the other thing has its own well? You don't know your own model, bro. It's not my problem. You don't understand. And you're going to interrupt me. I know, because it hurts, bro.
Asked me a question.
I know it freaking hurts. Yeah, I know.
You asked me a question. I was answering it. That would be if I was trying to just give the simplified version, right? I could present you the actual model, right? I could do out all the tensor calculations and show you exactly what the model is. And it's nothing even close to this little marbles on a trampoline type of thing that you're thinking of, right? That would just be if I wanted to quick and easy give you the concept of what the model is. But in reality, that's not 100% what we think the model is, right? I could do that out for you. We could go through all the calculations and what the tensors mean and what the vectors in the tensors mean. We could do all that.
Dude, in your model, does space and time combine, make a fabric, and does matter curve the time and cause gravity? Yes or no?
No, those are all just ways of simplifying the model.
Talking to the dummies, right? Like grade school stuff, right?
I've said this on multiple occasions that this whole fabric thing is a gross simplification. It's useful for certain things, but it's nowhere close to the reality of it, right? And this is still simplified because we're just talking words here, but a more accurate way of expressing it is that mass and energy, or mass energy density, will change the trajectory of other mass energy, objects that are around it.
So gravity, now again, they're lying to us because we're dumb, right? They just told us a simplified version. Gravity is not the bending of the fabric of space-time when matter goes near it and warps it. That's not it. That's wrong.
Yeah, I would say if you were to publish in a scientific journal, that's not how you would publish it. You would view out the mass energy density of the larger object and how the path is changed of the smaller object coming in proximity of it. And you'd show the paths, you'd show the lines that represent each path, the math, the values, and the graphical line representations.
Okay, so what makes the path change? How would you explain it, if not a fabric bending and causing something to travel in a straight line to curve? How would you explain it?
Yeah, I already did. It's the mass energy density of one object has an interaction with the mass energy density of another object, causing the one, if the smaller object is on a trajectory towards the larger object, it's going to cause the path that the smaller object would take. If that larger object was not there, that would just be a straight path. But if the larger object is there, the smaller object will then take a curved path. It will deviate its
Why is
geodesic
that?
from a straight line.
Why is that? Why will one object, when nearing the other object, change path? Explain to me why, please, in your model.
It's from the mass energy density, SC.
Oh, now it's mass energy density, right? So what exactly are you saying? Mass attracts mass. The density of one mass attracts the density of the other mass. Is that what you're saying?
No, the mass and or energy density of one object couples, right, and that can interact with another object that has mass and or energy density also coupling, and that causes the path to deviate from
by what mechanism? Don't keep saying it, bro. What's the mechanism that does that? The change of path. By what mechanism? What is it?
It's the interaction that they have. The mass energy densities couple to the space-time grid, and they interact.
The space-time grid? That's what I was trying to get you. Can you please tell me what the space-time grid is? What's the space-time grid?
A coordinate system. I already said it's a coordinate system.
So a coordinate system causes something to deviate. That's what you're trying to tell us, intelligent people.
The mass energy density is what causes something to deviate.
What's the mass energy density again?
The mass and or energy density of the object.
Okay, by what mechanism? All objects have mass, density, energy. What's the mechanism that attracts them or causes them to deviate when they approach each other? In your model, sir.
It's an interaction between the two, SE.
Yeah, what? What is that? My God, am I the only one understanding this? Or is he just stringing me along?
Well, what do you want? You want me to give like the mediating bosons? They're called gravitons. They exchange gravitons between each other, and that's what mediates the interaction.
Gravitons. Oh, we got gravitons now. Hope everyone's listening. And how do they attract each other? Is it like a magnetic thing, or are they bending and warping space-time? Please enlighten us. These gravitons, what do they do?
No, they're exchanged between the two objects.
How? Do they shake hands? Is it electromagnetic? Is it a strong nuclear force? What is it?
It's the gravitational interaction. It's the gravity version of those.
My God, bro, you're a smart man.
I'm going to help them out. It's a pressure differential between the two bodies. One exerts a greater pressure than the other. There you go.
They're not electromagnetic objects, right? So they're not exchanging photons. They're not quarks. They're not strongly nuclear coupled. They're not exchanging gluons. They're exchanging gravitons, the mediator of the gravitational interaction.
James, I mean, seriously, bro. I mean, come on, man. Even in a movie, you couldn't come up with a story like that. Seriously.
You're just mocking. You don't have any like actual rebuttal, though. You're just mocking.
What rebuttal? You said graviton, bro. You're not willing to admit any attraction. You're not willing to admit any mechanism. I tell you, is it electric? No. Is it this? No. Is it that? No. And then you say graviton? Like, seriously,
what's
bro?
the mechanism of electromagnetism? Like, what do you mean? I don't understand.
What's a graviton?
I gave you the mechanism. It's the same kind of mechanism as electromagnetism, just with a different particle mediating it. And you're saying that's not good enough, but it's good enough for electromagnetism, right?
So you made up a particle. I mean, tell me.
I didn't make this up.
I'll say, okay, you made up the graviton.
No,
or you discovered
I did not make up the graviton.
So you're saying there's a graviton?
Well, you asked for a mechanism for exactly how, because you think that's some sort of gotcha. So I'm giving you one of the main ideas that's the mechanism, right? The other three forces, they have their own bosons that mediate those forces, the strong, the weak nuclear, and the electromagnetic, right? So it's not out of line to propose that there's also a particle that mediates the gravitational force. That's what I was giving you, and that would be the mechanism. The same mechanism that the other three forces work by also applies to the gravitational force, because it's kind of special pleading to say that the gravitational force is different for some reason. So that's what I was giving you.
No, you might sound like intelligent, like you know what you're talking about, and you're talking nicely, but everybody knows there's no such thing as a graviton. You just made it up. You probably heard it somewhere. I mean, it's completely ridiculous. Everybody knows the standard model now, believable, is the fabric of space-time. When matter goes near it, it warps the fabric. Everybody knows that. You can say whatever you want, bro.
I could post you pictures of the books that people use to teach gravitation to students and to physicists and stuff, right? There's nothing about any fabric anywhere in those books, but there's plenty about gravitons and things like that. And I will give you, it's not correct to say, right, that the mechanism is mass attracting mass, but that is the overall observation due to this stuff, right? The more massive object changes the trajectory of the object with less mass, causing it to move towards it. I don't know what else you would call that other than one mass moving towards another. But no, it's not the Newtonian mass reaching out instantaneously over a distance and attracting another mass. No, it's not that. But it's still the same observation. That doesn't change.
Well, regardless, you know what I wouldn't do? I wouldn't take a concept of time and space, mash them together, and come up with some cockamamie story, and then go somewhere online and try to pretend that I know what time it is, and this is it. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't make up stories like that, or certainly I wouldn't repeat them.
Well, I didn't make any of this up. This is, many people have proposed this, and it's not. I'm not the first one to come up with the graviton thing, right? Sean Carroll has a pretty famous quote that says, you can pretend that gravitons don't exist, but the rest of us physicists are going to live in reality, right? And I hold to that.
Bro, these are the same guys that would readily admit to you that 96% of stuff out there is made up in order for their cosmological model to work. How can an intelligent person like you, right? And I know you know your stuff when it comes to molecules and all that stuff. How can you believe this garbage, bro?
Yeah, because we're not talking about that other 96% right now, right? We're talking about the regular 4% that we observe around us. And you're trying to say, because they don't know something about this other 96% that has nothing to do with regular baryonic matter, that somehow that means that we don't know something about regular baryonic matter. It doesn't work like that.
I didn't say that. No, that's not what I said.
Okay, then rephrase or restate what you're saying, because that sounds exactly what you were hinting at.
You brought up Sean Carroll, right? And his idea. What did you say Sean Carroll said again?
Well, it's not Sean Carroll's idea either, but he has a famous quote that he says, you can pretend that gravitons don't exist, but the rest of us physicists are going to live in reality.
Right. And I laugh at those physicists because those are the same physicists that come up with these cockamamie stories that dark energy, dark matter, and they get it all wrong and they talk as if they know stuff. So, yeah, I will say that about a guy like that. Absolutely. Why should I believe a word he says? He's a theoretical physicist.
Well,
I mean,
right. That's the difference. That's not how I would approach something, right? I would want to know the reason why they say, why would Sean Carroll say something like that? And because that's how I do things, I want to know, if someone's making a claim, I want to know why they're making that claim. And what do they have that can substantiate the claim? And so when I've looked into this thing about gravitons, do I think it's 100% that's the correct model for it? No, but I do think that it's highly the way that electromagnetism and the weak nuclear interaction have been united and verified, right? I can verify that myself at synchrotrons and cyclotrons, leads me to believe that this graviton thing definitely has a lot of merit to it. Now, overcoming the energy barrier for directly observing them is a different question, but I don't have any reason to believe that it's not a possibility.
But bro, you're intelligent enough to understand that a graviton, which will cause attraction, is completely contradictory to a fabric bending because of mass. It's completely contradictory.
Well,
There's
that's
no
what I
like
was
it's
saying.
not even like close, bro.
That's why I was saying before that this idea of that it's a fabric bending is an okay simplification in some cases, but that's not what is in the like physics journals about general relativity. They're not publishing about trampolines and marbles bending and all that stuff. That's not how it goes, because that's not a good way when you're trying to get to the root of what is really physically happening. That's not a good way to model it, but it's fine to give someone the general concept.
It's not just a general concept. You know how many lectures I've seen from these guys? They all say the same thing, bro. Now, unless they think we're stupid and they're just explaining something to the layman and the general public when they use these terms, but these are the terms that they use. I've heard them talk many times. These Sean Carrolls, Michikakus, all these guys. You know how many lectures I've heard? They all say the same things.
But I see it's not that they think you're stupid. It's just, can you tell me what do I do to get the metric, say like the Minkowski metric? How can I determine the components of it?
It doesn't matter about no Minkowski, Schmakowski, bro. Your
Well, that's the
model is
point.
fantasy. There's no numbers. There's no Makoski, Machovskis. That is all bull, bro. You cannot explain away the speeds that they say we're traveling. You cannot explain away gas next to a vacuum. It's impossible. Your model is impossible, bro. It cannot work. There's no amount of math or people that have said stuff that could make it work. It doesn't work.
You're making a bunch of claims now, but they're diverting away, right? Because you, and it's not your fault. It's not expected of the general public to be able to tell me how I would determine the components of the Minkowski metric, right? But that's why they have to resort to these simplifications of like a fabric bending, because it's something that everyone, for the most part, can understand and visualize in their head. But when you want to talk about Minkowski metric and how to take the infinitesimal of that when there's massive objects around, the regular people he'd be talking to would have no fucking clue what he's
break
talking
it down
about.
for us. Break it down. Okay, fair enough, Jace. Break it down for us dumb people how the Minkowski metric, whatever the hell you called it, can explain a graviton or can explain dark matter or anything about your cosmology. Please enlighten us, dummies. Go ahead.
Well, that's I can't do that in like 2 minutes. I see. Right, I can give you the base. Right, you can get the components of the Minkowski metric by taking the dot product of the basis vectors. Right, and then that tells you information about the coordinates of massive objects and the energy density
Slow down. Where do you get? What did you start off with? You started off with a calculation, an observation. What did you start off with?
You start off.
What you're talking about, but I'm gonna prove to you it's all bull. It's all theoretic. Go ahead, explain to us. What is it?
You can start off with an object located somewhere, or a hypothetical object located somewhere.
Where is
It
this
doesn't
object
matter.
located?
It could be on my table. It doesn't matter. But we could say the moon. What do you want to use?
Well, we're talking about out there, right? So let's take a star. Let's take a star. Pick a star, anyone, right?
Hang on, I gotta go for a couple minutes.
Okay.
While he's gone, SC, I could read to you the breakdown that Wikipedia says about the Minkowski metric.
Please,
It's actually Minkowski space. Let's go with that. In mathematical physics, Minkowski space, or Minkowski space-time, combines inertial space and time manifolds with a non-inertial reference frame of space and time into a four-dimensional model relating a position to the yield.
Oh, that's
here, let me put the screenshot. Let me put the link. This is hilarious. Let me put that thing in. It's such gobbledygook. I mean, you know how I got into flat Earth, SE? My friend, who's into science, and really mathematically minded, and he was telling me that his brother and he were baffled that they haven't been able to detect the graviton. So if gravity exists, there has to be a graviton, and it's undetectable, or that it can't. That no one's ever found it, right? I just looked it up. It's still labeled as theoretical, so it's not a thing. It's a thing that you can imagine as a thing, but it's not a thing, And I happened to come upon David Weiss on one of his presentations, and I was like, oh shit. About 2 months later, I went back to my friend. I'm like, I know why they can't detect the graviton. And he wasn't having it, right? He didn't want to hear everything about it. Well, the reason I had for it, there is no graviton.
Okay, now I think I'm starting to remember this Minkowski dude. I think he's the dude that came up with this space-time thing. I think that's the guy that Einstein took it from, if I'm not mistaken. But let's let Jace tell us. I'm dying to hear how this Minkowski thing proves anything.
It sounded like that one spoof commercial. Have you ever seen that one spoof? It's called I'll find the video. This is hilarious. You got to watch this. It sounds exactly what he was kind of doing at the beginning there. There it is.
Yeah, like some
turbo encabulator. You ever seen that turbo encabulator video? It's just it's like this guy's presenting this like mechanism that has no real purpose, but it sounds so complex, and it's a joke. It's a spoof, He's called the turbo encabulator, and every word he uses is like that. It sounds exactly
There's a generator. There's a thing that generates words like that, crazy words right after the other. Yeah.
You should watch that. It's like a minute long. You just watch that right now for a laugh while you're waiting for J.A.'s to come back. I'm telling you. Click on what I just posted. And then listen to J.A.'s. It'll sound just like this guy. The turbo encabulator has to have couplings that are generated through plasma fields that are linked with the space-time field, and Minkowski metric will be determined by the
There's a program that spits out random stuff like that. I forget what it was called, man. A couple of years ago.
That'd be cool to find. I want to check that out. What do they call it? Just the Babel machine?
I forget what a random something or other thing. Yeah.
Random Babel. Random technical babble.
Like this. These things that they come up with, right?
Oh, techno babble.
Yeah. It's like they think if they can make the words fancy enough, and if they can add mathematics and say Minkowski said this or that guy say that, like who cares who said it, man? If it's nonsense.
Like that's why he's saying it doesn't matter where the object is. It's all theoretical. Just pick something in, theoretical in on your desk or in space or anywhere, and then we'll start mathematically deriving the possibilities of where it could be and the plausibilities of what that position could mean in the fabric of space-time in relation to all the other imaginary things that go along with it.
Yeah, Jace thinks that he needs 1 or 2 hours to convince me of this garbage. Bro, you can have a lifetime. You're never going to convince me of the fabric of space-time. Never. It's never going to happen. You're never going to convince me of dark matter. Ever. Or dark energy. Ever, bro. Ever.
What about time manifolds?
Yeah.
Time manifolds. Minkowski space is closely associated with Einstein's theories of special relativity. Oh, here we go. And general relativity. And is the most common mathematical structure on which special relativity is formulated. While the individual components of Euclidean space and time may differ due to length contraction and time dilation, in Minkowski spacetimes, all frames of reference will agree on the total distance in spacetime between events. Because it treats time differently to how it treats the 3 spatial dimensions, Minkowski space differs from the 4-dimensional Euclidean space. In 3-dimensional Euclidean space, the isometry group, the maps preserving the regular Euclidean distance, is the Euclidean group. It is generated by rotations, reflections, and translation. When time is pended as a 4th dimension, the 4th transformations of translations in time and Lorentz boosts are added. And the group of all these transformations is called the Poincare group. Minkowski's model follows special relativity, where motion causes time dilation, changing the scale applied to the frame in motion and shifts the phase of light. Space-time is equipped with an indefinite non-degenerate bilinear form. Okay. Space-time is equipped with an indefinite non-degenerate bilinear form, variously called the Minkowski metric. The Minkowski norm squared, or Minkowski inner product. Oh my God, this is hilarious. Oh my God. The Minkowski inner product is defined as to yield the space-time interval between 2 events when given their coordinate difference vector as argument. Equipped with this inner product, the mathematical model of space-time is called Minkowski space. Why did I skip? I skipped back.
Is this some satanic spellcraft I'm hearing?
Yeah,
maybe.
It's technobabble.
Well, but the new perspective that for a number of years now, work has been proceeding in order to bring perfection to the crudely conceived idea that a transmission that would not only supply inverse reactive current for use of unilateral phase detractors, but would also be capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal grand meters. Such an instrument is the turboencabulator.
Ah, yes, the turboencabulator. I have heard of that, and I'm not studied up myself, but it sounds like you know what you're talking about.
Well, I've been reading up on it, and it seems like the only new principle being involved now is that instead of being power generated by the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it's now produced by the modal trans-interaction of magneto-reluctance and capacitive diractance.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, I could have figured if I was aware of that, then the rest of what you're about to say would really.
Of course, you know that the original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amylite surrounded by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the 2 spurving bearings were in a direct line of panometric fam. The latter consisted of a supply of 6 hydrocoptic Marsal vanes, so fitted to the ambifascient lunar wane shaft that side fumbling was effectively prevented. Anyway, that's enough of that shit.
That makes perfect sense.
That's all fun.
Sounds like It sounds like a theoretical model that has some potential. Or is this something that has actually been built? I think it actually works, doesn't it? Encabulator. What does it actually do again?
They think Minkowski saved them. Blue, you think Minkowski saved you? Come on in. Defend him. I dare you. Tell us how Minkowski explains space-time, curvature, all that. Come on, I challenge you. I dare you. Come on in.
Well, we'll see.
Time
Of course,
manifolds,
of course Minkowski space does it.
Tell us, Blue. How does it explain? How does it explain? Go on.
Minkowski's principal tool is the Minkowski diagram, and he uses it to define concepts and demonstrate properties of Lorentz transformations, and to provide geometrical interpretation to the generalization of Newtonian mechanics to relativistic mechanics. For these spatial topics, see the reference articles as the presentation below will be principally confined to the mathematical structure. Oh no, you don't say.
Hey, Blue, I release gas in Minkowski's general direction. And all them whack jobs.
Minkowski gas time.
Yeah.
Here's a quote straight from him. The views of space and time which I wish to lay before you have sprung from the soil of experimental physics, and therein lies their strength. They are radical. Henceforth, space by itself and time by itself are doomed to fade away into mere shadows, and only a kind of union of the two will preserve an independent reality. Wow. The marriage was made. He also says, it says, at the time when Minkowski was given interpretation of special relativity by extending Euclidean free space to a quasi-Euclidean four space that included time, Einstein was already aware that it is not valid because it excludes the phenomenon of gravitation. Wow. He was still far away from the study of curvilinear coordinates and Riemannian geometry and the heavy mathematical apparatus entailed. Apparatus, SE, it's an actual apparatus now, mathematics.
Yeah.
The mathematical apparatus. That's all you need. Strap that baby on. You got a model. You got a working model. You got a plausible model. Hey, you might as well just call it real.
So an apparatus would have structure, no? Wouldn't it?
Yes, you would think. It's the generalized terming of all these things that they use.
I'm telling you guys, I don't think there's any scientist alive, right, that can go on television, right, with anybody that knows the model and survive. I don't think pick any one of us in here, right, that knows the model. Give us like 10 minutes with the top scientist on the planet. I bet you they would buckle. I bet you they would have to admit out of humility that their model, that there is no proof for this model of theirs. They would have to. They would have to. But you'll never get the chance, of course, right?
But you don't think that the space of the bilinear maps forms a vector space which can be identified as M?
Only M series.
You know, the example of non-inertial coordinates in Minkowski space-time.
Yeah.
Or the Born coordinates, yeah. Another useful set of coordinates are the light cone coordinates, yeah. Because the Minkowski inner product is not a inner product, since it's not a positive definite, i.e. the quadratic form, need not be positive for non-zero, v the positive definite condition that has been replaced by the weaker condition of non-degeneracy. Can you believe that?
Yeah, he thinks because he can say Minkowski space-time, that changes Einsteinian garbage space-time fabric. He thinks that somehow he said something there. Oh, you don't know Minkowski space? You don't know that Minkowski equation? Yeah, I laugh at it. You know why?
Yeah.
Because it's nonsense.
Well, because I know it's nonsense because the Minkowski metric n is the metric tensor for Minkowski space, which itself is a pseudo-Euclidean metric. Or more generally, a constant of the pseudo-Riemann metric in Cartesian coordinates. As such, it is the I could go on all day. Let's see. I could go on all day.
Wait, Snack, you forgot about that. And an orthogonal basis for Minkowski space necessarily consists of one time-like and three space-like unit vectors. If one wishes to work with non-orthogonal basis, it is possible to have other combination of vectors. For example, one can easily construct a non-orthogonal basis consisting entirely of null vectors called a null basis.
I hear you.
Everybody got that, right? I'm sure everybody understood that. Yeah.
We're flowing here.
Time-like vectors have special importance in the theory of relativity.
Well, as a notational convention, vectors in M are called 4 vectors, denoted in italics, not in common in the Euclidean setting. But with boldface V, the latter generally reserved for the 3-vector part to be introduced below of the 4-vector definition. Pretty simple. Simple shit. You know, linearity in the first argument, symmetry, and then non-degeneracy, obviously. Non-degeneracy is principal quality of the lattice metric of the Minkowski space.
Yeah, of course.
We're all there.
Wait, don't forget to mention the Cauchy inequality and the reverse triangle inequality.
Yes, that too.
It's the tensor field of the gravitational tug due to the orthogonal discalculation of the disembowelment of the angle of attack.
That's a very important feature. Yep.
For an overview, Minkowski space is a 4-dimensional real.
Sorry, what did you say? You're talking about that the norm squared of these quantities is unaffected by Lorentz transformation? In fact, it could be taken as the defining property of the Lorentz transformation that it preserves the inner product. I don't know.
Now, if you put all of these equations into the space rocket, it'll tell it to go left, right, back, forwards. Pretty simple, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Which is kind of like the same approach you might take for a generally more classical group, defined by this in a classical group. Probably like a box string quartet, but I'm just guessing here. I don't know. I have to research this. Want to see hyperbolic orthogonality. Let's see that. Don't we need to? Got a little hyperbolic sometimes. Orthogonally, though. Yeah. Because we got style. The asymptotes of the hyperbola. Hyperbola. There's like 1,000 ways to lose you here. Jeez. Let's get to some Minkowski matrix spaces, huh? Some tensor equations. Oh my gosh. Bunch of letters. Some pictures. It's like, okay. So after 10 years of studying Minkowski space, how do you feel about this? I don't know, man.
Imagine if you had to learn all of that just to play the drums. Fucking hell.
So what's the difference between pseudo-Riemannian 4 space and Minkowski space?
I want to say that technically it's Minkowski space is a non-degenerable bilinear form that produces a map between vector space and its dual. Is that maybe
Jesus Christ, Dax.
Fuck, I don't know.
Because Einstein's got space-time happening in relativity in pseudo-Riemannian 4 space. So that sounds different than Minkowski space. I'm wondering which one it actually is. Or if they're working with two different types of space simultaneously. That'd be interesting to know how that works.
Well, you can take them, mesh them together, pick apart, choose, It's like a smorgasbord.
I mean, I don't know. Is it the same thing? Is it the same? I heard it mentioned before. I think Slow or New Perspective said it. Something about the pseudo-Ramonian force space thing.
You don't know the difference between our voices yet?
You guys sound exactly alike, dude. The
I've
difference
never
is Dyslow. The only thing is Dyslow usually says coherent things.
Oh yeah, it's like reading from Ken Wheeler's PDF.
I'm just fucking with you.
I like Dyslow.
Seriously.
I like PDF too.
Seriously, what's the difference between pseudo-Ramonian? I don't even know if I'm saying it right. Pseudo-Ramonian or Romanian, whatever it is, force space, and this Minkowski space. Does anyone know the difference?
Yeah, 4 shots of hard liquor. One guy drank half a bottle. The other guy drank half a bottle and 4 shots. And they just wrote some shit down.
Oh, I wanted to say this the other day, but it was so busy. If I told you 2 + 2 equals anything other than 4, would you think I'm wrong? Anyone? Can you guys hear me?
Well, that depends on which reference frame you're talking about.
Don't start your shit.
Jeremy, I'll say it, Jeremy. You should have went back to kindergarten, my friend. Go back to kindergarten.
So you think I was wrong, right?
Yeah, go back to kindergarten. That's what I'm teaching my daughter.
Well, hold on. You might want to teach her this little tidbit right here. This one's a gem. 2 + 2 equals 3.9 repeating. Haha, touche, my friend.
The touche
where did
was
you get
totally
that?
roboted. You have to repeat it.
Oh God, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I said 2 + 2 equals 3.9 repeating.
Who says?
That's math, bro. That's how math works.
Really? When I do math on paper, 2 + 2 = 4. Now, the only way it can have a 0.9999999% integer, that means there has to be, it'd have to be 2 plus 1.999999999. That's all it's going to work.
No.
You're forgetting about the Minkowski manifolds, and that totally messes it all up.
No, seriously though, if you write 0.9 with a line over it, meaning repeating, that goes on forever, and there's no difference between 0.9 repeating and 1. Listen, I don't like it either, but that's just how math works.
Not in Minkowski space, man. Sorry.
The only problem with that is
you don't know if we're in Minkowski or.
Well, hold on a second, though.
Tchaikovsky.
So you're saying that an infinite integer is the same as a whole?
When it's all 9s, yes.
But
I'm not saying that. That's what math. That's like big time mainstream math. I don't know.
And 4 + 4 is races. That's what they said.
You guys never been over this 0.9 repeating thing?
You'd have to show me the mathematical rule that shows that.
Oh, there's so many. There's so many. I saw this guy do like 10 things on it before. There's no number you can put in between 4 and 3.9 repeating.
There's no number you could put in between it. Hang on a second.
Yeah, so it's basically like the same thing, they say. There's like no difference between that number and 4. 3.9 repeating and 4, yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
I don't like it either, Paul. I hear you.
I'm just
It never
thinking
sat
about.
well with me, so.
I mean, infinity is
I've
only a
thought for days
mathematical.
on this.
Well, the thing is, infinity is only a mathematical thing anyway. But even with using infinities in math, contradictions start to form. So I don't even know why they would even say that. To be honest with you, I'd have to understand where they got that from.
Well, there's no contradictions in Minkowski space because, as we mentioned, in a vector space that treats modeling as space-time of a special relativity type, then tangent vectors can be canonically identified with vectors in the space itself, and vice versa. This means that the tangent spaces at each point are canonically identified with each other and the point of the vector space itself. And this explains how the right-hand side of the above equation can be applied directly without regard to the space-time point. That means the metric can be evaluated from there, and that's where the vectors come from. But this changes with general relativity. That's the last time I'll do that. I'm sorry. I just need it. I need it.
Just look up, do like a YouTube or something on it, Paul. There's a whole bunch of dudes showing a whole bunch of ways where it's like this mathematical proof or some shit. It's pretty neat. I mean, not really useful, but
yeah, I mean that's just. I mean, it's just. I mean, math. Well, I was actually thinking about this earlier today on the. I think it was Austin talking about language. Language by its very nature is limited because it's dependent upon our understanding and definitions to use it, right? Like I was actually thinking, like I'm teaching one of the things we are teaching my daughter in math. She's having to look, which I think is interesting. Not only remember this and when I took school, but she's having to say, like what is this object made out of? So, and maybe a mailbox or something or a park bench. And she says, well, it's got a rectangle in it, right? Now, if you stop and think about what a rectangle is, it's just a geometric shape, right? Are there fixed rectangles and are there perfect rectangles? Yeah. Because there's always going to be a slight deviation or slight margin of error, like in your measurements, to see if it's a perfect square or a perfect rectangle or a perfect circle or whatever, right? So there's going to be a limitation on the language or even the mathematics itself in trying to describe the physical world. So language, and language and math are just trying to describe what we see and what we understand. You know what I mean? There's always going to be a limitation to it. So even in like this 3.99999, whatever you want to call it, and it's all a convention anyway. So you can, if you to understand the world, our language trying to describe the world, there's always going to be a limitation to it. You can't never. I don't think that it will ever be resolved, ever. Did I just blow everybody's mind just now?
Yeah, I'm just on the floor trying to get up now.
So anyway, so language is limiting, but it's also the only means by which we can try to describe things.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, Paul, I just posted a picture.
I just got in my truck, so I can't look at it. You have to give me a minute.
Okay.
I mean, I've got to go to get some pizza, so I'll look at it when I pull over to get it.
Yeah, for everybody else, does that look like it's 17,000? What does it say? 17,500 miles away? Does that look right to you guys?
15, 16, yeah.
Hey, SC, I'd love to hear you read the highlighted thing I just posted, not the first one, the one I just posted. Can you read that to us, please? I would get a kick out of that.
I would die. I wouldn't be able to finish, bro. I would die of laughter.
I know, that's why I want you to read it, because I don't want to see how far you make it before dying of laughter, and that'll make me die of laughter.
I can't do it, bro. I tried. I'm laughing
Try,
already.
please, out loud right now, please. I'm gonna force you, like you mean it. Come on.
I can't see it, bro, because it's on my phone. Honestly, I can't see it.
Oh, you can't? Okay.
No.
I just got one question. I actually pulled it up. Where are the stars?
No, I could see it, but I can't read it. It's too small. Sorry, Paul. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, apparently the camera can't pick them up.
Been washed out by the brightness of the earth.
Yep. But look at the distance, they say. They say they're at 17,000 miles away from Earth. And look how Earth looks. Does that look like the same picture you see from the ISS? Well, no, you can't really say that because it's lower. But does that look like 17,000 miles away to you?
Well, I mean, the ISS
Well, how
is
much
only
of the
supposed to
Earth are you seeing?
Hold on a second. I think the ISS is only supposed to be 250,000 miles up. Or not 250,000.
250. I misspoke there. Forget the ISS. It's not equivalent at all.
What are you looking
Right,
at?
well,
I don't even know what you're looking at, SC.
Well, you'd have to decide the angular size of it. So, like, is that proportional to the angular size of the Earth? From, like, compared to the ISS? Like, you know, ISS, the angular size of the Earth is one thing, but does that purport to the angular size that it's supposed to be? Does that make sense?
Yeah, you can't even get an angular size of the Earth in ISS because you only see 3% of it.
That's right.
Right.
Is it 3%? I'm still not sure on that number.
That's what they say, I think. Yeah. Well, think about it. If something is like 25,000 miles, right? Circumference, that's huge, right? How far do you have to be away from it to see it in its entirety and like small, like the picture there? Would you think it would be 17,000 miles away, more or less? What do you guys think? I would say much more.
Well, here's an option. I mean, you could think of the distance to the moon is 237,000 miles away, and they've got pictures of the moon, of the Earth from the moon. You know, you could probably do some triangulation to see if the angular size matches. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That would be your base. You know, you got two pictures. One is one distance and one is another. And you should see the ratio. Does the ratio match? As far as it's supposed to be away. I don't know how to do the math on it, but it should be able to be done.
Yeah, very sus. Very sus. I'm trying to find the one. I have a picture where it's going 60 miles an hour. Can't find it, of course, when I want to. But that one, like when I saw that, I go, oh yeah, look at this, man. They're trying to tell me that a spacecraft traveling to the moon is traveling at 60 miles an hour right now.
Can I circle back to our topic from yesterday, since we're kind of in a, seems like people are talking but not talking. I was thinking about the abortion topic yesterday, and somebody was equating. What's that?
I said, oh boy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that sounds like a great one. Hey, you're
really,
bored? Let's
really
talk about abortion.
Well, I mean, I just wanted to think that when they were equating a clump of cells to someone's arm, somebody did that. And, and I started thinking about that. The first thought that came to my mind was a twin. You know what I mean? You know what an identical twin is, right? It's when the egg divides. So you got the sperm and the egg, but then it divides. And then two identical people develop from that, right? So sometimes you could actually not be killing just one person. You could be killing two people, right? In abortion. So technically that's another argument. But, and also just thinking about development of the human body. At that stage of development, the cells are not very specialized, right? But it's still a human being, right? So as it divides, the cells become more specialized. But, you know, if you think about it even more so, like even in a boy and a girl, a boy doesn't start producing sperm until they get closer to puberty. And a woman or a girl doesn't start necessarily producing eggs until they get into puberty. So there's the cells in the body, there's a developmental aspect to this. You know, so killing a baby at that stage is still a human being. You can't equate the cells of the beginning embryo to the same cells of the human arm, because the arm cannot continue to divide and become more specialized because they're kind of locked into their, the arm is very highly specialized. So using that's a false dichotomy. That's basically where I'm going. The human arm cut off from a human being is not the same thing as killing a clump of cells in the body, or as they're developing. It's not the same thing. It's not the same. That argument falls apart if you just think about it in developmental stages. That's all. I'm done. If it stirs up some conversation, that's fine, but I just want to make that argument for the record that everybody that's out there in internet land to hear. If you think I'm wrong, please tell me. We can discuss. I just silenced the room. You guys disagree? Agree? No discussion. Don't want to create any more discussion.
I think you should take it up with the guy that was making the claim that you were talking about.
Well, I don't know. I didn't know if he'd be here, but if he's listening at some point, I want him to be able to at least be able to say my argument.
Why is it so easy to fool people?
I can tell you real easily. Like, I don't want to think deeply into many topics. They wanted us to be told what to think and believe, and they don't want to analyze it for themselves. I think that's why. My wife is calling me. I'll be right back.
All right, good talk. What's going on, everybody?
You ever hear the theory of the Minkowski twins?
The Minkowski twins? No. Why? What's that about, then?
Well, the manifold of the cell when it's
right.
in the womb
divides. Is that because we're studying geometric duals that are produced by a non-isometric space?
Uncoupled derivative, yes.
Uncoupled derivative.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they uncouple, meaning it actually produces a couple. So it's counterintuitive sounding, but it actually means like the dividing.
I think I can describe relationships like that, from my past. Uncoupled.
You had a couple of Minkowski twins of your own or something like that, huh?
Wouldn't that be nice? But what about the submanifolds endowed by our Riemannian metric yielding hyperbolic geometry? What do you think about that?
Well, I don't know if it coincides with the coupling of the degenerative forms of the M theories.
It might be because it's the model space of it's M as the lower dimension of let's say 2 or 3, but they cannot be isometrically embedded in a Euclidean space with one or more dimensions, i.e. R cubed or 4 respectively with Euclidean metrics. G disallowing easy visualization. By comparison, the model spaces are positive curvature. But they're just spheres in Euclidean space on one higher dimension, where hyperbolic spaces could isometrically be embedded within spaces of more dimension. Yeah, just more and more and more. Minkowski it's like a buffet. You just keep going into the, It's a multi-dimensional buffet.
Seriously, what's the difference between Minkowski space and pseudo-Riemannian space?
Yeah, Riemannian metrics. I'm still looking into this a little bit. I think it's like a wider noodle. I don't know.
Snacks.
Put pasta sauce on it.
I mean, if it's not the same space as GR space, I don't know why we're even talking about this Minkowski shit. We got to use the GR space, the pseudo-Riemannian space, right? Like, why would we not use the space GR happens in? Is that not what we're doing? It's space-time bending stuff. Does that make sense though? If we're gonna talk about space-time bending, we should use the. Go ahead.
You want to stick to pseudo-Riemannian manifold? Is that what you want?
But I'm just saying, if we're gonna talk about space-time bending, we should probably use the space in which space-time is bending. I don't know why we'd use a different one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then I guess the main difference here is going to be that the everywhere of a Riemannian pseudo-manifold is going to be non-degenerate, whereas Minkowski space is pseudo-degenerate.
Imagine we're talking about McDonald's French fries, right?
Okay.
And then I start talking about what happens in Burger King. But we're like, no, McDonald's French fries. And I'm like, yeah, but Burger King. And it's like, dude, why are you talking about Burger King? We're talking about McDonald's. What happens in McDonald's? You figure deal me?
They're better fries. I understand where we get business done. So you're saying we should be sticking in the hood of the pseudo-Riemannian space. And the Lorentzian manifold is an important special case of the pseudo-Riemannian manifold in which the signature of the metric, such metrics are called the Lorentzian metrics. Of course, everybody knows that shit. But application for physics is that the Lorentzian manifolds form the most important subclass of the pseudo-Riemannian manifolds, and they are important applications of general relativity. So, you do have a point, Jeremy. So principal premise of general relativity is that spacetime can be modeled as a four-dimensional Lorentzian manifold of signature 3,1 or equivalently 1,3, unlike manifold. Fuck. I gotta clean my glasses. One blur, it's a Riemannian manifold, gets all fucked up. I tell you, man. Need some non-degenerate.
Get it together, Snacks. We got to pin this down.
What are we gonna do? Does somebody work in this field that we know of? Somebody work in pseudo-Riemannian space manifolds? Gotta get one of those guys. Maybe on TikTok.
I don't know. Is this Minkowski thing part? Is this Minkowski thing like part of pseudo-Riemannian space, or what's up? Like, is Minkowski space inside of pseudo-Riemannian pore space, or like where is it? Is it something totally different? Are we talking about Burger King?
Well, like I said, the non-degenerate and degenerate states of it seem to be like it's opposites then. The requirement of positive definiteness is relaxed in the Riemannian manifold. Positive definiteness.
That clears it up.
It's relaxed.
Yeah, no, that's
other joints. It's more uptight though, Jeremy. So this is more of like a lounge of sorts.
This is like some R&B shit.
Yeah, this is like some D'Angelo kind of situation.
We're talking oiled up with your shirt off.
No, water bottle. You just gotta Splash some on my face. Get going. Yeah, so special case in general relativity for the four-dimensional Lorentzian manifold for modeling space-time, where tangent vectors can be classified as time-like, null, and space-like.
Like Einstein debunked Newton when he said that space is pseudo-Riemannian, and Newton said it was Euclidean. So I'm just wondering how this Minkowski thing fits into things. Like that's why Einstein and Newton just don't mesh. They're happening in two different physical realities. Talk about your physics your physics not meshing together. It's happening in two different whole spaces. Like they ain't even in the same space.
It's all the same nonsense, bro. It's all the same nonsense.
The math works, though. The math
works spot on. That's after you add 96% garbage in the form of dark matter and dark energy. Everything checks out perfectly, bro.
That dark energy's fire. That's got us in the lambda CDM model, that thing we were talking about the other day. That's got us moving. Dark energy's got. I gotta be very careful on how I phrase this, but because of dark energy, there is another object in the universe that's getting farther away from us at double the speed of light. Power moves. They're moving with the burner out on that one.
Oh yeah. The juice is on that one. The nitro. And they'll sit here and defend it.
Double the speed of light, bro.
Yeah. But you don't know how to do the Minkowski equation.
I don't know why that's even relevant. Is that even the same space as the thing we were talking about? It's like talking about Burger King after we've been talking about McDonald's French fries all day. It's like you don't even know how French fries at Burger King work. Well, we've been talking about McDonald's.
Bro, once you call the bull, who cares how it works and what they say? And, it's all bull. It doesn't matter who says it, if it's Minkowski, Kowalski, it doesn't matter. Einstein, it's bull. There is no thing as time and space combined. It's all made up. And they'll try to make you feel dumb because you don't know this equation or you haven't heard of that tensor field. And, the God particle gives mass to and then this and that. And no, man, no.
Yeah, what were you guys saying about? What were you guys saying about gravitrons earlier? I kind of missed a piece of that.
Jace was telling me about a graviton.
Graviton, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's that looking like? Is that like a physical thing, or what is it? Is it like a piece of matter? Like
it remains theoretical. It remains theoretical. That's how I got into flat Earth, because my friend who's mathematically minded was telling me his brother he couldn't figure out how the graviton couldn't be detected. If gravity existed, it must be a graviton. And then I happened to see a flat Earth video. David Weiss did a presentation on Jim Fetzer's show, and then I was like 3 months later coming back, or couple months later coming back to him saying, I know why there's no graviton detected, but he wasn't having it. He didn't want to hear a thing about why the graviton really isn't detected. He didn't want to hear that gravity's not what he thought it was.
Well, no, I hear that.
He did figure out that I'm right about here.
Yeah, but is that like what's the whole gravity well is made of? Like, where is this graviton thing? Is that something that other objects are sending out?
It would be the thing that creates the force that we have to imagine as a force. It's not, but you can think of it as a force.
What they're trying to do, they're trying to come up with a unified theory, right? And the only stickler is gravity, right? So this is what they're coming up with, these fancy mental stories with the graviton. It doesn't exist. They can't come up with a theory to combine all that. That's the problem.
Yeah, but what is the graviton? Is it what the space-time well is made of?
No, they just made a thing up. They just made a particle up, and Jace was trying to convince me that it attracts. I told him like a magnet? No. Like electromagnetic? No. Like the weak force, the strong nuclear force? No. Then what? Then he goes, well, a gravitron. I go, you're kidding me, right? You didn't just say that, right? Yeah, bro, they make stuff up. They make stuff up. I can't say it any simpler than that. He made up a gravitron that explains gravity.
Well, he didn't make it up. It's theoretically been. Yeah, he didn't personally make it up.
No, he didn't make it up. No,
but
no,
yeah,
no.
it's theoretically, necessary for the whole thing about gravity to be what they think. It just can't. They can't detect it. I mean, I don't know why they don't just say they did detect it, and then just say you can't see it like they do everything else, But yeah, we have it. We got the guy with graviton. You can see it right there. It is. There it is. Right.
It is a gravitron.
Why don't they just do that?
It is a gravitron because it has to be.
Because it has to be.
Yeah, when you press them,
they have to come up with actual. Go ahead.
Oh, you go, Jeremy.
It makes them sound like they're actually being.
Well, they'd have to come, or you go, or you go.
Oh, go ahead.
I love when that happens when two people go to go and they're like, oh no, you go, and then a third person jumps in. That's awesome when that happens. That's my favorite part.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes I just have or somebody has just one thing to add to what was being said, but with your delay, it makes it seem like they're going on longer than they mean to. I think maybe sometimes.
There's no delay. Do I have a delay?
It seems like you always have a little bit of a delay.
Not gonna lie,
it does always seem that shit, isn't it?
Does always seem like you have a delay. Maybe I don't know if it's.
I probably do.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just real time in the VC or if I don't know. I don't really listen back to the playbacks on YouTube or whatever, but definitely in the VC.
It's fine. I'm in a Faraday cage. Yeah, I'm in a Faraday cage. I know.
So when pressed for a mechanism, right? He came up with the gravitron, whatever you want to call it, because they have no mechanism.
Yeah, but is that something that matter sends out, or is that just out there in the field? Like, where is the thing coming from?
Well, picture it like magnetism, right? That's how I think he alluded to magnetism after, like some sort of whatever. Think of it as I don't know, a particle that attracts, bro. I mean, I can't. That's how they explain it. Gravitron, a particle that attracts. It's like nonsense. I call
like
that
everything. I wasn't able to really chime in, and you guys were going earlier or whatever. But yeah, the way Jason even explained it, he used the word mediation, and I think that's kind of a sign right there that it's like everything else can really just be boiled down to, for lack of a better term, pressure mediation, and that's what's taking place. Just on a different scale. They just like to isolate everything into its own vibratory frequency and say that this is its own particle, when really it's just the same thing, just on a different scale, at least in my opinion. Seems to be the case.
Now that makes sense to me. Pressure mediation. I could understand that, right? But a fabric of space-time? Oh man, I'll laugh at you all day long. It's simple. It cannot be that. It's 100%. It's not time and space combined. That I can tell you 100%.
Yeah, everything seems to flow with charge to discharge, high pressure to low pressure, hot to cold. All these things have actions within the mechanism which seem to be a mediation of some sort of differential in pressure. And I think that just goes all the way down, all the way up, no matter how you slice it in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, we can see it. We can test it around. We can see pressure mediating all over the place, everywhere. Yeah, definitely. Makes much more sense. We see magnetism. We can explain it. We can see all the other things, right? But we don't see dark matter. We don't see dark energy. I mean,
Yeah, magnetism is a difficult one though. Like even, I don't know. I don't think the explanation on that one is nailed down so much because they have to come in with these fictitious, fake photon exchange.
I'm not saying that we know the explanation. I'm saying we can see it, we can touch it, we can manipulate it, but I don't know how it works. That's for sure. Yeah. Like as opposed to, let's say, dark matter, right? When I say magnetism, you have an idea what that possibly could be, right? But dark matter? Okay. But you've got to admit, magnetism is a really freaked out thing.
Mic check.
You're good?
I'm telling you, I got a perpetual motion idea with magnets, bro.
So magnetism is interesting, right? So it's something that like isn't necessarily easy for anybody to explain if anybody can really do it properly, right? If there is an actual good, real definition of how it takes place, but we can kind of work with it. We can manipulate it. We can see it in action in a way that some of these other forces we can't see in action the same. Similar.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We can
magnetism, we
touch
know
the
it's
magnet.
actually there. With magnetism, we know it's actually there. Dark matter, they had to make up for to fit their gravity model, only because their gravity didn't work. So they made dark matter up. Like it's not something we've tested, manipulated, none of that shit. It's all just made up to fit their model.
Right. The reason they can't call it gravity and magnetism the same thing, or even try to relate them to being similar, is because we can manipulate and mess around with the matter before and after it's magnetized, before, during, and after its magnification, and realize that there's no qualitative difference in that matter. There's just a quantitative change. So that kind of throws them off, right? You can't boil it down to this specific mass is what's doing it. There is no change in mass between a magnet that is magnetized and non-magnetized. But you can see the effects of how it can appear to have properties of what would be considered like weightlessness or anti-gravity, right? Working against the forces in a way that we can't necessarily explain because it's kind of acting at a distance.
Well, I don't know how they can say there's no change in the mass because according to them, I mean, you're putting a lot of fucking energy in the magnet, and it should increase mass, no?
No, everything. I mean, the magnet, when placed on a scale that's not affected by magnetism, it's going to weigh the same before and after magnification. I don't know how else you would quantify the mass. What would be the measurement for the mass? Volume, density.
See, Xanax sits here and tells me magnets can't do work, but they can do work though.
It seems like they can almost do work infinitely.
That's what I'm saying. I got a perpetual motion magnet machine idea.
Yeah, I mean, we collect stickers like from all over the place, and instead of sticking them on our garage refrigerator, we put magnets behind them. So I have magnets doing work to hold stickers on my refrigerator. I don't have to recharge them.
But you have to
You know?
recharge magnets, right? There's no such thing as free energy. Crazy.
I don't know. Maybe they do need a little oomph every now and again, but it seems to last longer than I would notice. At least that seems to be the case. I don't know, if we didn't have a magnet and you wanted to hold a sticker to my fridge, I guess the glue could do the work, right?
Yeah, Elmer's glue.
That's like adhesion, right? If we didn't have that adhesion, there's no adhesion with magnet. If we didn't have that, if we just wanted to hold it there, it would take work to hold it there, right?
Try to get like a static charge on it, and just like stick it there and walk away real slow.
Yeah. That would last for a little while, for sure.
Maybe a couple hours, probably. But
yeah.
Good for short-term notes.
Yeah. Same concept, similar thing. You can't see it. It's electric. Woogie, 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 woogie.
Yo, who knows about drones? Is anyone here a fucking drone specialist?
Nope.
How? Zanuck invented drones. Where's Zanuck at?
My only experience, or my closest experience with drones, is Nathan Thompson firing up a drone at my house at like 7 o'clock in the morning and flying it around my neighborhood. I'm like, bro, it's early. That shit's loud.
Was he up partying all night?
Yeah, sure. Drinking my beers.
You drank all your beers?
I'm not gonna go into any of that. I'm just saying that's the closest I've gotten to a drone. At least like a decent one. I think he broke it like a week later.
Yeah, we need to get a drone and just fly straight. Just straight line. I was on this years ago. You know, I'm like, yo, just make a drone fly straight, and then we'll measure the distance from the water to the water.
Yo, so let me. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So photogrammetry. Is there some sort of coordinate system that has to be utilized for photogrammetry, or can it start to build and create a scenario just kind of in free space?
No idea.
But yes.
It can just create like in free space.
Yeah, it'll just figure it out.
So if we didn't have like any GPS or anything like that on our drone, and we just decided to start this photogrammetry mapping, would it be possible for us to do that, or would we have to do it in like the time frame in which like one battery charge would allow? Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to get back into like specified coordinates.
I'm not 100% sure that that's the most accurate thing to do these days. Kind of into this, it's something called a NERF, which uses photogrammetry plus GPS data. So effectively, it's real good.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to do is eliminate, or at least I don't want to speak for Jeremy, but I would prefer like the elimination of utilizing any type of GPS.
I mean, bro, all I want to do is make a drone go in a straight line. That's it. Is that doable?
It's only going to be using GPS to register the photo that it's taking of something, and then all the photos. So it has like
no GPS. No GPS. You cannot use GPS.
It's really not used. It's just
I can answer your question in a way that some great mind stated it prior to me. Jeremy, where there's a will, there's a way.
I mean, maybe. I was asking about this years ago, and I never came to a conclusion. It always felt like the drone was using some sort of mechanism that would make there be no difference in a globe or flat. If it was flying over flat water or curved water, so.
I mean, I would like to think that that's possible to fly a drone in a straight line.
I know it doesn't sound too crazy, right? And it sounds easily doable. Like, if it's just a drone thing and it's not too expensive of a drone, I feel like it could be done everywhere, all over the place. Like, can you just have the drone hover and then just push forward, and the drone only goes forward? It doesn't give a fuck what's underneath it or anything. It just goes forward in free space. Like, that's the button to hit to go make it go forward in free space, right? Like, if there was two mountains in between us, say you're on a mountain and I'm on a mountain, and I hit the button to go forward, it's just gonna go straight at you, right? It's not gonna like stay with the elevation or anything. It's just going straight in free space, right?
Jeremy,
I don't know.
there ain't no mountain high enough. There ain't no river wide enough either. I guess the biggest thing on that would be determining, like, let's say we mapped a straight line for the drone in free space, but it decreased in elevation. How would we know there was a decrease in elevation? Is this a mapping with like the cameras, or I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I was asking this years ago. Everyone I saw, I asked, "Can we make a drone fly straight?" I feel like I never get any clear answer. Got a clear answer. I mean, Dan revived this. If we can make a drone fly in a straight line, that's all we need is anything that will move in a straight line. Yeah, there might be some wind affecting it, whatever, but we could do this indoors. There's a lot of options with something like this. That's actually one of the best tests we could possibly have, because I mean, drones aren't even expensive. I could probably afford one.
I
I
like
mean,
the
shit, we got dough. We
Fancy
got dough. If
Tuesday.
not, our friends got dough. If not, they friends got dough.
Yeah, the thing I was trying to explain
What
to
were you
you,
saying next?
that nerf shit, it's called a neural radiance field. It's like basically like it's like photogrammetry on AI steroids, but it gives you a 3-dimensional thing. It preserves a lot of light and reflections and all that stuff. It just works pretty well. And it's apparently going to be the new standard for the Google Earth. So there's that. But it like it doesn't use like global coordinates for the scan itself. It just uses it like to know like where it is, so that each photo that you take in the series of photos like has a coordinate that it took the picture at, and then it uses that. That's like way higher quality than what photogrammetry can do. I don't know.
So I guess the big thing on that would be like, what would be the scale of like accuracy? Meaning, so if I thought about an area to map out with something like that, to try to determine whether or not there was some sort of deviation or curvature, convex or concave, or flatness to a specific area. Like, I live in the Tampa Bay area. That's a huge portion of water in between a peninsula and a mainland. And I feel like if you did something like that over a distance, could you go into the raw data or look at it visually from the side to see, okay, from this point on the bay to this point on the bay, we can tell that there is a curvature.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think you would need a decent amount of survey time with a drone, but you should be able to plug a drone into doing that, and then like just something with a GoPro, something that has like that's generating like tracking data.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, what would be
Yeah, I'll send you another video.
The like, how precise are the pictures to reality? Meaning, could we have this picture in like so it would be created in like a 3D virtual space based on a bunch of pictures that are stitched together, right? Different angles and all that kind of stuff, all stitched together. And if we did something like the area that I'm talking about, would you be able to lay digitally a straight line across like Tampa Bay to see if there's a deviation from that digital straight line that we're laying across?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean these are like yeah. You really should be able to pretty soon just have like some kind of, if we could do a nerf scan like this with a drone, I would almost think anybody could like be in there to like 3D AR it or something like that, like you could just kind of go into the VR of it and try to make observations, or you could like draw things into it. I think there's a lot of potential for it. I don't know, man. I know the Kosho and none of those guys like mentioned it back to me, and I know that they should be all nerded the fuck out about it, but they're not. So that makes me think they're afraid of it. Or I'll just say that. Make that. Let's intimidate the shit out of them with nerfs.
Right, because we'd have to have an area that we would have noticeable deviation. So it would have to be over like
You'd probably need like several days of a scanning, probably. Just go like
Oh yeah, I'm thinking run grid patterns for days and weeks over a large swath of area. Like if you look at Tampa Bay, like the Tampa Bay area, and you see
I
how
almost think
there's
you'd want to do multiple drones in one day, just to get the sun the same.
Good point. Have one going. Have multiples going north south, multiples going east west, multiples going northwest southeast. You know,
But if you just had 4, you'd get a pretty good like coverage, I think. You know, if you did a cross and then you basically had a photogrammetry, model of that, I mean, that'd be pretty interesting. Just run the drones till they fall out of the air. How long?
Yeah.
What's the? It's like Jeremy's model. We broke all the drones. Shit, but we did get video.
Yeah, I don't know how long they last in the air.
We just need to go 1 meter. It'd be fine. I don't know. Check this stuff out if you like it.
Yeah, I will for sure. I know I've looked at photogrammetry in the past, but I'll look into the Nerf thing. Yeah, and they also have the ability to have drones stay in like patterns, like synchronistic patterns. You could almost.
Also, we don't need no sneaking drone to take pictures because we can make a Nerf with a camera as well. I don't know. Pretty new tech, man. I'm not really sure what we can do. Maybe we can do something new and novel. Trying to addict myself to ice cream so I don't buy cigarettes. So that's kind of a lateral step at best, really.
Nice. Have you stopped smoking thy cigarettes?
Like way cut back. I think we're ready.
Good. Yeah, I quit August of last year.
Oh man, quitting smoking is the easiest thing I've ever done. I've done it 1,000 times, man.
It really was my second time quitting because I quit for 10 years and then picked it back up. Like literally not a cigarette for 10 years and then picked it back up.
You guys were just talking about drones and stuff, basically trying to survey with one.
Yeah, like photogrammetry.
Yeah,
Check
out the link I posted for the ZenMuse L1. So now this is not a very affordable drone. Like the drone with this gimbal, this is like a $10,000 gimbal. The drone with it and the batteries and all that stuff, you're talking about like a $30,000 package. But this thing's pretty amazing.
I will have to check that out.
Yeah, if you click that, and then there'll be a couple of videos in there that you can watch, just kind of demos. They're pretty interesting.
Man, for $30,000, it better make a cappuccino.
Well, I talked with somebody who we're talking about a LiDAR drone here, so it does photogrammetry, LiDAR, and all that stuff. I talked with somebody on Discord here. Actually, uses one for work. He said he was a Canadian guy. He said that the first time, like the company he works for, they bought it. They took it. They used it up in Greenland, and
Devon Island.
They were. I don't know about Devon Island, but yeah, they were. They surveyed 250 acres in an afternoon with this drone, and it basically did it on its own.
Yo, this photogrammetry thing sounds awesome, guys. Seriously, but we just need to make a drone fly in a straight line. That's all we need to do.
Yeah, I've got certain. I have a drone myself. I have certain contentions with. I've been listening to you guys talking about this over the last couple of days.
Okay, can we? Okay, go ahead. Give us your thoughts.
Manually, like, okay, the way that at least with a DJI drone, you know, a smart drone, whatever, like, it basically it makes it idiot proof for the most part. It's all guided, you know, like when it's at a certain height, like it stays at that height, but that's all based off of like all kinds of like models and stuff, you know,
Air
like
pressure.
it's not. I don't think it's taking any air pressure readings. I mean, I think it's all literally just like programmed in, like using like the geoid essentially. So it's already, I believe it's already assuming like, yeah, the potato Earth, you know.
That's what I mean. Is there any way we could get a drone to get rid of any GPS, anything, just let it hover, and then we hit the straight forward button, whatever trigger or whatever that is, the N64 controller, and we just move that shit forward, and that's all it knows is
Right.
going
See,
forward.
even if you did it, because that's basically what you do with these things. Like if you let go of the sticks, it just hovers in place. You know, you push forward, it goes forward. That's what it does, but it maintains an altitude. So like if it records the height that I launched from and how much it's ascended above that, and then it maintains that level flight based off of there. But depending on how it assumes, if it's assuming a flat plane, that's one thing. If it assumes a globe, that's another. But it's all I don't see how you would be able to tell one or the other, like that you're actually going.
That's what I was. That's what I was getting through earlier. I'm like, what differentiation would this be? Yeah. Like, what would we see different? I don't know.
How far of a line do you want to fly?
At least a mile, maybe a couple miles.
My drone has a range of up to 10 miles with line of sight. Or no, 6 miles, like 10 kilometers. But these newer ones, like the Mavic 3, go up to like 15 kilometers. The Zenmuse, I'm not sure. I think it can go even farther, but that's because you program it to just do it on its own automated. You can like set up base stations and like landing areas where it can like land and charge or switches batteries on its own and takes off again and resumes what it was programmed to do.
How much do they cost?
Amazing. But it's a $30,000 drone package I was talking about.
Jeez.
Silverhawk.
Hey, Lou, how far is 15 kilometers in American?
About 12 miles, I think.
Okay, thanks.
Wait, that might be a little less than that.
8?
Yeah.
No.
So yeah, this is what I was up against before. Like no one knew if there was a way to actually make the drone fly in a straight line. That's what I was trying to explain to Dan, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's all based off of a ton of assumptions, like
could you use like a highway as a waypoint or something like that, something real straight as fuck?
It doesn't matter because the way it's keeping elevation, it's just keeping its elevation.
I'm just saying, like there might be ways to like program a drone to just follow like a straight line that you can visually verify, like that it's taking that path.
But let's say it's assuming the geoid, right?
Right, because the Zenmuse has stakes that it fires out, right?
Like if it's assuming the geoid and you tell it to go in a straight line, it's still going to it's still going to compensate and call that a straight line.
Oh, I was hot micing, my bad.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to come to the realization that the hardest thing to do in the world is create a long straight line. No matter how
like one that like people aren't going to question you about and debate you about. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, hey, here's a 7-mile straight line. Nuh-uh. Like, how do we do a straight line for 7 miles.
Well, can we break it up?
No.
It's got to be. Yeah, no.
One
the
shot
answer
for
is
7
no.
miles.
Yeah. Breaking up is hard to do. Come on.
I would love to be able to just like, tie 2 fucking strings to one side of another fucking thing and just move a motor with a camera on it across the, like so it's guided or something. That's pretty straight, if you give it a guide, but that's just cheap. Like a gondola or something.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to just have, like the tin can telephone wire pulled tight.
Can you guys give me just half a second?
Go.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I just want to say you guys are talking about an 8-mile straight line. You don't need that.
7.
They don't. The Globers don't even believe in straight lines.
I said
You
7
can't even
minute
get
apps.
them. You can't even get them to trust that a surveyor can survey a quarter mile even.
Here's
with
what
a
we're gonna
straight
do,
line.
Rob. We're gonna do 6-minute AEBs.
I want to do 7.
But no,
7 miles.
I hear you. I hear you, Rob. We're just trying to make a drone fly in a straight line, bro. That's all we need to do.
They
I
don't even
literally
believe that
just
an
said,
auto.
man.
No. Hang on. The Globers don't even believe that an auto level will shoot a straight line 50 meters. And you think they'll believe that you flew a drone in a straight line?
Until they're Jesse Gordon trying to use a theodolite to frickin' or total
At another
station
theodolite?
to look for
Yeah.
110 miles. Then it's a
I
straight
measured
line.
with my theodolite at 115 miles, and you're just wrong.
Later, I used a kazoo to play Beethoven's Fifth.
Oh,
Hey man,
seriously though.
depending on the tuning of that kazoo, you might be able to get away with that. I'm just saying. Sorry, go ahead.
Seriously though, not doable for this drone thing. You guys don't think?
In my opinion, it leaves way too much,
Room for
too much room.
error. Yeah.
It wouldn't be believable by anybody. Like it'd be like, well, how did you do this and how did you do that and how does this work and how does that work and well, that assumes this and that assumes that and like it's just way. I don't think it would go anywhere.
Is it better to build it from the ground up specifically for Jeremy's technical purposes? Like it's not that complicated, and we could make it as foolproof engineering as is possible, I guess.
Right, because what would be the mechanism that you would use to determine that it is keeping a straight line or level or anything like that? Because anything that you would utilize, there is some sort of at least proposed explanation, whether you agree with it or not, on their model. Like if you used a mechanical gyroscope, they would say, oh, I don't know what they would say with that, pendulous vanes or something like that. And that the pendulum is pulling down towards gravity or whatever. Like what would be your mechanism to say, okay, this is how we know that this line is straight in relation to this water or whatever we're talking about?
Yeah, see, the main argument I see being used is the same one for helicopters maintaining an altitude or planes maintaining an altitude. They say it just kind of does it on its own, that it maintains level to the earth, which is equidistant from the center of mass, and that it just, it's a straight line, it's a level line, but it's a straight curved line, that's basically the argument that they're going
That's
to
an oxymoron.
Of course it is. But it doesn't mean that won't be the argument used.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the hardest thing to do on Earth is to create a long straight line. It seems like literally.
Bro, I've been trying to do this shit for years. Bro, I've been trying to do this shit for years, bro. Go ahead, Rob.
Shared straight line segments.
Right. They somehow say that if you have to move equipment or do anything like that, or any type of movement to continue to measure your straight line segment, there's some sort of resetting of some sort of pendulum gravity, all that, which can allegedly account for whatever.
That's all hearsay. The surveyors use straight line segments.
Correct.
So whatever they want to say for their equipotential angle of adjustment is ridiculous.
Well, spherical. You haven't heard of spherical excess? Come on, man. Where you been?
I've heard of it, never seen it demonstrated.
Yeah, no, that's you can talk about plane surveying all you want, and then, but yeah, they'll tell you if there's an excess that points to the sphere.
Spherical excess, where they take
they-
three different triangles, blend them together so that they curve, and then say it's spherical excess.
To top it all off, like the icing on the cake, they don't even have a single spherical excess measurement. Not one single one.
And what the hell have they been talking about for the last year?
Right. Are you, Jeremy?
got
Are you
averages.
saying like one where you would have 3 different points at like an equal elevation with line of sight to where they actually are measuring something that would be on the same quote unquote plane?
No, that would give you 180. That would give you 180. I'm saying they don't have, even the crazy triangle where they blend 3 together, they don't have one single one of those. All they have is this average thing where they do a weighted average, and who knows what they're throwing out. We don't know. We don't have the data because they've never shown us a single one or the data for the average or anything. I've never seen a single spherical excess measurement this whole time.
I can't say I've actually seen one. Just heard a lot of back and forth debating words about it.
Yeah, I mean their claim is in that
every time they show that. Hold on. Every time they show that thing, like the arc of the parallel, we were going over a couple months ago, and they'll post that page where it's 3 digits after the arc second. They don't have a single measurement. It's all averaged out with a weighted mean. Who knows what the data is because we've never seen it. So. Weird.
Excessively spherical.
Yeah, that Zenmuse L1, the LiDAR drone, there's a chance that probably be a few years down the road, something like that, but there's a chance that we might get one for the company, in which case the boss wants me to, he was talking about getting me this thing, basically.
You want to go do a spherical Earth measurement?
No, it would be for surveying for like, projects and shit like that. Basically, I mean, you should, look at the capabilities of this thing. It's freaking insane. But yeah, I mean, just with my drone, couple $1,000 drone, like it's so useful for doing bids on big buildings. Like we took it to like a 5-story building kind of in the city that they had another company in there trying to get pictures for an insurance claim for like hail damage and shit. And it took them a couple of weeks and they still weren't able to get like the pictures that they needed and stuff like that. Basically he called me in with my drone and I took more pictures, better pictures of anywhere that they needed, in an hour, like where they'd literally had like 6 guys spending a couple of weeks trying to knock on people's units to get into into their place, to get onto their patio, to be able to reach over the edge, to get an angle to try to, like, dude, get a fucking drone. But so then after I used that, then he was all hyped about it, and he was talking about wanting to get one for the company, and like asking me which one we should get. I gave some suggestions, and then he's like, "Can we get LiDAR on these things?" It's like, well, yeah, you can, but now you're talking a whole nother ball game. We're talking about commercial drones here. And so I went and like checked it out. And yeah, it's like freaking, we're talking instead of a couple or a few $1,000s, we're talking about a few tens of thousands of dollars for what he wants there. But he like was like, cool, yeah, maybe someday, maybe in a couple of years, like get you one of those. Like, fuck yeah, dude, do that.
It'd be easier. I don't know. What if it had like
Dude, is
a
there
wheel?
any? Oh, go ahead, Snacks. My bad.
Like if you got the drone kind of, if we created our own drone, but like with like a internal wheel with like a going in one direction, it would kind of be gyro locked a little bit. You know what I mean? Like not exactly like a gyroscope, but it would have a little bit more rigidity. As far as what a drone does.
Yeah, my issue is it's either got to be a smart drone that's GPS guided and has the gyro where it can, like autocorrect for the wind and all that stuff. So now it's not, it's all in the programming of that thing. Or it's got to be a dumb drone, in which case there is
Very
none of
dumb.
that stable. Yeah, you're talking dumb. Now there is
Yeah.
no
Well, I
stabilization.
think dumb is easier because dumb proves our point better. The smarter it gets, the more it's GPS and it's robots and shit. You know what I mean?
Right, but now how do you prove that it's staying? How do you keep it straight, first of all? And even if you do, how do you prove that it stayed straight?
We would use like external cameras and stuff like that to whatever fucking check it.
Yeah, that was Dan's idea. If we're doing that, if we're using a theodolite, then why do we even need the drone? Right? Like what?
Yeah, I don't think the drone solves anything. I think it complicates it.
I think so.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. Literally, Dave Palm wasn't joking. I've been talking about this making a straight line thing for years now. You wouldn't believe the craziness that we've went through with this, trying to make a straight line business.
Making a straight line is the hardest thing to do on Earth. I'm convinced.
Yeah, you should have heard all the
No,
harebrained schemes I
It
came
sounds
up
like
with.
a Glover truth. They're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, dumb flat earther. Of course it is." When you live on a ball.
Well, we should just be able to keep a straight line that increases in elevation over distance. I don't know.
Oh, we need that shit from Tron. We need like those laser guided fucking drones on this shit.
So have you guys seen the San Francisco Basin model? You know what I'm talking about? Where they have an indoor model of all of whatever that bay is in San Francisco, where the Golden Gate Bridge goes across it. That whole entire basin area inside. You guys seen that?
Didn't know something like that existed.
Oh, they did it to test for like if they dammed this section, what would happen? Where would it flood? They did this whole like elevation profile, but it's all scaled down, right? So everything's literally it's just
You know what? Actually, I think I have heard about this. Yeah, it's like in a big ass like warehouse or something, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yep.
Yeah,
It's in a big warehouse because they were going to test like if they dammed like one of the rivers that fed into it or something like that, what would happen? I don't know. Anyways, so they tested for like flooding. So in order to build like that elevation profile and have it like that, that's a decent amount of land and area that they're operating a model, like a working model with water in it. Could we do something digitally that was similar to that, or maybe a larger area that would be an actual picture mapping survey 3-dimensionally?
That's where this LiDAR drone would do that for you.
Right. So then we could take and digitally lay what we know is a perfectly, because in a computer, we can draw a straight line as a straight line could be across the screen or within a 3D atmosphere, right? Within a computer. I don't know what you'd call that. 3D, whatever. But you can lay a straight line across and you can test, you can zoom the fuck in. Could we do with one of those LiDAR drones a big enough swath that we could, like I said, the area that I live in Tampa Bay, from like the top of the bay to the bottom of the bay is like, I don't know, 20 some odd miles. But across it, it's, I think at its widest is maybe 5 miles, something like that. But it should be a large enough portion of water, land, all of this stuff, that if we could perfectly map it out, we could take and digitally lay what we know is a perfectly straight line on the data that we've captured to see if from the top part of the bay to the bottom part of the bay, if there is a deviation, right? Shouldn't we be able to do this?
Yeah, essentially. I mean, it's kind of like literally the reason why I shared this. I don't think anybody's checked it out. Like, I don't know if I can screen share in here, but you should, yeah, check out the video for this, for what this thing actually does.
So my question is, like, with something like that, is it relying upon the GPS in order to give it some sort of data or information that when everything is rendered and mapped in a 3D space, it's going to be mapped based off an already assumed coordinate system?
Data line. Yeah, of course it is, because that's how these things navigate themselves. Like, they use GPS and all that stuff, and I don't know exactly, how it takes the data. I assume it's, it probably takes the data, assuming flat, and then wraps it around the geoid. That's just
Right.
like, yeah.
So it would rely upon GPS and stuff like that.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, that's how it knows its position to be able to then map everything beneath it. Yeah.
Is there a way to do it without?
And then, but one thing that's cool also is with this ZenMuse L1, like, so, like the software that you would need to be able to do the photogrammetry and all of that stuff, like you would basically need like a supercomputer to do it. Like you'd need one hell of a freaking PC to be able to run this stuff. And since you're doing it out in the field with like a laptop and stuff, usually, yeah, that would be unreasonable. So DJI actually has it where it all goes up to the cloud and they run it on an actual supercomputer for you, and then but you still have it instantaneously. Like it's kind of connected to the cloud to a supercomputer.
So anybody who uses these is going to be feeding information to them, so then they're going to be able to acquire all this data and information, and then it's going to be,
yeah.
Then they're going to give it back to us, being like, "Hey, we've already mapped it out, and guess what? It fits our coordinate system because it has to be, because that's what we did."
And now this is what's hilarious too, is with that whole like China balloon and freaking TikTok scare. Like you guys are worried about TikTok and weather balloons. You realize that DJI is a Chinese company and they've got these freaking LiDAR mapping drones that they're selling to us, and they process all that information, and eventually they're going to have literally a LiDAR map of the entire United States.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you think that, what do you think that balloon was any good for?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's multiple psyops within the psyop, but yeah, no, I get you. That's true. That's what I'm saying. Like
with this LiDAR too, I mean, you can remove layers. Like you can like, because it can penetrate the tree canopy and stuff like that. So you can do like tree counts with it. You can remove layers. You can like remove the leaves, remove the trees, and remove all vegetation. See just like the actual ground layer. You can see through, like can actually penetrate like the ground a little bit. Like, yeah, like it's insane what this stuff can do.
Interesting. Yeah, and pretty much everything is going to start operating off the camera that's going to be in digital space as well, so it could be sending information back and just completely constantly mapping.
Yeah, that's what it's doing. Is it's creating a digital twin of our world.
Yeah, because I look at like those like DARPA dogs, right? They use LiDAR and shit like that as well. So they need to know where they're at with GPS. They're constantly building a map, I guess, with those two. Huh?
Yeah, I'm sure that all data that they can gather in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, and then before you know it, your lawnmower is cutting your grass with LiDAR too, and ensuring that the oak tree that you cut down was under 12-inch radius so that it complied with the federal and county restrictions on cutting down live oaks.
The lidar part will be done from above with the drones. The lawnmower is going to send vibrations through the earth for seismology and sensing that way to penetrate deeper into the ground.
No, but you know what I'm saying. Literally, it's going to use like that's what a lot of the like robot vacuums and stuff use as lidar and stuff to be able to.
Are you sure that's what they're using? That seems pretty intense. Like that's an expensive system for a vacuum cleaner.
No, it is not. It's cheap. You can buy a $300 lidar robot vacuum that will completely map out your house with lidar.
They are mapping. I don't know if it's LiDAR, but they are mapping out the rooms. Like I had a Roomba when they were like base models and they weren't doing all this fancy shit, and it just went in this random chaotic pattern. But yeah, now they are mapping out the whole room to be more efficient, to get all the spots, shit like that.
They 100% use lidar, and the lidar ones are more efficient because some of them tried to just use like cameras themselves, but then you couldn't run them at night and things like that. Like they needed enough.
They could just use infrared cameras; it would work fine at night.
You would think, but then you can just run lidar, just a simple lidar setup, which they do.
But infrared's
Most
like a million
of your robot vacuums now have lidar. Sorry, what was that?
Infrared's like a million times cheaper than lidar. I mean, maybe.
Dude, I'm telling you,
Maybe lidar is cheaper than I thought it is, but this gimbal was fucking $10,000.
If you cannot buy a lidar robot vacuum for around $400 on Amazon, I will buy you one.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look. I'm gonna see if that actually exists.
I'll buy you one just so I know your home address to ship it to you, Lou, so I can stalk you because people on Discord and the internet are weird.
All right. You're okay. Yeah, these things use it. Yeah, for like under 300.
Yeah, I'm telling you. I mean, it's a very crude lidar setup. I'm sure it's nothing like photogrammetry intensity lidar. I'm sure
It doesn't need a cloud-based supercomputer to do it.
Right.
Huh. Creepy as shit.
Yeah, so if the technology is there and it's fairly inexpensive, yeah, it's probably going to be popping up more and more throughout everything that we do. What are the cars used now to know how to stop and like all that stuff? Is that a form of radar, or is it just cameras, or is it lidar?
It probably would use a combination. If you can put it on a vacuum cleaner, of course they're putting it on those cars, right?
Yeah, I don't know. My parents have a Subaru that has some weird, bro. Like, my parents have a Subaru where it'll know through cameras if you're drifting into a lane or whatever, it'll know a car like distance, it'll warn you, all that kind of stuff. And I was driving one of their new vehicles last time they were down, and I looked over to the side for too long, and the car beeped at me and said for me to keep my eyes on the road.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what's awesome is those
Acura
Chevy.
does a lot of that stuff. It's fucking annoying.
I'll tell you
Dude,
what's awesome is those Chevy Equinox.
Sorry, go, Jeremy.
I'll tell you what's awesome is those Chevy Equinoxes. It looks like there's a drone with a camera pointing down, just always above your car. You ever see the view it gives you? It gives you a top-down view of your car.
Yeah, they all are doing like these 360 views because there's cameras all around the vehicles.
Yeah, they're doing it where basically, through the cameras, it's like it erases the walls, like where you can like look anywhere essentially. Yeah. So there's no blind spots. Yeah, my
But I was
daughter with
just
my
freaked
car.
out when
It's always beeping, and she's like, "What is there a bomb about to go off?" I'm like, so like, I'll put the blinker on when I'm on the freeway, and because waiting for a car to pass so I can switch lanes, and it's like beep 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 beep, and it stops. And I'm like, bomb defused.
Yeah, I was creeped out when it was like, please keep your eyes on the road. It's like, how the fuck you know my eyes aren't on the road?
Yeah, because there's a camera in your rearview mirror that's staring at your eyes all the time.
Yeah.
His big brother just watching you all the time, nonstop now.
Yep.
Everywhere there's a camera, anything that is connected to a camera and an internet, it's not closed circuit, they can see you on.
Oh yeah, and then dude, like these cars, like with my Acura, it has the Acura link, or there's like the Cadillac, OnStar and stuff like that, right? Like, if you don't pay for the subscription, you can't use it. But do you think it's not still connected? Do you think that they can't freaking
listening? Always listening.
Yeah.
There was that Project Echelon back in like the 70s or 80s or something, where they were listening to every communication everywhere with email, faxes, phones, beepers, and shit, everything.
Yeah, I mean, and you're already carrying your phone around, which we all know is spying on us at all times, listening to absolutely everything. You
guys are all going to start getting ads for Roombas now.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Especially since I looked it up. Dude, I'm about to be getting LiDAR Roomba fucking ads nonstop.
Just be sure to only walk around the house naked when the vacuum is running so that they know. just to let them know what's up, Lou.
Joe, years and years ago, back on the PlayStation 3, I had the PlayStation Eye, the camera, and I had a friend, his name was Lazy Train online, that once in a while we would use the webcam, whatever, for just a chat. And he would laugh at me because I'd have to go and I kept a bottle cap over the lens as just a lens cover. And he would laugh at me and be like, "What? I don't know if that or when that thing's connected and watching, it's just a good idea." And he was laughing at me, but he's like, "You know what you should do? Is just take a picture of your dick and stick it to the inside with the caption, 'Hey, you wanted to see it.'"
Nice. Nice. So you have an Acura as well. I have an Acura. One of my vehicles is an Acura, but it's a little older prior to that technology.
Are you packing a Mac in the back? Are you packing a Mac in the back of the Act? I almost got it out.
In my black Act Integra.
So, 2015 MDX, which 2015 is not all that new, but it still has a lot of that stuff. The new ones, the brand new ones, they got way more.
Yeah, if you ain't got an RDX at this point, you're basically a peasant.
I have a ZDX.
I don't even know what that means.
Dude, it was the best SUV that Acura has ever put out.
I thought they only did an MDX and RDX.
Yep,
except for ZDX.
3 or 4 years, they did a ZDX, which is basically like a like a fastback MDX.
My uncle just bought the brand new MDX S, whatever the Type S one or whatever, the sport one, and yeah, like you know how you got like the sport mode, like the performance mode or whatever. Like this will like not just stiffen up the suspension or soften it up, but it'll like actually raise and lower the vehicle too. Like,
yeah,
it's pretty neat.
So I just dropped a picture in Livestream. That's our ZDX.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because the slope back there makes it look more like a car than an SUV, but it's still sort of an SUV.
Yeah, it's like an SUV, but bro, it is so hard to get in those back seats. Like, you know, when a cop puts you in their cruiser, how
Oh no, I remember in the back of a police cruiser in an awful long time.
Yeah, but you probably have at one point in your life, right, where you're handcuffed and you can't just get into a car normal, so that you have to kind of go butt first, and they have to push your head down so that you don't hit it on the door jam.
No, they purposely smack the back of your head on the fucking door jam there. They do that.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Dude, that slope, that body, that roof line is so low. It is so hard for, like, it's really difficult for me to get back there, and I'm only 6 foot.
Yeah, with that doesn't have the 3 rows of seating though. No way. Like
No,
the MDX.
dude, it
Like
barely has a trunk, to be honest with you.
Right. Yeah, like the MDX, it's usually just you have the 4 doors and 2 rows of seating, but yeah, you can flip up that extra row it's like a back seat to the back seat.
Yeah, I had
you literally got no trunk, but
yeah, I had an MDX before I got the ZDX.
yeah. Handles like a tank in the snow, man. You wouldn't know though. You wouldn't know shit about snow though.
Dude, I've driven in snow. I'm from the Midwest. I understand. Yeah, it's great because yours probably has that Type SH all-wheel drive, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
So
it just handles like a dream in the snow. Like cars are pulling over and going like 10 miles an hour, all in single file lines, trying to keep in each other's tracks, and I'm just flying by them at like 50.
Dude, every time it snows in New York, you go jump on the thruway, you'll find, depending on how long you travel for, 5 to 10 cars off on the side of the road because heads forgot how to drive in the snow.
Yeah. Well, that's not bad compared to like as soon as you get a little further south and like one snowflake hits the road and every car simultaneously goes and swerves into the ditch.
Bro, it's nuts down south, yo. I had to pull over because it was raining so hard. I wasn't the only one either, dude. Like, you couldn't see nothing.
Oh, I hate it. We get storms
crazy.
down here where it's like you have to pretty much stop because you can't see an inch in front of your car.
Yeah, like that almost never happens in New York. That maybe happened once my whole life. Maybe once or twice my whole life. And I drove to Florida and that shit happened on that trip within 1 week.
Yeah, there's times where the highway's going like 30 miles an hour. Not because there's an accident or anything like that, or it's raining so hard that you literally can't go any faster because you can't see far enough ahead of you.
I've had that happen a few times here in Wisconsin, just where it's coming down in sheets. Your wipers can't keep up. You're like, yeah.
Yep.
I went to college in West Texas, Lubbock, Texas Tech. And so the dirt would blow, and about twice a year it would rain when the dirt blows, and it would literally rain mud. And then about once every 2 or 3 years, the dirt would blow so bad you could not see the end of your car. I mean, that's through the dirt.
That's probably pretty good for the paint. Everybody's got a sandblasted finish.
The car washes make a killing. And your window seals are crusted over. Every window seal in West Texas has got a 1/4 inch thick of dust on it.
Yeah, car washes are lucrative businesses, man. Especially when you live in environments like that.
I wash my car like 3 times a year. They're not making much off of me.
Dude, I have not washed my car yet.
Well, you guys might not wash your vehicle, but a lot of people do.
Oh no, the car washes are always bumping. Yeah, I used to work at the car wash. That's some Snoop Dogg shit.
Yeah, me too. I was a manager at a car wash at the age of 19.
I mean, it's good to keep it clean, especially like in the spring, get the salt out from underneath and everything, get a good underbody flush and all that. But yeah, like literally, I mean, if you want to just keep it so fresh and so clean all the time, yeah, you're going to be spending a lot. Like you're going to be there every other day because
people get the unlimited
it's a
package.
rule of thumb. Yeah, it's a rule of thumb that the moment you get it washed, it's going to start raining again, or it's going to,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's,
So the car wash I worked at was like pretty big. Like they had 7 or 8 locations in our city and then some in other cities throughout the country. And it's like they sold annual memberships. So if you came in and you got gasoline, you got a free, like most basic wash that you could get. And you could do that every single day of the year. That came with a membership.
yeah, we got there's a place that advertises that around here. It's like for $30 a month, unlimited washes.
Yeah. This was like back when I worked there was like $200 a year or something like that. So it wound up being less than $1 a day for car washes. And there was people that were literally there every day.
Well, doing it too much, that can't be good for your freaking paint either. Like those those washes, touchless or like with the
No, there was shit touching it. But most of these people didn't care. Half of them were super rich. Most of their cars were leased, so they didn't give a shit because they were going to turn it in 2 years anyways. They just want to make sure it was clean all the time.
All right. I mean, the best way to do it is a hand wash, but who's got the time to do that that often?
Yeah, right. I get you. I try to do it at least a couple times a year. Be able to wax the cars, buff the cars. Black cars are the worst. I have 2 of them, 2 black vehicles.
Yeah, my work truck, I washed it a couple times right away when I first got it. But yeah, it's freaking too big. It's a big ass dually and shit. There's no car wash to take it through. So yeah, it's not not happening anymore. Probably do it once this year.
Yeah, no, with the dually, you have to go to a spray bay and do that shit yourself, pretty much.
And that doesn't, unless I have help, like that doesn't do that great of a job. Like, because I mean, you can't.
It's a work truck. Scrub it down with that brush, man.
Yeah, no. But the thing is, the whole idea is if I'm gonna do, if I'm gonna do anything, I want to do it right. So like, I want it to look. I don't want to see any water spots when I'm done. You know what I mean? I gotta.
Yeah.
So
you just gotta dry it off when you get done. Get it all done in the spray bay, and then.
Do you know how fast you have to be? Do you know how fast you have to be at drying on a truck that size?
Bro, yes, I 100% do because I worked at a car wash for 7 years.
Yeah, literally have to climb on top of the thing and dry the roof first. And by the time I'm done up there, the sides are air drying and getting spots and shit.
Yeah. Do it all day. It's a little bit cloudy in the evening. But yeah, no, I get it. It's annoying. It's horrible down here. Like, it's hard for me to find time to be able to actually hand wash my car. Because like I said, both the vehicles, we have the ZDX and then I have a truck. both of them are black, and if it's not straight sunshine, it's rain where I live. So there's not a good time to be able to wash the car and get it all dried without the water getting spotty and all that kind of shit.
Right. Yeah, it just evaporates immediately if it's in the sun.
Yeah. Try washing a car in Florida in the middle of the summertime, directly in the sun. Good luck. Now that we're talking about it, I probably need to clean my wife's car tomorrow before she gets back. That would be the nice thing to do, right?
Yep. Wasn't really listening. Looking at something.
Are you trying to figure out how to draw a straight line over a decent amount of distance? It's got to be the hardest thing. I'm convinced it's the hardest thing on earth to do.
We were talking about how your phone's listening to everything, and I had an example I wanted to talk about that too. So, like, I mean, I've got a pretty big variety, like mixed music, for a playlist on Spotify that I play at work. But there was another guy that is usually on a different crew that was working with us one day, and he's a huge like Nine Inch Nails fan. Kind of a freak about it, actually. Him and his wife had the song "Sanctified" as their wedding song.
Interesting.
Yeah, and if you know the song, if you know, and if she says "Come inside," I'll come inside for her. Yeah, that was his wedding song.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Interesting.
Yeah.
Grandma can't wait to get on the dance floor after that one.
They had for their cake. There was like a website where they said that they would put any song lyric on a cake, and they wanted that on their cake. And the company tried to say, "No, we won't do that." And they're like, "No, you said you would put any song lyric on a cake."
Could they sue him for discrimination against?
No, they ended up doing it. But they didn't. They tried to decline at first.
False advertising.
Anyway, though, yeah, like because he's a big Nine Inch Nails fan, all of a sudden my song playlist decided to play like Nine Inch Nails like every third song, like, and it did that then probably because my phone heard us talking about Nine Inch Nails for a minute, and then yeah, it just decided to just keep playing Nine Inch Nails, and it did that for like a week straight, like just mention Nine Inch Nails, and it alters your playlist to play like Nine Inch Nails too often.
That's fun. So you're able to reminisce about the mid and late 90s for the past few days?
This happened. This happened probably almost 2 weeks ago, but yeah, no, that's.
I say that, but then I forget that
mostly my
Pretty Hate
playlist
Machine came out in 1989. If you can imagine that.
Yeah, that was an old one, right?
Yeah. Yeah, their first
Yeah,
album.
that's what the majority of my music is a lot of 90s stuff, like 90s rap, 90s metal, 90s grunge, alternative, freaking some early 2000s stuff, and some more newer stuff, but it's mostly comprised of like 90s shit.
Yeah, it's good shit. I mean, didn't necessarily realize it at the time, but the older I get and the more I hear stuff and think about the amount of quality music that came out around the like early to mid 90s, it's pretty impressive, actually. It was a really good time for music.
It was a great time for music in like all genres. I'm not a country fan myself, but even like when it comes to people who are like who like country, like that's
Garth Brooks, Shania Twain. Come on, Brooks and
yeah.
Dunn.
Yeah, and music's gonna for the last I don't know, just 10 years for sure. There's just really hardly anything that's come out that's good. It's everything sounds like something else. It doesn't seem original. It's all meant to be singles, and that's for the last 20 years. Everything's meant to be a single. There's no like whole albums where you're just like this whole album is good. Like there's just not the case for anything. And then yeah, and now with AI and all that stuff, just wait and see how bad music's about to get. How just it's not going to have any originality whatsoever.
Yeah, no, I guess I do not have my finger on the pulse of music that's coming out these days, so I can tell you one way or the other. But I don't know if that's just because I'm getting older or if it's because I haven't heard anything lately that's like, ooh, who's this band? This sound is good. What else do they have to offer?
There was one a couple of years ago, like Highly Suspect. When I found them, I don't know how long they've been around, but like they got a nice sound to them. He actually kind of reminds me, like the voice wise, sort of reminds me of Chris Cornell. Not that he's got anywhere near the same like vocal range or anything, but just something about him, like it has sort of that sound in some of the songs, anyway.
I don't know if I'm familiar with them. I have to check them out. I listen to a lot of classic rock and whatnot.
And rock in general, like, just doesn't it doesn't get any press, any mainstream attention these days.
Yeah,
everything's gotta be pop, hip hop, electronic, whatever.
Yeah, I don't pay enough attention to the new stuff, I guess. I don't know, I just keep collecting more records. I'm going to a couple of concerts this year. One coming up soon.
Do you use Spotify?
No.
No.
I don't think I have any Meta applications on my phone. I don't think. Unless they bought out something that I already have.
You don't use any music streaming service?
I have...
You have to think about it. The answer is no.
Unpaid for free Pandora.
Okay.
That's the extent. I mean, if my old computer still ran on that iTunes, then I never really got transferred over to any of my Apple devices before it shot shit. I had a shit ton of songs that I downloaded back in the college days where you would pull up a share program and just let that shit run 24/7 to download every possible song.
I've got a hard drive with like 30,000 songs on it that never gets used. You just stream it on Spotify. One of these days, the internet's going to go down and you're going to have to dig that hard drive out.
No, I'm still in the process of logging my vinyl. I'm on I think I'm in the L, and I have, what did this guy say? I have 206 vinyl albums logged already, and I'm only to L in my collection. Yeah. So internet goes down, I will continue to spin records.
Yeah, we were talking a little while back when I got my Pioneer refurbished about that. Like, I kind of want to find a nice record player and get a vinyl collection and stuff, but I don't really like. It's not a priority right now as far as like where to put my money.
Yeah, and it can be a pit that you start to throw money into, for sure.
Yeah, I just bought a money pit, so I got I gotta do the rehab on that thing.
Because it becomes, at least, I don't know, for somebody like me, it becomes not a huge obsession, but I'm constantly acquiring records here and there. You know what I'm saying?
You ever like check out rummage sales and stuff, see what you can find at those, and yeah.
That's how we got started when we found that vintage turntable console. We just started going to like whatever garage sales and flea markets and crap like that, and we would just pick up, if people had a huge lot of records, we'd just be like, how much do you want for all of them? They'd be like, $25. It's like, deal.
Yeah.
You know,
you might not want 90% of what's in there, but even if 10% is something you like, for $25, you just scored, because it can cost easily $25 for that record alone.
Yep. $1 for a record, I don't care what it is, as long as it plays decent. Like, I don't mind spending $1 on a record. And we have a ton of shit where it's like, I wouldn't go out and buy this record had I not just bought it in a huge bulk cheap sale, but I enjoy having it.
Yeah, throw it on once. Like, actually, this isn't bad. Listen to that.
Like, I have a lot of big band stuff from like the 40s and 50s. Stuff like that my grandfather used to listen to, that I enjoy, that I, remember him listening to all the time. Like, I throw that shit on all the time. Little Glenn Miller band. Boots. All kinds of stuff. Boots Randolph. Like, in one of those halls, I got like a Muddy Waters album, like tons of blues, jazz, all kinds of shit.
Then you got pretty lucky mostly too, with records being in good condition where they don't skip and stuff, not all scratched.
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, there's some that are scratched here or there or whatever. But overall, not a bad deal. And we got gifted this huge box of records that was like a complete score from our neighbors based on a situation that took place. So, yeah. Huge box of records.
I had a Led Zeppelin 2
record. Like those, I don't know what happened to it. I don't have a record player anymore, so.
Yeah, so my dad had that album growing up. So my dad had Led Zeppelin 2, 3. I don't think he had 4 though, but he had 2 and 3.
Zoso. Yeah, 4 was Zoso.
So yeah, I think 2 is actually going for the most money these days because there hasn't been a lot of like the original pressings from back in the day. Those go for a pretty penny.
Yeah, no, that's why I brought it up. I'm like, I don't know what happened to my records. They're just like gone.
Yeah, and 2 I think might go for the most. Is that the one where it has like the Zeppelin on it with like the guy's face and it's kind of like a square background around it? Yeah,
it's like a red and green with
yeah, it's kind of like a mauve.
face.
Yeah, like a
Or
maroonish.
it's got all 4 of their faces on it actually. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of it.
I remember correctly. Anyway, yeah, that's my favorite album of all Led Zeppelin albums, and I think I found it at a rummage sale, thumbing through stuff. Picked it up when I was still just a teenager, but
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happened. Like the guy across the street was having a garage sale one time back in the day when we were kids, and my brother picked up a bunch of decent records. I was a little too young at the time to realize I should whatever. But he got a good copy of like a real good copy of Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, like a German pressing of it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I had a collection of, I don't know, a friend had an old shitty turntable, like for, DJ, like mixing, whatever, that yeah, he gave me that and a mixer board and a crate full of records, like that had a lot of like the 90s and 80s even like rap on there. A lot of those things are probably worth good money too, and I have no clue where that crate of records went.
Yeah, that'd be nice to have. I would love to. I don't have a lot of that on vinyl, right? So like 90s hip hop. We might have. I'm trying to think. We have 90s hip hop. Most of the newer stuff that I have is like, I don't know. I like punk rock and stuff like that. So a lot of the newer stuff is punk music.
I had the original 1981 Sugar Hill Gang freaking in that collection.
Nice. Yeah, I've got all.
The Rapper's Delight. It was literally Rapper's Delight for the entire album. Like it was like on one side, yeah, there was the short version and a few other songs or whatever, and then on the other side, it was the long version of Rapper's Delight. The whole side of the album was just one song, one rap.
That's awesome.
The hip hop, the hip hop, and you don't stop by rapping to the bang bang boogie. So up jump the boogie to the rhythm of the boogity beat. Now what you hear is not a test. I'm a rapping to the beat.
Yeah, that's good shit. And I've got a ton of great albums. So I have a large selection of like kind of classic rock kind of music, and a ton of great albums that you wouldn't think about buying, right? That I've acquired from random people. It's like in a bulk situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yes, this album individually, I wouldn't want to pay $25 for it, but I'm glad that I have it. And I got it for like
when I'm at work or on the move or working out or whatever, like typically it's kind of that playlist I was mentioning where it's a mix of like a lot of like 90s rock and rap and some newer stuff. But yeah, when I'm chilling at home and I some Wu-Tang, there's some Wu-Tang. Sure, a little bit.
Hell yeah, Wu-Tang.
But yeah, when I'm at home and I turn on the old Pioneer, yeah, I always throw on the classic rock station or want to or listen to some, an album of Pink Floyd or Led Zeppelin or Moody Blues or.
Yep. I have all of this, my friend. Yeah, I have a ton of. Yeah, I've acquired a decent amount of good stuff. I just picked up. My buddy had an extra copy on vinyl of Echo and the Bunnymen. You remember that from the 80s? Them?
No,
Echo and the
I'm
Bunnymen?
not familiar with that one.
I guess maybe that's kind of obscure from the 80s, a little bit. I go, okay,
Guys, is there anything that will?
Go ahead, Jimmy.
Guys, is there anything that will operate in just a straight line? We need something to move just in a straight line. That's it. Is there anything that we know that can do that?
I'm sure there's things that can do it, but how do you prove that that's what it's doing?
Yeah, no. Like, even if we had to, like, draw it on a wall, like, we could find pretty long walls. You know what I'm saying?
the hardest thing on earth
You
to
should
do.
have heard all the harebrained schemes. What's up?
It's the hardest thing on earth to do. Straight line.
The
It
one that
literally is, dude. You should have heard all the harebrained schemes we went through on Brandon's for months and months. I mean, we've been doing this the whole time. I've constantly been coming up with crazy shit.
One that I've heard that I think sounds the most promising is basically that force the line thing, like where you can like shoot from a center point one direction, level and straight, and then shoot again from that same position, turn around, shoot the other way, and then you could go to like the halfway point of either of those lines and shoot towards the center and beyond, and to see if there's deviation, like if they remain in a straight line. You basically keep doing that.
Yeah. Was it like a theodolite or something? There is the one where you have the theodolite and then you set up 3 stakes in front of you, all at the same, in the straight line. And then you go to the first stake and you just sight the 2 stakes. And then you make a third one, and then you go to the next one, and you just keep leapfrogging it like that.
Right. Yeah, that's forcing the line. But like essentially that's what I was kind of describing, but in a different way. I was saying, like you could do that and then even do it again, like for overlap, like to be sure that, again, like maybe you could
in
take
the middle,
segments.
you could get everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the other one I like that's it's a little harebrainy, but the one with the neutrally buoyant line underwater. It's almost like a plumb line, horizontal, almost. I mean, you're gonna have some kind of, I don't know, it's tough. If you gave the advantage to the globe on the SAG, I think you'd be all set. You could definitively, you could rule out the globe at least with that. Then there's this memory metal. You ever heard of memory metal?
Yeah, I was in here when we talked about it one day. I had I don't know. Some of this stuff is, like you said, a little bit leaves more to question, I think, than it does give answers.
Anything that can make a mold of the water. We need to make a mold of the water and then flip that mold on its side. And then it's easy peasy after that. You know what I'm saying? Because you know how to snap a line. I could snap a line from here to fucking wherever you need a line snap to. As long as the ground's level, you can snap a straight line. It's fairly straight. I mean, I could probably.
Dude,
I
that's
don't
the
know.
thing. We talked about that. Like I snap lines. I hang siding and shit, and we snap lines up a wall. And if I got like a 30-foot long wall, and I want to pull a line 30 feet across the wall, like the center of that line, pulling it really tight, like the center of that line still dips almost a quarter an inch in just 30 feet.
Well, no. I was talking about snapping a line on the ground.
Oh, downward. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, because if you take a mold of the water, if you take a mold of level, it doesn't even have to be water. You can just have level concrete, whatever. If you take a mold of level and then flip the mold on its side, right? You flip it on its side. That way, if there's a hump there and you snap a line on both the ends, if there's a hump there in the middle, it's going to be way off your line. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like measuring the sagita on its side.
So basically, get something to. I mean, I don't know about this memory metal stuff, but almost like what if you could just pour like a long glass straw basically and have it cool as it hits the water surface. Yeah, and then that glass tube or whatever should hold the bend of the water if there is any, and then you could flip it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just anything we could take a mold of the water with and then flip that on its side. You wouldn't even have to go that far either, because honestly, like, it's easy to make a straight line if you're not worried about up or down, sag. You know what I mean? Like, if you're just worried about left or right, you don't even need to snap a line. You could just use one string. We can get like a 3 mile long string and just use one string. You don't even have to do multiple segments or anything. It'd just be straight.
Yeah, if you can get a string that has enough tensile strength to actually be pulled taut enough over that kind of a distance.
Well, okay, first of all, you only need, for this, you're only going to need to go like, we're measuring the sagittal, right? So you're going to get, I think in a mile it's 2 inches, but that's way more than enough. You don't even need that much, bro. You're talking about deviation from a straight, like the line that we're going to pull tight, that's going to be a straight line. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if there's wind? Maybe it might blow it a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a point to make too, right? And how do you eliminate
But we
that?
could do multiple methods, though. We could snap a line. We could pull a straight line against it. So we could have a whole bunch of lines. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, you've probably heard me discuss that too, like hitting them with, many different ways. Do the force the line thing. Do what you're talking about. Do the pulling, snapping line. Do the laser. And then combine that also with, just long distance photography and just have all in one observation. Just have all these things like side by side, basically. You could even go and try to have another angle with the camera, looking at all of those setups and doing an orthographic view.
Yeah, if you got a good enough camera, I don't know. Shit still looks crazy over that much distance. You ever see Rocky's side-on view of the bridge or the power lines? I don't even know what the fuck it is. It looks like a fucking UFO is coming out of the ocean or some shit.
I'm not sure which one you're talking about there. I've seen some pretty crazy shit over on Soundley's Bridge.
Yeah, that's what he's taking pictures of. Yeah, it looks nuts.
He's a lucky dude. They got to rename that bridge Soundley's Bridge.
That thing's ridiculous. You ever see that bridge? There's little humps throughout the bridge, so boats can get by it. Those humps,
and it looks like cars are going 90 degrees up, like just straight up a wall. Yeah,
bro. Those humps. If you told me I had to get in a car and drive over that from looking at Soundley's picture, I'd be like, no, it's not even possible. I would tell you it's not physically possible.
Exactly. It looks like that scene in
It's like 80 degrees, bro. It's crazy. It's like almost fucking yeah, it's almost looks like it's It's like 89 degrees or some shit. It's crazy.
It looks like that scene in Inception when they start folding the world over on top of itself.
For real, bro. What the fuck? It doesn't look drivable, and that's what I'm saying. You want to use that? I don't know. Shit looks crazy there, bro. You can't do nothing there. It's the worst place. I forget. I think it was Indio or someone was saying it has the most temperature inversions out of like anywhere that we're keeping track of that shit.
Yeah, I heard him talk about that. Also, like,
Where the air is lighter.
Yeah, it's shallow water,
Yeah,
and then so like the temperature, it changes multiple times per day because of how hot it is there, and then how much the water cools down in such a short period of time at night. Like, yeah, it's always flipping.
I mean, Pebbles in the Pond did this thing where he opened a garage door. Did you ever see that on Brandon's? Oh shit!
No.
Did you ever see that thing we did on Pebbles? All right, Pebbles in the Pond did this thing. He's on a warehouse floor. It's somewhat flat. Doesn't really matter because we have line of sight to a light, right? A light, like an actual like LED light. I don't know what kind of light it was, but it was a light. He shuts the lights off so you can see the light. Then he opens the garage door behind him, and the fucking light disappears. So I mean that's what's happening every day on Earth as the sun goes by. It's getting cooler, hotter over there, cooler over here, whatever. I don't know.
Like you get oversaturated with light where you're at, and so you can't see the light in the distance.
No, it wasn't that. This happened in darkness, total darkness. He made a light disappear with line of sight in total dark, and just that was it.
Huh.
It was awesome. Yeah,
Yeah, it was the change of
that shit was
temperature.
fire.
By opening the garage door, it was the change of temperature. Sky Freeze done it too.
Yeah.
Elijah was saying something a little while back. I've got one of those, Samsung Galaxies with the moon zoom on there. And yeah, I got some pretty good moon pictures with it. But Elijah was saying, and I don't doubt it, but I want to test it. He was saying that somebody else with one of these things used it in a dark room in the house and looked at just like a tiny white like LED light across the room, who knows on what, like maybe on, a DVD player or something, but just a tiny white LED light. Said he zoomed in on it, and then the camera turned that light into a picture of the moon, like the AI in the phone is just giving it its craters and everything. If that's true, I want to duplicate that.
Yeah, that's not I mean, I don't think that was a secret. That's not like actual photos taken of the moon. They
No,
had
I
on
know.
all kinds of.
No, I know. It's like enhanced. That's because if I use what they call it's like supposedly 100 times zoom. It's like 100 times moon zoom, but obviously the phone doesn't have 100 times zoom in it. It's got a 10 times optical zoom and like a 30 times digital zoom. And then, but if I go above the 10 times optical zoom to take a picture of anything, the quality is horrible. Until I go all the way up to the 100 time moon zoom and point it at the moon, and then I get these crystal clear moon pictures. It's like, yeah, how is that happening? Clearly, it's enhanced through like AI or whatever. Like they got some algorithm that's fixing it up.
Okay.
But if I can actually take a picture of an LED light and turn it into the moon, I got to see that.
Yo, this is what we need right here. We need a transit. We need a lunar transit of the ISS with an Airbus or a 757. I don't know, some bigger planes at the same time. That'd be dope.
Yeah, get to work trying to figure out like flight scheduling and timing and see where we have to be on
I've seen
Earth.
it before. I've seen it before, but then they said, oh, one of them was zoomed or something, so I don't really know. But
You seen it before with
it'd be
both of them
neat
at the
to have
same
it.
time?
No. Different times. So they said, oh well,
Yeah.
one was zoomed, one wasn't, and I don't know. So I mean, whatever.
Yeah, I've got a meme
If it were
saved
to,
actually where it shows where there's two separate occurrences, but it shows one transit of an airplane. I think it was like a Boeing 747 is what they said in the meme. And then another one of
another thing.
ISS transit, and they're like the same angular size across the moon.
Yeah. And another thing I want to do. This was actually Ranty's idea right before he left, like 2 days before Ranty switched. He had this idea of sending a balloon up. You take a picture of the moon at the ground level. Then with the same camera, you put the same camera on the balloon, send the balloon up, let it get dumb high, and take pictures of the moon without changing any of the settings or anything, all the same settings. And then you gotta start counting some pixels. See if it got magnified or anything, because in the glow paradigm, it should get bigger. But if the atmosphere is magnifying it or something, maybe it could get smaller. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to expect for something like that, but it would be interesting to see.
That would blow the doors off their fucking model right there. Like, there's some cheap shit we could do, but making a straight line's frigging impossible.
With the drone thing, what about, all right, have very flat, very, very calm water. So virtually no waves. So you have to find some kind of lake or
Rivers are best for that.
canal. Yeah, something that's really, really calm, like glass calm. Put a drone with a proximity sensor so that the drone always stays, let's say, 2 feet above the water or a foot above the water, 16 inches. Whatever it would take. I realized the air from the propellers is going to mix up the water. So you'd have to figure out whether 3 feet, 2 feet, whatever it is. So have the proximity sensor stay at a set distance above the water. Let's just say 2 feet for right now. And then just have it track across the water. Keeping with that proximity sensor, it always stays, within 2 feet or whatever of the water. And then the accelerometer and the gyroscope on the drone should be able to detect whether it tilted over a curve or whether it stayed level.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know enough about the ins and outs about how the drones work and stuff. That was kind of what I was saying earlier. Is I know it's all.
But don't they give you an XYZ coordinate? Like if you tilt it around, it can detect, the movement based on the gyro.
I'm sure you can get into this somewhere into the settings and see that stuff. But yeah, like on my display, it doesn't necessarily show that. Like that's. But yeah, there's probably a way to get into the, maybe using a secondary like software or something like that to like actually see what's going on for some of that stuff.
Because I mean, the drone's either tilting over a curved water or it's not. So it's the same idea, basically. It's just with a drone on a smaller scale. It's the same idea as the one that we were talking about, where just in an airplane and have a bunch of equipment, bunch of different gyros, and like interferometers, ring lasers, physical gyros, and then fly over a very long distance and see if you're actually getting the tilt around a sphere, that the gyros would pick up versus just being level. So it's the same idea. It's just with a drone on a smaller scale. Then it's using the water as your straight line or as your level, to keep the drone at that distance, to keep it at that exact altitude above the water to see if the water is actually curving.
So have it follow the water. Oh, go ahead.
I just think according to like what the Glovers would say on that is that it's flying level with the water, and the gyro wouldn't show any deviation either because it's just all self-correcting. Like that's the way that they would argue it. Like the water is self-correcting, it's level and curved, and the drone is doing the same thing.
Here's the thing I like with drones. I like the idea of taking 2 drones and checking to see if parallel lines are plumb, right? Because you get two spots, and then you just have them go straight up. We can make a drone go straight up, right? Oh shit! Can you hear me now?
You're back. Yeah, fairly. Again, with wind and stuff, it wobbles a little bit, but these drones do a pretty good job of self-correcting that.
But you can make
essentially though, yeah.
sure the drone's like straight above you, like we could.
Yeah, I can hit up and have it go directly straight up, and when I can tell it to land from there, and it'll land in like the exact same location I launched it from, within a foot maybe.
Well, that's a big fucking wiggle. We need a drone to get up there. You send 2 drones up, and then you see how far apart they are at the bottom, at the top, and at the bottom. And then, I don't know how high you can get a drone or whatever, but you need a lot of friggin' Crypto wanted to tie a string to them. I don't know about that. That's kind of crazy. Maybe I was thinking like a sensor or something. I don't know how you would even tell how far they are apart up there, but
When my drone was only a few months old, I almost landed it in my dad's pool. That was scary. I was flying it above the water line of his pool, like getting some pictures of my daughter swimming around and stuff. And I was just trying to get as low as possible without, dunking the thing. But once I got to about a foot off the water, it must have sensed, the water as being ground, basically. Like, because if you hold this, if you get it close to the ground, it'll like kind of stop there for a second, and then if you press down again, it'll go into it'll land itself. It'll auto land. So like I got down to about a foot, and I tried to nudge down just a little bit further, and all of a sudden it goes landing. Beep 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 beep. Beep. I'm like, no, cancel. Like I literally got like the feet of the thing just touching the water before I canceled and pulled it off the water. And what you're saying about like ripples there too, Geo, above the water. Funny thing is yeah, it doesn't actually disturb the water all that much until you get really close, and even still, then the ripples are half an inch high. Like there's a lot of ripples, but they're only like maybe half an inch tall.
Yeah, because they're like small little smaller blades rather than one big one.
Yeah.
I mean, to do a more advanced version of what I said, it would be to like install like a ring laser gyro on a drone, which would be very expensive and so on. But because I mean, they claim those ring laser gyros can pick up, pitch and yaw like the XYZ tilt, very accurately. So if you had one of those on there, even more advanced, and then have it skim along the water at an exact distance above the water. And
how bulky, like how heavy do you think one of those ring laser gyros is? Pretty big, pretty beefy, right? For a drone, at least for a like amateur drone.
Yeah,
like probably too much.
Maybe for a small one, yeah, you might need a bigger drone.
Yeah, no, well, not the Mavic, the what's the name of the one? The one that carries that LiDAR gimbal. That's one that the like law enforcement uses and like search and rescue teams use it and stuff like that. Like that can carry a bigger payload. But that's that, $30,000 setup I was talking about. Now, I mean, 10,000 of that is the gimbal, which is the LiDAR one. You could buy just the drone itself, and then perhaps, mount the ring laser to it. But that's what, another $10,000, $15,000 piece of equipment.
Yeah, it could get expensive.
Not undoable though, especially crowdfunded or whatever. If people got on board, actually wanted, cared to see that test.
Oh, Gio, you had mentioned the YouTube channel Sky Free earlier. They've done some really good videos on small scale replications of atmospheric conditions, which totally kind of match what we see on long distance observations. Pretty cool.
Yeah. They've done a bunch of good ones, like little RC boats over the water. Then they also did another one like the Pebbles on the Pond one, where they introduced cold air and it completely changed the entire, like the amount that was cut off, as it were, like visually, totally changed that once they brought the cool air in.
Yeah, and even constructed what looked like just almost like miniature cityscapes, right? Or objects in the distance that would be similar to things that we would see at a distance. And it literally looks as if you're seeing what is taking place within the atmosphere.
Nah, Sky Free did some dope ass shit. I'm telling you that thing. There's another thing with salt aerosol. Salt aerosol is the biggest aerosol in the fucking atmosphere. In the atmosphere, sorry. So we should get a fish tank, put something in there, get the camera in a fish tank, see the thing in the back, put the salt aerosol in, see if it gets magnified. That would be heavy. That'd be great for our side if we're saying magnification would solve a lot of stuff for us. Honestly, if we could just prove it.
Dude, the trolls you guys get in here are something else. This gravity dude and freaking flat cats. Look at their last comments. You guys got anything you want to come in here and talk about? Oh, now you delete it? Yeah.
What you want to do, Gio? A ring laser gyro on a drone?
Yeah.
And then it would measure if it tilted.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you kept it like 2 feet above the water, like with a proximity sensor, yeah, if the water's curving, the gyroscopes would pick up that tilt. It would pick
Just
up
use the water as our line, yeah.
Using the water as a straight edge, yeah.
Yeah, that's dope. Because that'll tell you, because the gyro's either not going to tilt or it is going to tilt. That's neat. That's neat. I like that. You go pretty far with these drones too. 10 miles. What's that on their model? It would be a tenth of a degree.
Oh, as far as degrees go?
Or a sixth of a degree. Sorry, what did you say, Lil?
Yeah, no, I was gonna talk about like drop, but yeah, you're talking about angles. So yeah,
it'd be like a seventh of a degree or something.
Is it going to travel through Minkowski space? You got to be specific, bro, because if it hits a graviton on its way there, I mean, it's going to knock it off its path.
Throw it all off, yeah. Oh, I like that laser ring gyro on a drone thing. That sounds dope. Do it up.
Hey, I had a question for you guys, if you guys weren't on a topic already.
Yeah, Jeremy, it'd probably be about a $30,000 deal. Unless we rented a ring laser, but buy one for $20K, about a $7,000 drone, and
No, that drone to carry that thing is gonna be like a $20,000 drone.
Bro, I saw a guy shoot a shotgun off a drone before. If they could shoot shotguns off drones, we could carry a ring laser.
You're not doing that with any like, just like Mavic or anything like that. Like, and even that's like a $3,000 drone, like $3,500 drone. Those are just amateur drones, like or photography drones. Like if you want to have something that you're going to mount something like a shotgun to or anything like that, now you're talking about those bigger like search and rescue style drones, and yeah, like those are going to go for, I don't know, like 15,000 probably base, but then you're going to need you're going to want, if you're going to do that, you're going to want extra batteries and shit like that, and that's the real cost.
So 20 G's for the $20,000 drone.
This LiDAR drone, the gimbal itself is like a $10,000 gimbal. When you buy it as a package with the drone itself and the extra batteries, it's like a $30,000 said and done thing. Now that ring laser gyro is more expensive than that $10,000 LiDAR gimbal. So you're probably talking like $35,000 said and done for that.
But yeah, I know that sounds like a good one. Write that down. 50, 60, 70 grand, we'll do that up.
Oh, you want to
sounds like a lot, but that's one of
you want to get 2 of these now to do the other thing too?
Those don't have to be real. Like those could be bullshit. That's the other one. In fact, I don't know, because we may have to tie a string to each one and then raise it up to see what happens. I don't know.
I'll take a look at that. I'll show you the drone that you would use for something like that. Let me go find the link with that for the Zen Muse, the gimbal, and then I'll go and find the actual drone that goes with.
there may be different kinds of ring lasers, but some of these don't look that big. Some of them do look big though, because they have like multiple of them that are probably for a big airplane. Some of these look pretty small.
Well, yeah, the heavier it is, the more it's going to limit your flight time. So you want the lightest thing possible to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, 50 pounds, or I don't know the weight on them, but it's like nothing if you're throwing it on an airplane. 25 pounds or something, it's like nothing. But yeah, if you're trying to do this shit on a drone,
Well, some of these are tiny. I just don't know what the different kinds.
we need a pocket-sized one. How many harebrained schemes we go through with the straight line thing, Joe? 47 at least.
Did you hear what Rob said before? He said these guys don't even know what a straight line, can't even believe that you can make a straight line, right? So imagine spending 50 grand now, gyros, this, that.
Well, they got LIGO and Slack. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think this is the drone you would want to use. This Matrice. Or no, that's the Mavic. No, hold on. I did the wrong one. That might work though, actually. No, the Matrice is the one that can carry a bigger payload.
I mean, what the hell is this ring laser gyro thing made of that it's $20,000? What material? You know what I'm saying? What is this thing? Why is it worth that much? It's crazy.
Diamond rings and lasers.
Diamond rings?
Yeah, I don't know. What's it made out of? It's ring laser. I'm thinking of rings and lasers. Stupid joke.
I mean, the ship must be made out of diamond. For 20 G's, it should better come better. That shit better be iced out, bedazzled. Jeez, man, I could get an extra room built onto my house for that much, probably. I mean, believe it or not, this is one of the cheaper. This is one of the cheaper things we could do. 70 G's for this ring laser gyro and a drone. You're getting off cheap, bro. I got shit where it's we need $3 billion worth of land, and then we got to make a level triangle and a square on it. It's crazy. We need 100 square mile piece of land somewhere that's relatively flat. That's just the land we need. That's not even getting started with the materials.
Salt flats.
Bro, we need. I know that is a good. That is a good one. I'd like to have it be on our own land though, because this is not something you want people walking over, racing cars over, flying. You know.
Oh, you could probably buy a piece of the salt flats, right? So who would want to though? You could probably get it
Who
cheap.
even wants that shit, right? $10 an acre or something.
This is a ring laser on Alibaba for 30,000.
On Alibaba?
Ah, cheap. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
who's buying ring laser gyros off Alibaba?
It looks pretty big too, so you probably would need a big drone, larger drone for this one.
Well, and the drone that I just posted, that's the one I think you would want to use for anything with a decent sized payload, and it's still, couldn't be too big of a payload.
I mean, they've used trillions of dollars to push this globe deception, so it's going to take a lot more than 30K to unravel this.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
We're not going to be able to do it with $15 and a rumpus over a canal.
Actually, you know what, dude? Maybe I've got the wrong drones here. You could get these custom built ones. I seen where they've got ones that are made to like tow people yeah,
I saw a kid riding one on TikTok.
Like they've got it where like I've seen guys basically doing like surfing on like really shallow rivers, like over stones and stuff like that. Like they were towing themselves with a drone. But dude, I think that's like $100,000 freaking drone.
Well, you've seen the ones that carry people, right? Like it's like a dude, like one dude can drive it. Have you seen those?
I've seen a picture of something like
kid.
that. Yeah.
Like a young kid doing it. Yeah, I seen that TikTok.
Well, it's almost like a jet ski for like a drone, but like a personal air drone or whatever the name would be, with like one person can sit in it and then you can fly it around.
Well, can't you rent one of those?
Doubt it. The drone I just posted, you can buy it for $14,700.
Here's what they call it: a personal. They call it a personal electric aerial vehicle.
But couldn't you rent the ring laser gyro?
Right, peeve. It was a peeve. Sorry.
So this Matrice 30T has an integrated wide zoom infrared cameras, and laser rangefinder sensor.
Okay, so how much would it cost to get one motherfucker to go way high up in one of them drones, reinforce the fuselage, and just go? You know, see how high we can get.
It's got a 41-minute flight time. How high can you get with it? With a drone?
I'm saying reinforce the inside, so you know what I mean. Like the first one that Geo posted, that top picture with the guy, in that fucking thing. So just reinforce that, seal it up good, and see how high we can go.
Yeah, Lou, how high can you go with a drone? If you just bought this dope ass dieselless drone you had, how high could you go with an FAA?
Okay, legally is
guideline?
different than far different than how high you could potentially go. So like with
Okay,
my
legally,
amateur, with legally with my amateur license, I'm only supposed to go 400 feet above my launch point.
That's it.
But that's all. But that's just with an amateur license. If you get a commercial license, you'll get clearances to.
Bro, it's worth getting in trouble for. Like if you do it in a place where it would take a while for them to scramby some fucking jets out there, bro. Go up
But
one.
here's
Like,
the
all
thing.
right, I'll get arrested for this. No problem. Let's do it. Let's go.
So as far as like
you take the hit for this one, Sensei?
Fuck yeah.
For potential height though, like I mean, I could take this thing to the top of a mountain in Colorado and be starting at like 12,000 feet and then launch it and continue up from there. Like they go very high. Like I'm not sure what the ceiling is, you know, like where all of a sudden the air gets too thin.
All I got to do is just go and do it and then pay a fine, bro. Won't spend 1 minute in jail.
I don't know, man. This man, you fucking around with like the FA. What's it? The FAA or something?
Yeah, I've got an yeah, you get your amateur drone license through the FAA. You have to get an FAA license, right?
If you got a commercial license, okay, so you can go 400 feet from your launch pad, and that. If you got a commercial one, how high could you go?
I don't know if there would be any restrictions as long as you got your clearance or whatever. You know,
okay.
You would have to, and to get the commercial license, you do have to actually take classes and stuff. It doesn't just cost $5 and take 5 minutes online.
Yeah, no doubt. We get clearance from a flight the tower or something like what?
Yeah, you would have to probably contact the FAA and get the clearance somehow. Like even just my drone, right? Because they're smart fuckers, right? Like if I'm in a restricted airspace, it won't allow me to take off. Like if I am flying it in an area close to restricted airspace, it's geofenced where I could be flying full speed in a direction, and when I get to the geofenced off area, it stops moving forward. It just won't go.
Like you hit that invisible video game wall.
Yeah, exactly. So like in the drone itself, it just in the software, in the app or whatever it's connected to, it'll like tell you if you're clear to take off or not.
So if we had two people with two commercial licenses and two drones, we could go as high as we wanted.
I don't know for sure. I'm just saying that if you had a commercial license, you'd be guaranteed you'd be allowed to go much higher than the 400 feet that I'm only supposed to go. But yeah, and that rule is, it's 400 feet above wherever you took off from. So like, if you were to go to the top of a skyscraper and launch from there, you can go 400 feet above that without breaking the rules.
And then you could fly over the edge of the skyscraper, though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, and then but I mean, and truth be told, like my first time flying the thing though, I set it to 400 because that was what and the first thing I did the first time I launched it is I just went straight up to what it would, because you can set your limit, right? To how high you want to set it for. And 400 is what is high is 400 feet is as far up as I'm supposed to go. I didn't realize I had it set to 400 meters instead of 400 feet. So my very first flight, I went 400 meters up instead of 400 feet up. Like, I didn't get in any trouble. Nobody contacted me or anything like that.
So okay, here's what we do. We get two of the drone. We don't even need no commercial shit. We get two of the drones. We go to a cliff face, right? And then we fly them up 400 feet or whatever. You go over the edge of the cliff. Make sure there's people on the ground under the cliff on this, make sure they're right above them. And then you lower the drones down and see if they got closer together. No?
Yeah. Now for something like this, for something like a test like that, like if you were to go with a mini drone, like what they consider to be a toy drone, these things can be pretty advanced also. But I think if they're like under like 130 grams or something, you don't need a license at all to fly them, and there's really no restrictions. So yeah, you might actually for a test like that want to get a couple of the toy drone style.
Well, how do we see how far apart they are when they're up in the air and at the bottom? Because making sure they're above a point that's not difficult, right? You could sight that, no refraction or nothing. They say there's no refraction when you're going straight up 90 degrees. So it'd be easy to tell when the drones are like right on top of you, for both measurements.
Potentially.
How do you do the measurement?
I wouldn't say it would be easy. Like literally, the drone's like mine's not very big. If it could be hovering above my head at 100 feet, and it's hard to spot it. You can hear it, but you're like looking for it. You're like, where the fuck is that fucker? Oh, there it is. You get to 400
So
feet.
put some orange
you
tape or
you
something
get
on
to
it.
400 feet, and the thing is a ghost. You don't hear it. You don't see it. It's freaking gone.
We'll put a red light at nighttime or something. Like it's not an issue being able to sight it.
Yeah, actually, yeah,
A
mine does
little
have
red
a light
LED
on it.
light or something.
Mine does, yeah, have it's got red and green lights on the propellers showing forward and back, and then I also have like an actual white light that I can turn on and off, an LED like flashlight essentially that you can turn on and off remotely.
All right, so we do it at night. We got the lights. We just got them sighted up, making sure they're right above the guys. How do you measure to see how far apart they are, though?
I don't know. That's where you would have to rig some kind of equipment, some kind of payload that like for like a laser measuring device of some type. Like that's where it would get complicated. You'd have to have like a laser on one and a mirror on another or something. Or maybe you wouldn't need a mirror. But yeah, you would basically want to. That's the best way I could think of is
Because the problem we had
laser.
before with checking plumb lines being parallel or not is the height and distance requirements. To even get a couple millimeter difference, you got to go stupid high.
Yep.
Stupid high or stupid far apart. Or a
Yeah, and then
mixture
I
of
don't know what
both.
kind of accuracy you would get trying to get that measurement.
Well, that's not
Like,
even easy to do with an actual plumb line. Where are you gonna put a 300-meter plumb line where there's one next to it, where it's far enough away to make a difference? You know what I mean? Like, there's not really a lot of options. It's got to be out of the wind.
Okay, so yeah, you're talking
Maybe.
about dropping a physical plumb line down from the thing, having it tow one up, basically.
Yo, if you have a huge weight, will that make your plumb line more steady? Like, let's say I had a 550-pound paracord, some 550 cord, and I put a 500-pound thing on the bottom of it. It's not gonna like sway in the breeze as much as like if I only had like a 10-pound weight on it, right?
I agree that would help. I think the most important thing would be getting the least wind resistance on the line. So once again, you'd want like fishing line, like the highest test fishing line you could find, and then a weight on the end of
Something
that.
with a low profile, yeah.
Yeah, something that's gonna not gonna really get caught by the wind. And then you
they
would
make
also
1100.
you want to do it on an extremely calm day. Obviously,
Bro, they make 1100 paracord. You ever see that? The 1100.
I'm not like big paracord buff or anything, so I'm not really sure of the different kinds of paracord, but
It's 1,100
Nice
pound test. What do you think about that? Like getting off the edge of a building or a skyscraper or a cliff or something and hanging two on the edge of that. Two actual plumb lines.
The idea, yeah, I mean, it'd be a neat test to do. I think you'd want to go even higher yet than that. It's something that, like Glatt said, you pretty much would just risk it and break the frickin' FAA rules and see if you get called on it. I'm sure you get a warning the first time anyway. Just go, oops, I had it set to meters instead of feet. You know, like, my bad. I don't know what happened. These Matrice drones, they got so many different models. I'm not sure if I'm getting looking for the one that would carry the most weight, like the biggest one. Probably this Matrice 200 series V2. Yeah, this is the big boy. This is the one.
How much are those?
I'm about to look. The last one I posted goes for about 15,000. This one,
Yeah, that one's got some utility there. That's a beast.
some gumption for that thing. Yeah.
You know, in a lot of the RC world, they use these like nitro engines, but I guess these are just all electric, huh? All these drones. They don't even make sort of nitro ones.
Yeah, I think they're all just electric, right?
I mean, a lot of the RC stuff's electric too, but it's almost kind of more of a nostalgia, like the nitro engines. Like, yeah, they're not as practical. They're hard to maintain. The electrics are actually, I think, I'm not really up on the RC stuff. I was when I was younger, like teenager stuff. I liked playing with that stuff, but I think maybe in today's world, the electric stuff is even, I think, the higher performing probably.
Whoa.
Those like helicopter pilot guys, like the RC helicopters that they do like, you know, crazy. You ever seen those? What they do? It's unbelievable. Upside down, like just the aerobatics they can do.
Yeah, I like watching the one guy on TikTok. He runs through abandoned buildings and shit. It's crazy how he maneuvers that.
With the drone, yeah, that's with drones, yeah.
I don't even think they give you a price for these ones. These even bigger ones. I was looking at it before. You have to basically give them your company name and like apply for like a guy to like a salesman to come and talk to you and set you up, and then they'll give you pricing for what you need.
Call for
But
pricing.
yeah, but dude, look at this one. Here's the big one. This is the real big one. This 600 Pro, no longer in production though. What the fuck? Why not? This thing's got 6 props on it. Oh wait, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 6 props. Matrice 600. Huh. Now, as far as payload, like they've got agriculture drones, and I was like, "What does an agriculture drone do?" Well, they can like spray your crops. That's got to be heavy. I'm sure it makes tons of trips back and forth, but still, yeah, this fucker is big. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 8 props on the thing.
I'm surprised they're not using drones for forest fires. Doesn't that seem like the way to do it? Like just have the drones automatically fly, get water, fly back, dump the water.
They need so much water. Like,
Yeah, but if you got like 1,000 drones, I mean, I know they do helicopter things where they got this thing on it. They'll go to water, pick up the water, fly it over. I mean,
yeah, you would need a huge fleet of drones, and then because you're
yeah, you
pretty
just get
limited on.
couple thousand drones. I mean, dude, they use drones for
I think it'd be,
firework shows now.
yeah, I think it'd be cheaper to just go with the helicopters and those planes that come and scoop water up, because they can get a lot more of it, and stay in the air for longer. These things got to go back and recharge or change batteries. You know, you're getting like 40 minutes of flight time out of them.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
But yeah, this agriculture drone, if you're talking about wanting to carry a large payload, this looks like it probably holds the most weight of what I've seen so far.
They use these in agriculture, like to
spray their crops
for like fertilizing and
yeah, whatever insecticides and whatever else. Yeah,
little Monsanto demon
I
out
don't know.
there
I'm
dropping
just
GMOs.
just looking into it right now.
Use the
Yeah, this thing.
Monsanto. Use the Monsanto drone to show that that water's flat. Perfect.
It looks like you could grab onto this thing and it would take you for a ride. This thing's a beast.
Yeah, that thing's got some lift.
It's still electric, huh? It looks like it has a gas can on the top, no? Or a gas cap?
I doubt it, man. I'm pretty sure it's all electric. I mean, it does have a thing for carrying liquids, but that's for spraying. The thing on top is probably
it's a spray to put your chemicals in. Yeah. 50 kilograms spreading payload, active phased array radar, binocular vision, dual atomized spraying system. Well, yeah, obviously the spraying stuff is not.
50 kilos is a pretty hefty payload for a drone. I mean, it's a pretty. You can definitely carry that ring laser gyro with this thing.
110 pounds.
Yeah, you'd have no problem carrying a ring laser gyro with this one.
Yeah. So I mean, what's the cost of this bad boy? 40 grand, 30?
It's the
it looks pretty advanced. With all the spraying stuff, it looks pretty expensive.
Oh, guaranteed. Anything that's made for commercial, industrial use for enterprise, like it's going to be in the tens of thousands of dollars.
I just looked up about 20 grand. It looks like maybe 26. Yeah, it probably depends on what features you get. This is dronenerds.com. I just Googled it real quick just to kind of see. Oh my God, this one. 57 grand. Oh no. Well, there is some 57 grand number here, but 26. This one's 30. Yeah. This one's 20 grand. Yeah. So it probably might depend on what, add-ons you get. Oh my God, look at these add-ons. $2,500 for an intelligent flight battery, $5 grand for a generator, 13 grand spreading system, a GNSS mobile system, 3,600. So yeah, you can add tens of thousands of dollars of extra features. It looks like.
Yeah, and that's the thing is when you get something like any drone setup, like you do want to have the extra batteries, like at least three batteries, at the bare minimum. You probably, if you're going all this far, you kind of want probably like 5 or 6 batteries. They have these docking stations too, where they can then be programmed to like it's like a home base station, and you can set up multiple base stations in different areas, and it'll go automatically dock itself and charge or switch batteries or whatever and take off again. There's all kinds of things that in most cases it's kind of like you would want that if you were going to go this far.
Whether or not it would be definitive or not to do that, obviously people are going to have different viewpoints on it. It does depend on a lot of equipment. It depends on the ring laser and all this different factors. But I mean, if the ring lasers are able to pick up, pitch and yaw to a very accurate degree, it seems like that would do it. Because I mean, if you were over like a canal that was many, many miles and you had this thing hovering 2 feet over the canal, you know, and it was the proximity sensor was keeping it precisely at that, you know, 2 feet above, and then run it. And if it's just level the whole way with no additional pitch to account for the curvature.
I mean, I don't know if you have to be that close to the water to prove anything, really. It's, you know, what's the difference with it flying 2 feet off the water, or 20 feet off the water, or 200 feet off the water?
My only
Other
thought, I
than-
guess, is to keep it level, like to guarantee that you're traveling upon the water by using some kind of sense, like a proximity sensor, that the drone would keep its distance. That was my idea, because that way you're well, at least to the best degree, that you're tracking along the water. Whatever the shape of the water is, you're tracking exactly along it.
You just basically for visual, like, so that you can see with your own eyes that it's staying level with the water. Like,
well, otherwise, how else would you know? Like, you don't keep the distance because you can't. We don't really want to depend on GPS, so there needs to be some way to, like, you know, track it along the water to be able to measure it, to know that the drone is going right along the water line to see if it's actually curving or not.
Okay, I can jump in here. You can set the GPS to meters above sea level, and that's it. It follows that height.
Yeah, I know, but we don't want to use GPS for this.
GPS?
I wouldn't want to.
yeah, we're talking about buying a $30,000 drone and then not using the smart features.
Yeah, not actually using the half features it has.
How would you deactivate it, though? That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, can't you do it? Like, can't you have it run to a target? I guess, or does that need GPS? But I mean, can you like put a target at the other side of the canal and then the drone will fly all the way to it?
Just what, by optically like viewing the target and trying to run for it? Like, no, like it's all got to be guided. Like it's all GPS guided with these things. To have it, if you wanted to do anything automated, it's all got to be guided through GPS and shit. Like, if you wanted to, you know, just manually control things, yeah, you might be able to shut that stuff off and go to a manual mode. But, how do you know that you're flying in a straight line?
Yeah. Well, then maybe an optical target that it would fly towards, and then an optical sensor that would detect how far it is above the water. That way, it's going all the way to that target in a straight line, and then it's staying above the water at a particular level, and then see if the gyro actually picks up the alleged tilt of the, you know, the curve of the water as it tilts around it. I mean, like I said, it's a similar idea that we were talking about doing it just in an airplane, like just doing it, you know, like to fly a long distance in an airplane and then have all the equipment on it to be able to really try to pick up the gyroscope precession to see if it's actually changing and it's pitch and yaw around a sphere rather than just staying level. Obviously, with a full airplane, though, is, you know, even probably more expense. Depending, though. I mean, I guess if you charter a flight and you have all the equipment. I mean, the thing is, they're already using ring laser gyros in airplanes, so are they just not doing this, basically? Like, they're not actually trying to do this test. They're just using the systems that are all set up through GPS and...
Well, and then, yeah, the ring laser gyro for a payload thing, that might not even be necessary, because guaranteed there is a gyro in these things anyway. So
You know,
Well, what was
if you
the
could
thing?
somehow access, that root data or whatever it is, like of what it's got in there, what it's logging and recording in the flight, or write a secondary piece of software for it to log that information for you. You know, I'm sure there's got to be a way to do all that stuff, or a drone that already does that stuff.
Yeah.
What was the thing? There was this one company that makes all the friggin' ring laser gyros or planes. I can't think of the name of the company.
Honeywell.
Honeywell, that's it. Yeah. And you can't fuck with them or do nothing. Like it's a big deal. Yeah.
Yeah, those systems that are made for like commercial airline. Yeah, it's not something you can just get and, I think it's like a whole contained system that has all the equipment. And yeah, I'm not sure you can just rip it open. It's got like proprietary software and it runs through their whole system. It's like kind of military level of equipment. But the question is, could we utilize some of that for these purposes or not? And what the cost would be, and whether it's even possible to do.
Yeah, I'll just say something. If you're trying to test height changes over long distances using a drone, it does it automatically because the median sea level is international recognized system of measuring heights. So that's it. A drone proves flat Earth.
Yeah, but they're talking about a couple of different like tests that you could possibly do with these things also, like for a physical demonstration actually of the flatness as well. Or, like Jeremy was mentioning, two drones and dropping plumb lines and checking for deviation of plumb, things like that. Like there's a few different ideas of things that you might be able to do with a pair of good drones.
Okay, so we're in Geos now, and it is what time is it? It is 10:52 p.m. my time. Don't know what time it is your guys' time, but we just had the fucking idea, or I had the idea about mediums, and we were discussing earlier on Geos about how sound, right? Somebody made the comment about sounds and about nobody can scream through space. So I made the comment of really that doesn't happen because during the all women spacewalk, we did witness that there were sounds through space and everyone was making jokes, and I thought it was quite hilarious about how, oh, all the women are going to break shit in space. And then all the Globers there were like, well, no, you can't make sounds through space. And I was like, really? Well, here's a fucking link. You can timestamp it, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But here is a link to describe all the arguments that we've had over the years once this all-women spacewalk took place. During that fucking comment section, they were like, oh, well, duh, obviously, the sounds are happening through their spacesuits. And so whatever is happening through their spacesuits, the vibrations outside of that is happening through their spacesuits, which is fucking doesn't make sense because there should be no vibrations through space because it is a vacuum. So how are there all these vibrations through space getting into their spacesuits when it is a vacuum of space? So then we started discussing about vacuums and spacesuits and da-da-da-da-da. And then there is water. Then there is air. Then there is the vacuum of space. So how is it that through water, people move incredibly slow? Then through air, they move faster. Then through the vacuum of space, they move just as slow, as if not slower, than water. How is that possible, Globers? That in quote unquote outer space, there is such a medium that they're moving so slowly through a vacuum of space. How does that make sense? That is the conversation for tonight. How are we going to proceed? Does anyone want to discuss this?
They should be moving faster
No
than
shit.
the water and the air.
What times? You know what? Let me do a timestamp of hashtag spacewalk. And then I'll be able to find it within the chat. It was 10:55 p.m. our time. We'll be able to find this. Like, honestly, yeah. How did nobody ever notice this before? Not just flat earthers, but Globers, anyone within this context of this conversation, that how is it that people in quote unquote outer space are moving just as slow, as if not slower than water, when air is moving super faster than water? It makes no sense whatsoever.
You mean somebody moving in that environment? That's what you mean.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
like, how does that happen?
No, I'm just
how
clearing it
does
up.
that happen? How is it possible? Anybody have anything to say? Nope, nothing.
I don't know if they're here.
Geo, are you here? Because it would be really interesting to see what you think. I don't think he's here. I think it's just a ghost town. Really.
Yeah, a ghost.
It's really
town,
sad, but at least we documented it. This is me saying
life.
this, and they're not going to say anything, but I came up with it. I had a lot to say.
It's a really good like an epiphany. Like, wait,
Yeah.
why haven't we thought that way? Like, why
Yeah.
haven't we questioned why are these guys, because and like we were saying in the other server, like they might be like, well, because the suit is so heavy, but in this
No,
weightless,
you can't do that. Yeah, you can't do that. Why would it be weightless? And that's the thing. Why would it be like, what kind of medium are you talking about? So water is a thick medium, right? Then you have air, which is a less viscosity, a less vacuum than water. It's a less vacuum. and then you're getting a lesser vacuum, but somehow you're moving just as slow, as if not slower than water. That makes
Right.
no fucking sense at all.
I think it's
Anybody
safe to say
want
they're
to
just in
explain
water.
to me how that happened? How does that happen? Anyone? Come at me.
I think they're not going to. They can't. They don't
They
have
can't.
anything.
Nobody can. Nobody
Well,
can. There's nobody
it's
here, but if they were here, they wouldn't be able to. Okay, who just hopped in?
Santiago. Maybe Santiago has some insight.
Maybe Santiago can. Santiago, are you a flat earther or a glober?
I am. I guess you could say I'm a glober, but I'm not.
Okay,
really
perfect.
A shaper.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That no worries. So what I am just coming up with tonight, it was quite an epiphany for me, is that so water, right? Water is a heavy medium. Then we have air. Air is lesser than. You can move faster in it. Then we have space, which is a vacuum, a near vacuum. But they move just as slow, as if not slower, than water. How is that possible?
Wait. Why do they move? Why do you
Wait.
say they move just as slow?
Are they not? Are they not moving as slow, as if not as slow as water? Maybe maybe a little bit faster, maybe a little bit slower. Basically the same as water.
Wait.
So in other words,
But they are in a vacuum. How does that possible?
Santiago. So Santiago.
Yeah.
You've ever watched them train in the water?
Okay.
No, it doesn't. That doesn't even matter.
No. Wait. Hold on. Yeah, it does though. Have
What
you
do you
ever
mean?
watched them train?
Who's they?
Have you?
Well,
The
no.
astronaut.
Hold up.
Wait,
No, let me do it really quick. Let me do it really quick because this is my thing. Okay,
ahead.
Santiago. We have water.
Yeah,
Water is a medium, correct?
It's a denser medium than air. Yes.
Denser than air, right? Then we have air, which is less dense than air. Is space less dense than air?
Space is nothingness, right? It's
Right. So it's less dense than air, correct?
It's populated by molecules.
Is it less dense than air? Yes or no?
Yeah, of course it is. Yes.
Okay, so then why are the fucking spacewalks and every astronaut moving the same as water, if not slower than water? If it is less dense, then how has nobody ever noticed this before? How is it that everything that happens in space moves slower than fucking water? It should be faster than air. No?
Decent question, but okay. First of all,
Decent question. Yeah, it fucking is.
no,
Way
because
fucking decent.
okay, I gotta back you up a little bit. Okay, like the whole NASA stuff, I'm not on board with.
Okay, here we go.
The whole NASA. I mean, you're projecting onto me, but the whole
No,
NASA.
no,
stuff,
I'm not projecting shit.
You
I'm
are
just
because you haven't
speaking
heard me
truth.
out yet. So just take
Go
a
on.
seat. Take a seat and listen for just 2 seconds here. The whole NASA stuff, I'm not on board with. Right? I know that they're doing some mischievous shit.
I don't
right?
care.
Okay, I'm not saying that you do, but what you're talking about within the atmosphere, right? Within air, okay, it basically has no impedance of movement on like your hands or your arms, right?
Dude, try
So-
harder. Just come on. Should it move faster than air or slower than air? It should move faster than air,
It
not
wouldn't move
slower.
fast. It would be pretty much no.
There is no, dude, the fucking vacuum of space should move faster than air, not as the same space as water.
No,
You
I agree
already
with you.
admitted to that earlier.
I
Yeah,
agree
you
with
do
you.
agree with me.
No, I agree with you that it looks like they're moving in water, right? So that's
Oh my
that's a
God.
side point.
But-
the second
but-
thing,
oh, it's a side
the
point.
thing that I disagree with you with is that you should move faster, versus if you were in space or just outside. I don't think that's the case.
What are you even talking about?
You're saying it looks like they're moving slow, right? Like they're in water when they're in space, correct?
They are moving slow, just like they are in water.
Okay, so we agree on that. But I'm
Yeah,
just saying that
already have agreed. You already disagree that it shouldn't look like that. So what are you trying to say?
No, I'm just saying that the whole air and space vacuum thing, there's
Mhm.
really basically no difference in like how somebody should move outside in air or whether they're in space. That's all.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. bullshit.
Okay.
Should be totally different. Should be like, are you fucking kidding me? So there is water, there is air, there are different mediums that people behave differently in because of the fluid that they are moving in. So we have the fluid of water, we have the fluid of air, then we have the fluid of outer space. And for some reason, the fluid of outer space is the same as the fluid of water. How does that make sense?
Shines, you've been talking to Apocryphon for too long. I think.
No, I have not.
a
You
good one-
actually agreed. You know what's super funny is that you agreed with me. You agreed with me like 3 or 4 times. You agreed with me, and now you're gonna say that I sound like a retard because I was talking to
That's
Apocryphon.
not what I'm saying. I'm
How
saying
funny is
I
that?
agree with you, but that you're making.
What do you agree with me on this time?
I'm
This
agreeing
time,
with you
because
on
you
this.
already agreed with me prior. It's all recorded. Which
Are you
which time
recording?
do you? Yeah, no. This entire conversation is always recorded here.
Is it? Yeah. Okay. Well,
Always, always.
I'm just saying that, like, the point that you made about them astronauts, right, looking like they're moving in water and space is a fine point. They do, right? I'm not saying anything else about that. All I'm saying that's interesting to me, right? The next thing that I'm saying is tagging along with something else you said, which is that just because the medium is different, right? That is the important part. It's like the air in the atmosphere when you go outside and you walk around. That medium is not so much different from what an astronaut experiences in space. So you can't just say just because the medium is like, 1% different that your
Oh,
whole
1%? 1% different.
Yeah.
It's only a
pretty much.
1% difference.
Probably, yeah, or
So you're
less.
saying okay, so now you're saying that outer space versus air
Yeah.
is only a 1% difference.
Yeah,
That's it.
compared to
No
like the
biggie.
force of friction when you're in a medium, like a liquid. Yeah.
You have got to be fucking kidding. Are you new here? You're saying it's only a 1% difference
Or
between
less. Yeah.
water,
I would
between
not- I would
air,
not-
between outer space?
Yeah.
Just stop. I mean, it's just fucking hilarious at this point.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying, and if you disagree, you have to tell me why.
If that was Santiago, if that was the case, then
Yeah.
you're saying that a jet can fly Mach 33 with a 1% difference of atmosphere. You do realize how like that doesn't sound right, right?
Well, when you're traveling really fast through a medium, right? It's all about what's hitting you, right? And that's the force of friction.
And there's
So
no
when you're
friction,
traveling,
right? Yeah, there's no friction. But you're saying that there's a 1% difference from the no friction to the lot of friction. And she's saying in the air.
no, you're muddling this whole thing.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Nobody's muddling anything.
Right.
It already happened. And what's even funnier is that you actually already said, yeah, that is a big fucking discrepancy. You already said, yeah, that is a major problem.
No,
it was
I didn't.
already yeah, it
That's
was
not-
already actually on fucking audio, which is pretty funny. You were like, yeah, that actually is like, oh my gosh, I
Why are
didn't think
you
about
why are
that.
you attacking me, Shines? That's
I'm not
all about
attacking
this.
you. I'm just
You are.
point
You are.
blank
I came in here
saying
just to have a
it already
conversation,
happened.
and
I'm
you've been trying to
legitimately
use me
only
for your
telling
own,
you. I
ridiculous.
am legitimately only telling you that it already happened on audio. You didn't know that it
Whatever.
happened. That isn't attacking you. That's
Whatever.
informing
No,
of what has already occurred.
No, you're not having a good conversation, right? You've just been
Okay.
trying to like
Yeah.
pull a trump card every time, right?
Okay.
That's all. That's
Okay,
on
so-
you, though. That's on you
so-
because that's not what I'm doing. Go on.
So just real quick, Santiago. So I posted 2 videos. One when they're practicing in the water, and then one when they're doing this work on a spacewalk, quote unquote. If you earnestly watch them,
I've watched those videos, man. Yeah.
you'll see that they move relatively at the same speed. Yes or no?
Well, dude, I've watched these videos, right? I've taken the time to look into this kind of thing, right?
All right,
In my own life, not just because like you guys have said this. I did
Yeah,
this
yeah, yeah.
before you guys, ever tried
Brought
to
it up.
attack me, right?
Right.
And I'm saying that, like,
You agreed. You said out the
I'm
gate.
saying that I agree, right? It is
Yeah.
interesting.
I'm there with you.
It's
too.
interesting. But I'm just pointing out ways that you're also wrong.
Right. So the way that you're saying that it's wrong is, what does that have to do with
It doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't. It has to do with the point where somebody was trying to make a point that if you're in a different medium like space or air, you should be moving faster in space, and that's not the case. That's wrong. You would be moving basically the same exact speed in space as you were in air because the difference is the difference is negligible. It's not like being in water versus being in air. You're in space versus being in air.
Whoa.
Dude, do you hear what you're saying?
Wait.
It's
Hold on.
amazing.
If
Nobody gets this. It's amazing.
If you have nothing, okay. So let me put it this way: if you're standing in front of me, and I pull my hand up to slap you across the face, now if I'm in the water, it's not gonna hurt you, right? Because the water is it's gonna be a slow motion.
Slow. They don't get it.
But in the air, I still have resistance, but I can still smack you, and it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, and then imagine
No,
being in
I'm-
outer
what I'm
space where it
saying,
would
I don't
happen
think you guys
even.
get it.
Hold up, stop. Where
No,
if
I'm not
you're
gonna
in
stop. I'm
out,
just saying-
hold
I'm just
up,
saying that air
stop. Just
resistance for
stop
your
for a
hand
second.
is
Just
negligible.
stop. Can
It's
you just
negligible,
stop?
Dr. Vaughn. It
Can you
wouldn't really-
just
it doesn't
stop?
actually make a
Can you
difference.
stop talking for fucking
Okay.
2 seconds? Just listen to me. So in
No.
water, if I were to try to slap somebody, it would be
I
super
know, but
slow
I'm not talking
motion.
about water.
Then in air, then in air, it would be faster. Then if you were in outer space, there's no medium. It should be even fucking quicker.
And
But
I'm
yet
saying-
we
I'm
are
saying-
shown videos of people walking around in space like it is slow, like in water. Why is this happening?
That's a
It
separate
should
point.
be faster. No, it's not a separate point. That is my initial point from the fucking beginning. That
Okay.
is my point.
Okay.
How the fuck
I-
is it that we
I
are
agreed with you
witnessing
on that. I
people
agreed with you
moving
that-
around super fucking slow? That has been my point.
That's a
That has
different
been my
conversation.
point.
It's a
From
different
no, it's not a different conversation. It is what I have said from the fucking beginning.
So
This is
do
my
you want
point.
to talk about whether
Holy shit.
do you want to talk about whether you're in air versus space, right? And what should be faster, right? If you slap somebody,
Dude, my point
I'm not
from
done.
the
I'm not done.
fucking
I'm not done.
beginning
I'm not done.
has
Shines,
been about outer space.
Shines,
And
please.
why are we shown something that is super fucking slow
Okay.
when it should be
Okay.
sped up?
I hear you.
So then argue that, because
Okay.
that has been my
That's
argument
what I'm
since
telling
the
you. I'm
beginning.
saying you should just
It
argue
should be
that.
faster.
I'm saying
That
you
is
should
what I'm
argue.
arguing. That's what I've been arguing.
Okay,
And
but
you keep trying to
but
change
then
it and
go
say that I'm not
away.
arguing that.
Jumped
Want me to
on
speed
what
it
you
up?
said also,
Would
right? He
would
said-
speeding it up make it fucking quicker for you?
No.
Because I'm trying to tell you that if it were outer space, it should be faster, not slower. It should be faster than fucking air. It should be faster than water. It should be faster than fucking anything. All of these videos from outer space, quote unquote, even in the
Right.
space station, everything should be fucking quick as fuck, not slower. It doesn't make sense for them to be slower. It should be quicker. And that is my fucking point.
Fair enough.
Try
fair enough.
harder.
I'm not trying hard. I'm listening to you, man. So look, I agreed with that point. The point that, just to finish this, the point that I disagree with Apocryphon, just to come back to what you were saying, if you slap somebody in space and you slap somebody on Earth, there's going to be a negligible difference. It's not like
Bullshit.
It's
Bullshit.
not just
Bullshit.
because
Bullshit.
you're
No,
in
no,
space
no. It would
that,
be
like-
fucking different because the person in space would be quicker than the person on Earth. And that is what he is talking about, which is the point that I fucking brought up. The
Right,
point
good
that
luck,
I brought up is that what happens in outer space, it's a different medium.
Here's-
It is smoother. It
Hey,
is less than.
Hey,
It should be
Shines.
quicker.
Hey, Shines. Here's the point, Santiago. How do you? Okay, I hear what you're saying. It's negligible, right? But
Thank you.
now hold on. No, I'm only walking down this road with you because I want to point something out to you.
I know. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, if it's negligible, but now underwater, I slap you real slow, it barely hits you. In the air, I slap you really hard. You're like, you piece of shit. Now we're in space. All of a sudden, it's real slow again, like water.
Dude, we shouldn't have to take it this
Hold on.
fucking
Wait,
slow.
Shines. Hold on. I'm not done. So now you're saying
I'm not.
it's Oh, wait, hold on.
He
hold on.
is.
I'm not saying no.
Oh,
I'm
wait,
not.
wait,
are.
fucking a, god damn it! Hold on,
Dude, I'm not
you
talking about.
wait.
I'm not
You
talking
said
about astronauts being slow in space.
you
You
okay.
are.
No,
But
that is
that's
a
the
different
but
question.
that's your contention because you're saying that if they're
He
in
is.
space, it's negligible
He
to
is.
the air. You
He's saying
said
that
you
he
literally
doesn't.
said that. It's
Dude, you guys
recorded.
He
are so
does.
close.
Exactly.
You're
That's my
so close.
fucking point. Like it's fucking
You
so
haven't even.
silly.
You've taken
My
what I said
God.
and twisted it around. You
Nobody
really
has
haven't even
twisted
listened to
anything that
any
you have
statement I
said
made.
at all. Nobody has twisted anything. What you were saying is that people in outer space would have negligible fucking slap parameters to somebody on their like no.
That's right.
It should fucking legitimately be so fucking quick. Their slap should be so much fucking faster and harder than any fucking slap
Right, because
on
there's
Earth
no
or
resistance.
on Earth or underwater. It should
Correct.
be like fucking boom, slap better than on Earth or underwater.
Right.
Look,
And
you
yet
And
guys,
there's
we are
no
witness, and
resistance.
you
yet,
guys are going
and
nowhere with
yet, and yet, no, because you've already admitted to it. You've already admitted to what I fucking discovered tonight that yes, it should be fucking faster. It should be quicker. It should be everything. Everything that we're witnessing that they are showing us in space is going so fucking slow when it
Right.
should be so fucking fast.
Right. I don't
It
know
should
who
be
you're arguing with.
faster.
I don't know who you're
My
arguing.
God.
No, really, though.
It's
Like the
amazing.
first thing I said was that I think that that's interesting, right? And I agree with you that they should
Yeah,
be like
it
moving
is,
water in
isn't
space.
it?
No, yeah,
Yeah.
but Shines, but you've continued to talk to yourself the whole time.
Oh, have I talked to just myself?
Yes,
That's all I've
you're
talked
not
to?
even talking to me.
Really? Really?
Yeah, because
Mm.
I agreed with you multiple times. You just want to argue.
Does it matter whether I talk to myself? Because I'm pretty sure that I'm on point right now. So I don't care if I talk to myself or I talk to you or I talk to anybody else, but
You're
I'm pretty
definitely not
sure
on
that what
point
I'm
right
saying
Hey,
is pretty
I
on
do have
fucking point.
You're
I
not.
do have a all right, Santiago, I do have a quick question though. When you said that
Okay,
it's
fine.
when
What?
when you said that it's negligible, can you at least then explain then how is it equivalent to the water if it should be less than the air? Like how does that get flipped? Go ahead. In your
When I say that it's negligible, I'm not talking about NASA videos and what they show us from space. That's a different conversation. I'm just saying that like the comparison of things moving faster in space versus air is ridiculous. It's
Okay,
redundant.
okay.
Hey, wait, hold on. Remember when we first talked about this, like, I don't know, like maybe 10 minutes ago, and I said that things that were in space should be moving faster than things in air versus
Yeah.
things in water, and you agreed with that?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Remember that? Remember that? So what the
I
fuck do
believe
you
I
have to
said
say
that
after
I believe
that?
I said what I've been repeating this whole time, but go on.
Oh my God, it's amazing. Do you remember that?
I responded to your question. Now, what else do you want to say about this? Because Shines,
Holy shit.
you just want to argue with somebody, I think.
No, I want to prove a fucking point, and you already proved it 20 minutes ago. You already fucking proved it. But you all of a sudden want to act like, oh, I'm just talking to myself and I don't know what I'm talking
You are.
about.
You
You
are.
legitimately
Because you
already
didn't
fucking agreed with me.
you didn't
You
even
already
listen to me. You
agreed.
didn't even
You
listen to what I said.
already agreed with me. You already agreed with me 20 fucking minutes ago and was like, that's spot on. That's a
Then
fucking
why are you
interesting
arguing
point.
with me, Shine? Then why are you
Exactly.
arguing?
So why are you arguing with
I'm not.
yourself,
So
homie?
well
Like, it's
Santiago,
amazing.
you kind of changed it.
Amazing. Amazing.
Santiago, you agree that
You guys
things
are
would
not fun to talk to. You guys aren't
well
like interested in having a good conversation. So
I'm
I'm
trying
not.
to have a conversation. I'm saying that you agreed that things would be going faster in space than in the air, but then you said, but it's negligible. Now,
Well, I mean, yeah, because they claim they go like what 25,000 miles an hour in space. I mean, they claim
Hold on.
unbelievable speeds.
Geo.
You know how hard it is to go through the water.
Hold on,
You know how
Geo.
much more medium. Yeah,
Geo,
yours shines
did you
on
hear?
point.
Did you hear what I said at the very beginning of this was about
Yeah.
the medium, right? What
Yeah.
I just realized tonight, the difference between water, between air, between space. How the fuck are they moving slow as fuck when what the fuck? Like, okay, So we have water. They're moving super slow. Then we have air. That's less of a fucking vacuum. Then we have the fucking outer space, and all of a sudden they're moving worse as fucking water. My God. And he agreed with me, and now he's trying to talk shit like he doesn't agree with me. It's amazing.
I never
It's
changed my
so
position
classic.
whatsoever.
Yeah, you
I never
did.
changed my
Yeah, you
position
did.
whatsoever.
It's
You're just,
amazing.
I can just
It's so
clearly see
amazing.
that you're not like a worthwhile person to converse with.
Okay, yeah. Whatever helps you sleep at night, homie.
I'm chilling.
Whatever helps you
I'm
sleep
chilling.
at night.
I've never changed my position on any of this. We can have that conversation if you want.
Well,
But
here's the thing though. Even
get there because Shine,
right.
you're essentially just
Dude,
dragging
try
us into
harder, dude. Whatever helped you sleep at night, you're really not looking good right now. You already admitted to what I said was fucking factual and true,
I'm
and
here
now
to
you're
have
trying
interesting conversations,
to
Shine.
say a different story.
I'm here to
Then
have interesting
try
conversations,
harder.
not just
Then
hear
try
about
harder.
whatever the hell
Then try
we
harder.
thought of tonight. Okay.
All right. Well, let me
good.
jump in and say this. So you were saying that if it's the same on Earth or it's very negligible between Earth and space.
That's just a simple science.
Okay. Hold on. Yeah. Let me finish, man. Let me finish. Okay. If you're saying that, let's just take that for a minute. So why is it that they're moving? Why is it that they're moving slower in space than they do on Earth? If it should be the same or much quicker, of course, because there's no air.
Right. And so I said, Shines, I'm going to tell you again, I said from the get-go, I've looked into this myself, right? I do not believe that what NASA's showing us is like the correct information.
That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for you being fucking
Well, I mean, the
honest.
mainstream
Oh my
explanation.
God.
So one of the mainstream explanations for it is they use Newton's first law. Every object in motion stays in motion unless acted on by another force. So they try to claim that because everything is so reactive, if you push something, it'll just shoot away. Therefore, you have to move slowly. That's kind of what they say. And then the moon stuff, they try to say it's 1/6 gravity. But they try to, but I mean, if you're not on the moon, okay, that's 1/6 gravity. But still, why are they moving so slow though?
Right.
If it's 1/6, if it's 1/6, you would bounce off the ground a little more, but you would be moving. There's no air.
So fast. It would be so fucking fast.
You could throw.
How has nobody talked about this before?
I know. You could throw. You could chuck a baseball from someone. If they were really playing golf, the ball would be shooting through the air. Absolutely. I mean, they claim that these rocket ships.
Hold up, Gio. I legitimately just realized this tonight, and I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Like, we were talking about mediums. I can't remember. I think we were talking to ET about some shit or whatever, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? Mediums? Like, how are we not discussing the fact that in that medium, if it was a zero fucking vacuum, I think it had to do with the voices in space or whatever happened earlier with fucking all these fools in chat or whatever. Like, what the fuck is going on? It should be so fucking fast. It should be quick as fuck. But yet it is slow as water, if not slower. What the fuck is going on?
That's not really the case.
That is exactly what is going on.
It isn't really.
That is exactly what is happening. Oh, so you're telling me people in outer space are moving slow?
Do you remember have you seen the floppy door, Shines? When it's a door that's it looks like it's waving and what? You guys, let's not talk over each other, please. Just give each other a little time here, a little space to talk because it's getting a bit much.
I have seen that.
Okay. Anyways, the one door. Oh, Noah's here. You should tell Noah this. Actually,
yeah, I love him. Yeah,
but because I want to hear you describe it again, and I want to hear Noah's thoughts. But I'll just say the door. It's called the flappy door or whatever, and it looks like it's in water. It's going so slow. Why would that be the case? Zero atmosphere, zero air, and it would be less friction. And they claim these rocket ships go 17,000 miles an hour to the ISS, 25,000 miles an hour to the moon. They claim all these speeds. Can you imagine what medium to even be able to go that fast? And then they're up there like it's water. What the F?
I know.
Backwards.
So Noah, what we're talking about is I had this epiphany tonight, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Like, okay, so we're talking about mediums earlier today in Geo's. We were talking about the fucking all women's shit where they did the all women's walk or whatever, and somebody in comment chat said something about you can never scream in space. Nobody would ever hear you scream in space, whatever that quote is from that movie. And I was like, nah, actually you can hear sounds in space. Like, I know that from the all women's walk because I watched that live on Facebook Live. And it like all these fucking Globers were like fucking women breaking the ISS, like whatever. It was super funny. Like everybody was making these funny ass jokes about women breaking the ISS, whatever, because it was an all women's walk. And in my mind, as you know, a quote unquote flat earther, I was like, well, I'm wondering how we can hear this shit. Like, how are we able to hear the sound, right? And so I posted in chat like that actually you can fucking hear shit in space. And then all the Globers were like, no, you can't hear anything in space. It will never be heard. It would never be heard. And I was like, well, here's the women's walk. And it was like an 8-hour fucking video. And I was like, fuck, I can't find the clip of it, whatever. But then I did another little search and I found the thing where they made a comment about how it could be heard that, you know, these things were heard because it didn't only happen with women. It also happened with another guy that was out on the walk or whatever, some dude named Kevin. And what they said was
Kevin.
because their microphones inside of their suits, whatever vibrations happened outside of them, then it was heard inside of the suit, right? And to me, like I sent that as the comment, and I still have the same argument. After I sent it to them, of course, all of the fucking Globers were just like, oh yeah, of course, like, duh, didn't you know? Did you even read what you fucking posted? Of course, that's the fucking answer, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, you guys are fucking retards. Like, if it's a vacuum of space, how is the vibration even happening to reach the suit to create that sound? Like, that doesn't even fucking make sense. Like, that's fucking retarded. And then from that fucking thought, I was like, oh my God. So we have water. That's a thick ass viscosity. Then we have air. That's a less viscosity. Then we have outer space. That's a even less viscosity. What the fuck? How are they even moving as slow as they're moving, let alone that a fucking vibration from something that they click on can hit their fucking suit to create a sound? How are they even moving slower than they are on Earth? What the fuck, you guys? How are they moving slower than on Earth? How are they moving slower than on Earth? You guys,
Moving
how are
slower
they
on
moving
Earth because they
slower?
basically slowed down the video, didn't they? They just you can
Dude,
see it.
you guys,
Yeah.
how are they moving slower than
Like
on
when they were
Earth?
on that beach buggy, if you just slow down the
Holy
video to
shit.
like half speed, then
Carlos,
it just looks normal.
Carlos,
I mean, if
do
you
you
just speed it up,
you
right?
guys, hold on, just stop for a second. Do you guys actually really get this? So if people are moving in water and it's a thick fucking medium, then in water you're trying to walk, you know, you walk. Then you're in outer space. It's less
Yeah, you've got
than fucking
resistance,
air.
right?
There is no, but they're moving slower as if in water or slower.
Yeah, so
What the fuck is going
you hit
on,
the nail on the
homie?
head. Yeah, it's
What the
exactly
fuck?
right.
Holy shit. You fucking idiots. What the fuck have we been talking about this whole fucking time? What the fuck? Like, it's fucking retarded as shit.
But I
And
wonder,
they're
even
gonna
in
try
an
and argue,
environment where
oh,
there is
they bumped
even in an
something, so it
environment
was
where there is
heard.
atmosphere. So, like on the vomit
Yeah.
comet, I wonder if things move quickly when they're floating around in a vomit comet, even though there is atmosphere.
Yeah, but
I'm
they're
just
still
letting y'all
they're still
know
but they're
it's not
still
happening.
inside of it though. They're still inside. They're not on the outside. That's the problem. They're not.
Right? Yeah,
They're
yeah,
still on
yeah.
the inside. They're still adherent to the the atmosphere of the plane. Of the
Exactly. Yeah.
But
And the so-called different
so this
gravity.
so this was the epiphany that Shines had tonight, which is fucking awesome. Like, dude, what I personally I don't ever recall anyone talking about this. I was like even going back to like
Nobody ever has. That's
Nathan Oakley's
like, what
show.
the
Like I'm like, dude,
fuck?
they never really talked about this. No one's ever talked
Fuck
about it.
you guys, homies.
Yeah, I mean, like in the
Where are we at?
spacewalks, like they train for the spacewalks underwater, and then the real spacewalks look like they're underwater.
Dude,
But the medium should be
medium.
way less because they claim they're going like 17,000 miles an hour. Why are they? Yeah, why is it all
It's
slow?
amazing. It's amazing. How do we never think of this before? How do
I
we
mean-
never think about the medium? They should be so fucking quick. What
Can I
the
ask
fuck?
a question?
It's amazing.
I mean, they claim that they do claim that like Newton's first law, every motion has an equal and opposite reaction. Every every object in motion has an equal and opposite reaction. So they claim that as to where like but that still doesn't actually completely explain why it's so actually slow.
The only way it could ever fucking work is if they were like, okay, there is something to do with gravitational pull, and then therefore, because of the medium, outside of this medium, then therefore this or that. They would have to come up with some mathematical fucking equation that even though it is in a fucking vacuum, it is behaving more like it is underwater than where it is. They say
that the gravity is less.
This is something.
They say the gravity is less, right? And because the gravity is less, that means things aren't going to fall at the same rate.
Never mind. Forget it.
I asked for a question 2 people ago, so I'm gonna go real quick between Carlos, real quick, because I asked 2 people ago. So you were saying something about hearing vibrations or whatever. I didn't quite understand.
Okay, that was way earlier. The hearing the vibrations came from, that's how this whole entire epiphany came about, is that this conversation started with somebody talking about people screaming in space, right? That quote from, I think it was like Aliens or whatever. And then from that quote, I mentioned how, well, we can hear sounds in space because of the all women's walk, because I remembered listening to that all women's walk and remembered like hearing people talk shit like in the chat room of Facebook while I was watching it, and sounds being made, and they're like, oh fuck, women are ruining the ISS, and I was laughing my ass off like, oh shit, but at the same time I was like, oh shit, but I can hear shit, but I was also like,
wait, this is where I need the question.
Okay.
How what is the all women's? Are you just talking about a bunch of women walking on asphalt? Wouldn't I be able to hear that?
So the all women's walk is the first time, it was like 3 years ago, that it was the first time that it was only all women did a spacewalk. And when those all women, it was just women doing a spacewalk, people were on Facebook watching it, and we were laughing at the fact that we could hear sounds. And we were like, holy shit, like they're gonna fucking ruin the ISS because they're banging this shit up. And it was funny.
It's because, okay, I'll tell you why that happened, by the way, Shines. Because their bags, like, they kept like just letting them flop. Yeah, no, I'm telling you right now.
Stop, because we were going to.
Can I fucking finish?
No,
Shut the fuck up,
what
Shines.
you're
Let me
doing
finish.
is a
Let me
lie.
finish. I saw the
Go ahead.
video. I saw the video.
Okay, I will
Look
finish
at,
it then.
so,
Go ahead.
okay, yeah. Let me finish and you can finish. Look at their bags, their bags and their tools and their lanyards. They constantly like move around. If you watch the video, they're constantly moving around and they're constantly hitting the side of the fucking ISS. So they don't have they're not really controlling their bag and their lanyards. So it's hitting over and over and over again. Go ahead, Shines, finish.
Yeah. Okay. So with them hitting over and over and over again, people like Globers would say that no sounds can be heard no matter what in outer space, right? Which they say that they actually are in. And then they claim that these sounds are only heard because they're heard within side of their spacesuits. Because their spacesuits are actually vacuum sealed and they are not a vacuum, right? They actually have this air contained within them, and that sounds can actually be heard, that any vibration outside of that would be heard within it. And this is where the fucking argument ended today, even within this chat. Again, that these Globers were like, did you not even read the fucking chat? Did you not read what these people wrote? Of course, yeah, because, you know, it's what's inside of their fucking spacesuit. And so I said, okay, cool. Really? So something that has no fucking vacuum outside of it, no fucking vibrations outside of it, somehow has a vibration that knocks into that suit that somehow creates a sound? Like, are you fucking retarded? And through that thought, and through that thought is what led me to the thought where I was like, oh my God, holy fucking shit. Like, this is no vacuum. Then there is air.
No,
then
like
there is water.
Apocryphon should know.
Like, why are these people moving so fucking slowly through something that has no medium. If there is no medium that they are moving through, it should be fucking quicker than air, quicker than water. So why are they moving just as like they're slow as air or slow as water?
Exactly, like
It makes no
Apocryphon
fucking
should know, because Apocryphon's in the civil engineering and building industry. He should know there's a product which is
Stop.
soundproofing. There's a
He's
soundproofing board. It's like a gypsum board, and it's
Yeah.
basically soundproof when
Yep.
you're doing building, and you cannot hear on the other side of the room. And
Jesus
Absolutely.
the
Christ,
space
you don't
space
even
itself
understand
is
what
going
I'm
to be,
talking about or what is
yeah,
even going on. Just calm.
Shines, calm down. He's
Person
actually
doesn't.
like agreeing with. Come on,
No, he's
like
not.
he's like, yes, he
He's
I
is.
am. I'm
talking.
agreeing
Oh
with you,
my
Shine.
God,
Just
Shines,
listen.
calm down,
Shine,
Shines.
I'm
Like, you,
agreeing with you.
don't
Just
worry,
listen.
don't worry. You got your glory. Just chill. It's
And there's
okay.
nothing
We
about
okay.
glory
We
here, my
okay. We okay. Hold on. Chill
thank
out. Chill
God.
out.
There's
Let
nothing
let
glory.
him talk. He's actually agreeing with you. He's saying that there. You keep just cutting people off. Calm down.
Yeah, yeah. I'm saying that basically space itself, space in between the two astronauts, is acting like a sound barrier. It's like gypsum board. It's like a soundproofing. There's no way that sound can travel through that. Yeah.
Right. So like if exactly.
Yeah,
So if you
totally
take
against what I said.
okay, no, it's not. God damn it. Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you why it has nothing to do
Go
with
ahead
that's
and
against you.
try. Go ahead and try.
Yes. Blame you right now because you're being stupid. But so listen, he's saying
It's
that
not.
Gibson.
Go ahead.
He's saying like Gibson board is like where sound can't pass through that. And he's trying to relate it. He's actually agreeing with you, but for some fucking reason you're crazy right now. He's saying that you're saying you're saying that hold on, you're saying God damn it, Shines. Chill out.
Calm
You're saying
down, Apocryphon.
but you're not letting me finish. So you're saying that there's a medium in space that the ballers believe in to where that sound shouldn't be traveling through. And all he's saying is it's just like Gibson board. So guess what, Shines? If there was Gibson board between me and you can hear me, then something's not fucking right because you shouldn't be hearing me. And he's agreeing with you because you're absolutely right. You shouldn't be hearing clangs and bangs on the ISS if there is something between your ears and even your spacesuit and the ISS itself, because it's this medium is not allowing that sound to propagate to vibrate to even become a sound. But that's the whole point. He was agreeing with you.
Oh,
That's all I'm
really? Is
saying.
that what he said? Well, I think you just said a whole
Yes.
bunch of what he
That's
wanted to say.
exactly what I said. Space
Of
is a
course you have.
sound barrier between the two astronauts.
Exactly. He was agreeing with you, Shines. God damn.
Yeah,
I think
and so
you're too
he thinks
defensive.
whole
You're
sound
all right though.
between all astronauts. Okay.
Yes, he was agreeing with you. He's saying that
No,
you're
he's
right. You shouldn't be
Yeah,
hearing
I
things.
said the vibration won't be able to travel through space, just like you said. It's like a sound barrier.
Right.
There's
Well,
no way that the sound could get from astronaut to astronaut when there's space in the middle.
Space
Correct.
is a perfect insulator.
there we go.
There you go. Exactly. It
It's a
stops all sound from
insulator.
traveling, right?
Apocryphon just agreed that space is a Riggs. Did you just hear that? Apocryphon just agreed with you because he's so wrapped up in disagreeing. Like it's
He's
insulator.
Riggs is right. Riggs is right.
Is he? Is he?
Rick,
It's a
yes, he
perfect
said it's
insulator, huh?
you know what an insulator is?
Yeah, I know exactly what a fucking insulator is,
Okay,
and space is definitely not one.
Well,
It's not a
the
perfect
medium they claim it
insulator.
to be a vacuum
My
is an insulator.
God.
So-
Wait,
My
Shines, why are you so
because what it does
defensive?
is it prevents transfer of energy.
Exactly. Shines, I think you're just
Jesus
so
Christ.
defensive right now.
So
You're not
like
even
if you
realizing.
have a
I
if you
think
have one of
you're
those
so
Everyone's
heated.
agreeing with you. It's
those
so weird
coffee
right now.
cups,
You
those
need to
insulated
calm down.
coffee cups, the stainless steel ones, they have
Exactly.
they pull a vacuum before they seal that so that it doesn't transfer heat and your shit stays cold or hot.
Correct. So the by definition, when you say that if space is like an insulator, that means that it's not going to allow anything to go through it. You know, with the lack of better words.
How do you know that? How do you know that, Apocryphon? How do you know that space would have nothing go through it?
Because that's what they say. They say that
because that's what they say. So you believe that? Do you know that? Just like we knew what was
Yes.
going on in
Yeah.
space prior, and we
Well,
just
no, we
idea.
use it here. Like that's not.
Right.
It's
That's
not a
exactly
Yeah,
claim. It's something we use.
exactly,
It's a fact that
exactly.
here.
Here on
It's
Earth,
okay.
that would make sense. Here
Okay.
on Earth, that would make sense. Out in
Okay.
outer
Okay.
space, no.
Okay.
Well, there's two topics here, though. There's the sound wave thing, but then there's also the movement, like why they look like they're underwater. So these aren't these separate things, like because
There
the
are
way
two.
sound wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are two different. Yeah. But they both like stand true though.
There
They
is a
both have a
there is a
point.
fucking difference. There is a difference. Let's just go there.
But also, but for the astronaut inside the spacesuit, any movement, any friction would create a noise chamber inside the actual suit itself. And if they didn't have earplugs, it'd be fucking loud as hell.
Dude, no matter
Right.
fucking what we fucking figured out tonight is that it would be fucking different. It would not be like water. It would not be like air. It would be faster than fucking air. These people would be moving around quicker than fucking lightning speed rather than how they are moving on fucking Earth, how they are moving on water. That is the topic of what we were talking about.
And another thing, Carlos, is that the noises that we're talking about when they're walking, and then someone said like, "Oh, it's the vibrations through the suit," but there's a point where the lanyard, the metal part of the lanyard, it hits the rail, and you hear it. It goes ding.
That doesn't
The
even
rail-
matter. It doesn't even
Shines,
matter.
fucking A, Shines, chill the fuck
Oh,
out,
for 2
Shines.
seconds,
Goddamn.
Apocalypse, shut up.
Chill.
Because this was
You
my
chill.
argument. No, you
It doesn't
chill.
matter. Okay, I'll tell you. I'll
Oh
tell you.
my God. Do I need to fucking mute his ass? Okay, thank you. Because what the conversation was earlier this evening was talking about how things were heard through fucking space, right? And what I had said
Fuck
was
yeah.
all of these different arguments, blah 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 blah, people being heard, screaming through space, blah blah, blah, like, and then the Globers were like, "Oh, well, you post." I posted a link after I posted the whole entire women's walk shit, and I was like, "Well, this is the one link that I can fucking find." They all said that no sound could be heard through space. Nothing could ever be heard through space. Then I posted the link earlier tonight. You can look up Shines. It will be fucking shut up. It will be shown. And what happened was in that link, all the Globers were like, "Yup, see." What happened was
Fuck
is
yeah,
that
post that link.
it's a fucking vibration, and the vibration is what causes everyone to hear that fucking sound. So really what it was the vibration that through that outer space into the suit, that the suit then heard that contacted that vibration, and then they heard the sound. And I was like, it must be easy to be a fucking Glober to believe that this vibration happened outside of the fucking suit to then hit the suit, for then the suit to then hear the fucking vibration. Like, are you fucking retarded? There is no fucking medium outside of that suit. How is outside of that suit having a vibration so fucking strong that it's then therefore creating a vibration through the suit to create a
like
sound?
show this video, or are we just gonna keep talking about it?
Hey,
No
Shines,
fucking
have you seen the Joe Rogan talk about his hallucination tank, or like his isolation tank?
No, I have not.
Yeah, he brags about it all the time. It's basically like this little saltwater pool that you just like get inside and then you close it and it's pitch dark, and it's like super salty, so you just kind of like float on top of the water, and it feels weird, and you have like hallucinations because there's no sound, and you can hear your own heartbeat, you can hear your fucking brain like move and shit. Like, you just start tripping out because you're just left there with your thoughts like floating, and you don't feel yourself floating. It just feels like you're like all the tension in your body has just been let go. And I wonder if I'm out in space and I'm in a perfect insulator, if I can hear my own heartbeat and I start to hallucinate. How come they never mention that? It's basically the same experience.
Not to mention claustrophobia.
Yeah. And
You're talking about like
stench.
sensory deprivation.
Yeah, exactly.
Holy fucking shit, Riggs. It is amazing what you can do. It truly is amazing.
Oh, I know.
And I actually bow down to you because I witness you and I see it. And that was fucking classic. Thank you for that. That was
No
great.
problem.
Yep.
But it does like make you think, right? Like,
Yeah, it
here's
does
like
make
this profound
it
experience
makes you
that
think who the fuck is thinking what? And who can think what? What is actually happening? Who thinks what? And who wants to stay on the track of one conversation or another? What actually is going on? Go ahead. Keep on.
where
Okay, so besides the the no medium on the moon and they can move faster, what would the other action be, since the gravity is supposed to be less? Would things fall slower, but everything else, if it's kicked into motion, would it move faster?
Yeah, see, so it's not even about the moon, it's about everything. The
Yeah, just
media,
using the moon as an analogy
you don't even need to use the moon. Like
or some
we're talking about
examples.
from water to air into outer space, right? Outer space, quote unquote. So water, air, outer space. And all of a sudden in this outer space, they are moving the same way that they are moving in water. How does that happen? How does that happen? How does it happen that they move the same way as in water into a lesser dense medium, right? Than air. All of a sudden, they move into a lesser dense medium than water, than air.
Well, they
But they're
had to,
moving like
because the
they're
only
in
way that they could replicate it for us visually to
Exactly.
see would
Exactly.
be to do it in a swimming
There you
pool,
go. There
and
you go.
and that's how they proved, that's how they showed
Exactly.
people floating around, right? That's the only
Yeah, they
way.
cannot fucking do it. Like, how the fuck all of a sudden are they going from moving like they're in water to moving like they're in air to all of a sudden moving like they're in water again? But they're saying they're in a lesser dense medium. You guys, how the fuck does that happen? I can't be the only one that has just realized this. For fuck's sake. It's quite fascinating. They have to move faster. The answer is they have to move faster.
Well, yeah,
Well,
like I was saying,
exactly.
I mean, they claim that you see a rocket like lumbering up in the air, it's going whatever speed it's going, and then they claim that thing goes up once it goes into quote unquote outer space, it starts going 17,500 miles an hour, or they claim the 25,000 mile an hour escape velocity. That is so fast. You know how hard it is to go fast underwater? That's the whole point. That's why your movement is so slow, is because it's so hard to move fast. Like, you can't even move your hand like, you can kind of move it quick through water, but it's way slowed down. So
yeah, they can't fucking do it. This is what I'm talking. Like, I don't understand how I just realized this and nobody's realized it prior.
No,
Media.
it's a good point. It's a good point.
It's
It's
a
like,
fucking great fucking point. It is a
yeah, it's like
huge
that's
point.
why they had to go with the
The
vacuum idea,
point
because
that
they had to make us think it was like empty
it is
space,
it is
not just space.
legitimately a point that is like, what the fuck is going on? Mediums,
And
water,
think about this.
air. It has to be lesser than.
about
Holy fuck. Oh my god.
think about the fact that it would be like the thing that they say is missing is gravity, right? So what's this what amount of graviton was like missing in the environment, or whatever? Like gravity, how can you like, they can't detect it. The graviton doesn't, it's just theoretical. They can't, it's ridiculous, and like, how would that end up taking up like some kind of space that would impede somebody's movements, like, it just doesn't make any sense at all. 17,000 miles an hour, and they have some other rocket going up there and rendezvousing with it, somehow attaching itself to the 17,500 mile an hour craft going by.
Dude, when it comes
They
down to
never
the
show that
medium
dot.
of
That
what
would
is
be
going on,
amazing.
there is nothing. There is nothing that is there anything that anybody can fucking explain of how this medium change actually makes it slower for human beings to behave in?
Right.
I mean, honestly, how have we never noticed this before? Quite frankly, How has
Well,
this
I can't wait.
fucking
I
gone
can't wait to hear.
unnoticed?
I have talked about this.
How is
Science. I can't
how
wait to hear the.
fuck
I can't wait to hear the explanation. I'm just waiting to hear what their explanation's going to be. It's going to be so funny.
There's a
Well, like,
baller here probably knows.
yeah, I mean, they do try to claim Newton's first law. You know, every object in motion stays in motion unless it's acted on. So they try to claim that makes it a little bit more like you have to be careful, like you're holding on to something, that kind of idea, because like everything just. But that actually is coming from the idea of everything having less friction and just moving. So they're trying to claim that if you were trying to move in that environment, like if you were to kind of push yourself to the right, you would almost like because you would just stay in that motion.
Yeah,
you
but
know,
it doesn't matter.
have to
If
like push yourself the other way. But then why would that be so slow? That's
this
where
argument,
Shines is on point with that.
dude, this argument is fucking beyond. Like, there is no fucking argument that they can possibly fucking have. Unless
there's
they're
so many
like,
things,
okay,
though. That's
well,
just one
unless
of many, right?
they're like, well, because it is in outer space, then, and because it is a zero vacuum, and because of this, then we're gonna make up this thing that it's gonna be a slow motion and some like what the fuck? There is no way that they can even argue this. How the
Well,
fuck are they
they had
arguing
they had a meeting with the people
Amazing.
that were in on figuring out how they're going to present this whole thing to us, and they threw out ideas of what they might be able to do and how they might be able to make it look believable, and then they figured they could get an unsolionated pool that has very little it's very clear and very easy to chroma key out, and so they decided that would be the best plan, and then they could have some kind of theory that goes along with that they could say, and the
So is
idea
it
that they have to be careful of not like pushing themselves off into space, like Gio said, like that makes sense that they would
Yeah.
have to move slow enough that they're
So
plus
is it going to
they
be
should be
like the
kind of
next
holding on
few
for dear
months?
life,
Is
17,000
it
miles
going
an
to
hour.
be? Is it going to be the next few months that after I came up with this shit, that they're going to like try and come up with some different differentials and mathematical equations to fucking come up
People
with some
have,
way
I mean,
to explain away?
not to
Like, is
say
that
that
what's
it's
going to
not
happen?
your original idea, but people have talked about that already. People
Well,
have taken
cool.
that part
Well,
and,
if they have,
every little
then
bit.
kudos to them. Kudos to them.
Well, you too.
If they have
I mean,
already
it's a point that
yeah,
it's a
that's
good
what I'm
point.
saying. Then great.
It's a good point.
If they've
Yeah.
already done it, then kudos to them. But let's fucking bring it back around again. Because
Well, there's so many things though with the ISS. I mean, most people that have looked into all the details of all of it, there's like a long list of things that are so not only impossible but obviously fake and funny. I think they're gaslighting with it. I mean, why would they? If they wanted us to really believe it, they would act like they're doing science instead of doing like
dude, it
this
should be
magic show.
about
It's a
the
gaslighting operation.
medium. It should be that fucking simple. If this conversation has already taken place, which I have never heard within this fucking community ever, it should be about these fucking mediums. We have a dense medium, a less dense medium, and then an even less dense fucking medium. If this conversation has already taken place, I've never fucking heard it. And I want to hear it now. How the fuck are they explaining this shit? Like, how the fuck are they explaining this less dense medium,
because
but
it goes
they're
into
moving slower through this less dense medium?
The negative 17 torr that we always say. That it's like all of these numbers can be relatively looked at as either really large or really small, depending on how you phrase it or think about it. So they think like zero at the top right before it goes into the quote unquote vacuum, which they have to say isn't a perfect vacuum, and they somehow that justifies all of like the air not being pulled out. But it's ridiculous. But theoretically they could say, well,
So
negative 17 torr is really
what I'm
close to
telling you
zero
right
when you
now.
think about it.
What I'm telling you right now, so if somebody came out here before and actually mentioned this and mentioned that they should be moving faster in this faster, less dense medium, I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
And anything that you just fucking said right now doesn't fucking even compute. Like, they should be moving faster. Nobody's ever nobody has ever fucking done this before. Nobody has ever fucking said like you should be moving. They have not, and they should be moving faster.
People pick
Period.
apart the idea that the
My
pool
God.
would be totally a different environment. And why is
Exactly.
that what they
Think
chose?
about the mediums. And so but here's my thing too, is I even said like, oh, if there was a dome above us, like it would be thicker, right? So, I could even as a glober, I could have arguments for it if I were in this community of flat earthers that were like, I don't know what's going on here. And yeah, there could be something thicker above us. But for a glober, they can't do that. They can't fucking do that. They can't have the same arguments as me. And so me showing up and saying they should be moving quicker, they're not doing it. It's amazing.
Just the idea that they would make a full replica of the ISS in this desalinated pool for training purposes makes no sense because, yeah, the water is totally going to be different than space, as far as what it would be like, what it would feel
They
like.
should be moving
To
faster.
make a perfect replica of it for them to train in an environment that doesn't fit what you'd think it would be on space. It's like on top of that, right? On top of the money that would have cost to build the replica, the whole idea is bad, or it wouldn't seem to work. Even if it were real.
Because they're working like they're underwater or they're working like they're in air when there is water, which is denser, then there is air, which is less dense, and then there is space, which is ultimately way less dense than air or fucking water. They should be moving faster, not slower. My fucking God. This has never been discussed before at all. My fucking
Well,
God.
NASA and other space agencies, they've been shooting themselves in the foot for years. Every time they have a technology that they make use of, like blue screen and chroma key and all of that, they give it to the public, and then the public uses it, and people with a discerning mind go, hang on, looks like they're using the same technology. And if they had have kept the technology to themselves, that would have taken longer for people to realize, hey, they're using, all these ways and methods to trick the population. They've been doing it slowly over the years, and they've shot themselves in the foot anyway.
Here's another thing I'm sure a lot of people have thought about or brought up as well. What about like when they're going 17,000 miles an hour over the Earth, right? Do the panning, the shots of the Earth, how do they explain that would match the 17,000 mile an hour pan that would actually turn out? Like, could you imagine like filming something as you're going by at 17,000 miles an hour? How much of that would you really catch? Do they have some kind of like, oh, well, it's because they're in space, and so even though it's going 17,000 miles an hour, they can just like, it looks like the Earth is kind of just moving slowly below them. That doesn't make any sense, right? Because first of all, the Earth is supposed to be, well, obviously it's supposed to be spinning, and do they say the ISS is spinning along with it? I don't know yet. I guess partly. Do they say it's dragged along with it? No. The ISS is falling towards the Earth, right? Perpetually, like orbiting in that way. Supposedly. But don't they don't you know what I'm saying about like when they show the Earth pictures, shouldn't that be like zipping by, or am I just like, is that something that's already been dealt with somehow? Right? 17,000 miles an hour, you're trying to get a camera, you're trying to get a shot of the Earth.
Well, you
Wouldn't that
know
be
what?
zipping by?
I think that the mediums matter, and I think that fucking matters, and nobody wants to listen to me, so who fucking knows what matters
I'm
anymore?
listening to you. I joined the conversation because I heard you talking.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just saying, like, fuck. What you're saying, I think matters. I
Yeah,
say
it's all
is
it's
fucking
very
matters.
obvious.
My fucking God, it's
Yeah, but
fucking
but
obvious.
you can't get mad
Like,
about it because it's
holy
so
shit.
obviously a hoax. It's
I
like
am not
it's
even mad
already
about
obvious,
it. That's what
right?
I'm saying. Like, holy shit. How can you not realize my shit? I realize his shit. Like,
I
anybody
realize
who
it.
doesn't realize any of it,
Well,
like,
what's the
oh my
difference
God,
in
it's
what's the
amazing.
difference in speed if I drop a hammer from 10 meters to the ground and 10 meters to the ground in a vacuum chamber? Is it going to be a different speed? And if it's faster in the vacuum chamber, well, there you go. That's a killer.
Yeah, you'd think it would be, and that's what that's one of the questions that they always ask. Like, so in a vacuum chamber, why is it, why is there, the falling at the same rate in the vacuum chamber? Well, yeah, the medium is like, more empty, right? So it should fall faster. You're right, or it should just, at least they
Not
shouldn't
comparing two
ask
objects in the
why
vacuum
it's
chamber,
slow.
just comparing one to inside the vacuum chamber, one to outside, what's the difference in speed?
I'm not sure actually. Geo might know. But yeah, you would think it would be faster. Yeah. It because there would be no resistance, as well as
Should
they
be,
would
right?
move faster in space.
Right, because they claim that they can, go 25,000 miles an hour in a spaceship or even faster.
Right.
And they claim they went to the moon. The speed they claim they're going to Mars and stuff. I mean, that's what I was saying before. Like, you know how underwater, the medium, it's so thick, you can hardly move fast through it. It's so dense. And then in air, we can do it a lot quicker. But even if you move your hand really fast, you feel the air, like there is some resistance there. But space would be even less. Yeah, it would be quick as
let's
speed.
go back to the medium.
It just
Let's
seems
go
like
back
the
to
ship is
medium.
stationary when they show them out there. It
No,
doesn't seem
let's
like it's
go back
moving
to
at
the
all.
medium. Let's go back to the medium. How is it that water is a certain type of way, air is a certain type of way, and then suddenly they claim space is a certain type of way? Can we get back to that? Because space isn't a fucking water type of fucking way. How the fuck can anybody in here claim that space is a water type of way? Anyone on here?
Well, it depends on
Are
exactly what
Glovers
the
going to
space.
do that? Flat earthers? Like anyone?
No, I don't think that. I don't talk about the waters above as something that I believe or don't believe. I'm just saying it doesn't seem like I wouldn't guess water.
What I am
I wouldn't
saying
guess
is
they've
it's
been up there and
impossible.
actually know what it is. Though I don't think anybody knows what it is.
Water, it's
Unless-
impossible. It's impossible for fucking outer space to have a denser medium than air, than water. It's fucking impossible. But yet we're sitting here
unless there's
believing
a dome,
everything
right?
they're
And
telling
it's
us.
on the outside of the
Go ahead and
firmament.
keep believing it. Go ahead and keep believe it.
I don't believe that. I'm just saying that's what the
Okay,
theory.
well then, if you don't believe it, then you should be screaming from the rooftops. What the fuck is going on?
I've
Where
been screaming from
people
the
are
rooftops.
believing all of
Don't
it.
you worry. I've been screaming. I'm on here screaming all the time.
You know what's funny? You can
That's
find
amazing.
water underwater.
Yeah, the water underwater thing. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
my
it's called
fucking
it's
God.
called
We talk
Here we go.
about the
called-
waters above. Oh,
it's
sorry.
called brine. It's called brine pools, and I think there is a similarity
And do you
to.
understand that fighting
Oh,
water
you're very
underwater?
annoying. I'm gonna not talk anymore.
No, that
What
would
about
mean
Ace
that
Shines? What
you are
about a
finding
fluid?
water underwater.
Well, can we let him
in
finish though? Can we
inside
go one?
of-
Can we go one at a time so we can hear what people are saying? Clay, could you want to say that again?
Yeah, so when you look at brine pools, right, you have these lakes underwater, and this water underwater acts like literally water, right? You even have like waterfalls and whatnot. I think there's a similarity to when it says in the Bible that he divided the waters from the waters which are above the waters, right?
Yeah. So what do you think about? I don't know if you just got here, if you had heard what Shines has brought up tonight, but so yeah, I mean, the idea of the waters above, waters below. But the thing is, they don't claim that it's water up there. They claim it's a vacuum. So why are they treating? Why do they show us things that look like they're in water?
Right.
It's not. It's not water. They do the spacewalks. They do that. They test the spacewalks in pools, and the spacewalks in pools look very much like the real thing. They move slowly. When they open a door, it like goes slow, like it's through water. Their tools are kind of dangling in that same way. Anytime they like move, it's very slow and methodical. Why is it like they're underwater? If it's a vacuum and there's less air and less density, to the point to where they're going 17,000 miles an hour and you don't even feel a breeze, why are they moving like it's underwater?
Well, because it is, and that's why there's bubbles in space.
Yeah.
But you know the funny thing is, Gio, it's like, wouldn't you think that like, I mean, first of all, they spent the money to build a replica for the environment that you wouldn't think would match, right, to begin with. But
you're going
what about
way too far. Can I just say something really? You're going way too far. The point is that actually what is fucking happening? Are they building a replica? Have they actually gone to outer space? New perspective. Have they actually gone into quote unquote outer space that they are building a replica?
So there is no replica.
Water.
No, there's probably a real. There's probably a quote unquote
so if
other
there
thing too.
isn't, so if there isn't, then do you realize how fucking retarded that they fucking are to fucking showcase that they are showcasing that they are moving in a water type movement when they should be moving in a vacuum type movement?
You would
Do
think,
you
yeah. But think
understand?
about it. Like I said, they had a
You get
meeting.
that. It's
Geo,
fucking
don't you think they
crazy.
had a meeting and they're like, okay, so how are
Oh
we going
my
to make this look
God.
like we're floating in space? How are we going to do this? Well, the perfect thing to make it look like you're floating is water, right? You're floating in water, floating in space.
No, that
That's
is
the best way
missing
to fake it. If you could get a
No,
desalinated pool,
no,
if
Yeah,
you
you're
could
can anyone refute what Shines is saying right
you're
now?
missing my fucking
no.
point. You're
Well,
missing
I
my
heard your
point.
point. I agree with your point.
You
No,
guys,
you're missing it though. I think Geo gets it.
I
Geo
don't
gets
think
my point,
I
right?
don't think you know what I'm
Geo,
missing. Go
Geo
ahead.
gets my
What am I
point,
missing?
right?
absolutely.
Geo, you get my
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should be faster.
So
They should be moving faster. It makes no sense.
Yeah, they claim that they can go 17,000 miles an hour. So think about how low of a density that medium would have to be to even ponder that. Because on Earth, there's tons of air. So when you start going that fast, like it's like the air friction is massive. Underwater, it's even more. I mean, there's huge amounts of friction underwater. It's pretty hard to go fast in the water. Of course, the fastest we can go is in the air, although the ground can go pretty fast too. At those speeds. Nonetheless, in outer space, as it were, as they claim, it would be less and less of that density. So yeah, they do move in these very slow actions, like they're underwater. And does anyone have any way to refute this right now? Like, I know Jimbo's in here. Like Jesse, okay, Jesse's here. He'll try, I'm sure, because that is true. Now, their explanation that the Newton's first law does make some sense. Meaning that like when you push something across the table, there's friction, it slows down. Okay, in space, that would be less. And so things would kind of like boggle around a little bit, but it would actually be faster as well. But I do understand the idea that like if you moved a little to the left, you might really go that way strong. So you might have to kind of, behave a little differently. And that might have a little bit of a watery component. But what I'm talking about with what Shines is saying is also the speed of it is so much slower. Why is the speed slow when it's in a vacuum and they claim that things fall quicker in a vacuum, and the air density is not there, so the feather's dropping, but that's not how they actually show it. And this does seem to be a complete contradiction. And it's one of these like hidden in plain sight deceptions. They just made it look like we're underwater because that just to sell it. They just had to sell it as an
Yeah.
Oh,
Are
floating
we going to use
thing or whatever.
harnesses? We don't want to be on harnesses. It's going to be too obvious. Well, we have to use water. Okay, so then what's the theory? Okay, well, there's less gravity, so they're not
don't
falling.
argue against ourselves.
That's why it's going so fast. It's going fast but slow. It's just like everything they do.
Okay, let's not argue against ourselves because we can.
I'm not arguing. I agree. I'm completely agreeing with both of you.
That's what I mean. Like we can agree with each other and we can find ways to definitely agree
Well,
with.
it's not like anybody's going to have a good reason for it being.
They might. Oh, you never know what Glovers might want to say.
I would love to hear a good
It could
one.
be
I mean, I think I know what they'll say.
You
Less
never
gravity and the
Well,
perpetual
like I
motion.
said, I mean,
You're
Newton's
just going
first law. Yeah, Newton's first law is what they do go with in terms of that part of it. On the moon, though, they do claim the 1/6 gravity on the moon. And basically what that means, though, it doesn't mean that you would move 1/6 the speed. What it means is that if you jumped up in the air, there would be like, 1/6 of the amount of downward movement. So it would change your downward movement, but it wouldn't make it all slow. It wouldn't make it like you're underwater. Like when they're on the moon and they fell over and they're trying to get up. Now, granted, you could argue, okay, the spacesuits are kind of stiff, and they're bulky. That's true. That's fair. However, when they're driving the buggy, it looks like they're going so slow. So why is the 1/6 making things slower? That doesn't align. And then what she's saying about the spacewalks is absolutely the case as well. There would not even be that 1/6 issue. There would be essentially like, as long as you're far enough away from the Earth, there would maybe be a little bit of that effect because you're in the Earth's gravity, but that's not going to make it slow like that. It's the medium that should make it slow, like water. The difference in gravity would just change that factor. It would not change the actual speed factor. So yeah, this is just like Hollywood. This is right out. They just had to make it slow to sell it, and it's totally against the physics that they're even selling.
Well, yeah, because they do that. It's gas. The whole thing's a gaslighting operation, really. When it comes down to it.
Yes,
When
it
you have
is.
common sense
It
when you
is.
look at it, they're fucking with your head because they're like, well, we'll just make it slow. It doesn't matter what we do. It's fake anyway, right? So it's like it's obviously fake. It's kind of like when the queen and the king, trot through the city with all their gold and show off and do silly things to people for no reason, gaslighting people because they can.
Like, here's the thing. So I have this little this little thing in my hand, right? So if I drop it on Earth, like boom, it drops, right? The medium has, obviously very little resistance, so it drops. Now, in space, there would be even less of that air. So take that out of it. Whatever little bit of air, it's just a little piece of plastic thing I have. Whatever little piece of air is being resistant is very little. Now they claim that even because when they claim, oh, the bowling ball and the feather and the vacuum fall at the same rate because you don't have the air in there, okay. So the point is their physics is claiming that since the air is not there, these things are falling. Now, if you were in space, with the way they claim it, I understand that this little plastic thing I'm holding, if I let go of it, I understand their idea that it would float and all of that. But if I flicked it or pushed it, it would shoot even faster than we have in air. That part should be fast,
Right?
And even faster.
And that's why they say it's going 17,000 miles an hour.
17,000 miles an hour fast to where, there's so little air. I mean, I asked Zanuck one time, I'm like, dude, if you were going 17,000 miles an hour in space, and if you just opened up the window and put your hand out, what would happen? And he's like, oh yeah, it would just seem like there's nothing. It's just totally stationary. So, I mean, that's what they believe to that point. So why are things moving like slow and like they're underwater? Like, remember the flappy door that it was that famous door that Jaron is? Yeah, it's like made of fucking like cardboard, but it's like waving like it's in water. That doesn't fit with the physics that they're claiming of like this vacuum.
It's built to spill, bro. It's built to spill. It's
a mess. Shines is on point.
It's supposed to be that. And then the thing is they also, Michael Brenner makes this point that they're using the idea that 2001 A Space Odyssey used,
Dude,
where the guy was walking.
Let's not take away from it. Let's not go into
Not taking away from it at all.
Dude, let's.
I'm trying to talk. Don't tell me. Don't try to predict what I'm talking about.
I'm so sorry.
I was going to say that the theory that they're using, it's okay. They're using the theory that the 2001, they should be like pretty much like plastered to the wall, and that would be more like what they say is going on, because it's going so fast and it's locked in at this perfect distance and this perfect speed, so that it could be perpetually falling towards the Earth but never reaching the Earth, right? They have to use that idea.
I mean,
and that it wouldn't just
parts
float
of that
in the
make
middle
sense.
of the ISS.
I mean, there's parts of it that make sense to a degree.
Kind of like they would be actually kind of clung to the wall, and if what they say is going on is actually going on.
I don't necessarily think that would be the case, because I mean, it's part of it still makes sense. Like, if you were in a craft that was in theory going 17,000 miles an hour, you would just be chilling within that. Like, you would just be, it would feel like you're, I mean, let alone all the rumbling and the friction and whatnot. But I'm just saying, it conceivably
speed. You don't.
Yeah, but I mean, that part of the physics works, but the slowness of it doesn't work very well at all. I mean, the speed, like the resistance and the density that they're showing.
But are we really sure that we can scale up all of these speeds and not sensing things? Or
no, that's insane. But I mean, I'm willing to at least let them. I mean, it's something though. But
can we go back to what I came up with and my conversation? Like, that would be fucking great. So what we were talking about, what I came up with, was about mediums and what mediums actually mean. Water versus air versus space. Can we do that? Like, is that possible? Is anybody here capable of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you are. I know you are. I know you fucking get it. I know you get it. There is water, there is air, there is outer space, quote unquote, right? So how is it that water, which is super fucking dense and is super hard to move through, then we have air, people are able to walk through it, then we have outer space. In outer space, somehow, it is the same movement as water. How is that? What the fuck is going on? How is that, Globers? How is that fucking going on? That it is the same exact movement as fucking water as it is air. How is that? How does that happen? From water to air all the way back to water. So is there waters above? Are you guys biblical? Like, what the fuck is going on? How does that happen? Is it waters above, waters below? Or what the fuck is going on? Like, how is this happening? How the fuck is this happening? How has nobody paid attention to this prior? What the fuck is happening?
I think, yeah, there's Jimbo's in here. He would have probably some thoughts on this. Jesse, and then Guy Incognito. I think he just unmuted his mic. Did you want to say something?
I didn't want to interrupt, but I was just going to say it's just because when you're in a really bulky suit, it's difficult to move, so you move slowly. And also, if you're talking about, say, being
Hold up.
Shines, let him finish, and please don't just berate him. Come on, let him at least say his point.
That was hilarious, though.
Also, say you're doing a spacewalk, so you're on the outside of the ISS or something. You can't just go running across it because there's nothing holding you onto it. So you can't just. So it's difficult to move around because it's not like you're moving across the surface of the Earth. If you try and walk, the pressure of your feet hitting the ground is coming back the other way, so it's pushing you off of it. You just have to make these very slow, kind of deliberate movements. There's nothing actually stopping you from waving your hands around. Like, you can move just as quickly as you can in the air. It's just difficult because you're in a big bulky suit.
Can I ask him a question? Can I ask him one question? Just one question. So can you explain how the moon buggy's moving so slow then?
Females just.
I don't know. They're probably just weak. Because I think it's electric, so it probably just doesn't have a lot of power. And also,
no, dude, it was bouncing around like it was underwater. It was like slow. It's like a Jeep.
Sure, so on the moon, there's 1/6 gravity. So if you go over a bump, you're going to bounce higher. Plus, also because you have low gravity, you've got low traction, so you're not going to move. The power isn't going to transfer into the ground as easily as it would do on Earth. It's going to move slowly. You've got a weak electric motor that can't transfer its power to the ground. When it goes over a bump, you're going to bump higher. And because there's low gravity, you're going to take your acceleration back towards the ground is going to be slower. So it's going to seem kind of like you're moving around in slow motion. There's nothing.
So the upward movement of the buggy, shouldn't the upward movement of the buggy be the same speed as when it's coming back down then, in that theory?
No, I don't think so. I mean, isn't it? It's not going to be that much different. If it goes up, like, what's the force that's making it go upwards? It's just a small amount of the force.
So it should be moving faster in the upwards vector, yeah?
No, it just depends which is what is the force that's making it go up or down, and which of those is stronger. So the force making it come down is the gravity of the moon. So it's got, it should fall at roughly 1/6 of the speed that it would do on Earth. The force that makes it go up is just going to be whatever amount of force the power of the motor hitting an
with
object
less
that makes it
gravity
bounce
pushing down on it,
upwards.
so it should be going faster in the upward direction.
Yeah, dude, it doesn't change the speed. The 1/6 gravity, it doesn't change the speed. It changes the weight. The speed should be the same. The speed should actually be faster. That's why they claim they can go. That's why they claim they can go 20, 25,000 miles an hour or faster. It's because of that. So that part is not slowed down by 1/6.
But your downward, like if say the buggy goes over a bump and it's in the air. I mean, I don't know if it ever actually went over a big enough bump that you would see it go into the air, but it's going to fall slower because there's less gravity.
Is that the topic, buggies?
I don't think that's the case, because all it does is change the weight, and that regardless of the size and the mass of the object, it should all fall at a rate which is going to be. It's like, it doesn't really matter if it's a small object or a big object, does it? It's just the weight that's changing. It should still go faster.
It won't fall.
Well, if you propelled it, it would. So, for example, like if you threw something, it should do that, but dropping it would be slower. if you just drop something. But
Yeah,
that doesn't mean the medium should behave like a viscous water. It just means that if you dropped it, it would go slower. Otherwise, if you pushed it or you flicked it or something like that, it would shoot very fast. It should shoot very fast. That part is not slowed down. It's just when you drop something, it would go slower because it's 1/6 of what it is here in that claim.
Yeah, you're right that if you propel something, like if you just pick up a rock and throw it, would, because there's no air resistance. I mean, air resistance doesn't make that much difference on something like throwing a rock. So it would look pretty much like it would on Earth. The difference would be that it would go further. So it might seem like it's going slower because it's going to fall back to the Earth more slowly, not the Moon. It's going to fall towards the Moon more slowly, but its lateral speed would be basically the same as it would be on Earth. That would just be determined by how hard you throw it. Resistance is not going to really make any difference. Because air resistance
So the moon buggy should be going really fast, like a really fast like Ferrari.
I mean, not if it's just got a shitty little electric motor because it was made in the 70s.
Dude, hang on. I used to have electric train sets made in the 60s that had an electric motor the size of half of my little finger, and they weren't weak. So I'm sure NASA could develop a reasonably good electric motor to propel their buggy across the moon, given they've got probably even back then, $5 million a day budget. So I don't really think that's a viable argument.
And wouldn't you not be able to throw it as far or as fast because of the relative lack of friction on your feet, like as you're throwing this rock?
Well, no, you'd be able to throw it further.
How if you have less friction on the ground, when you're actually...
It might be a bit... might be awkward because you're...
A better example might be like a bow and arrow.
Well, yeah, that's the part of with this that they claim like Newton's first law, like every object in motion, stays in motion unless acted on by another force. So that's where the what you're saying, would be the case. Like trying to catch your footing and things like that. Because if you went any amount to the right, it would be so lack of medium that you have to adjust for it and go a little to the left. So it could be a little bit unstable in that way, but it wouldn't actually be like a viscous, like a slow, like the actual speed at which things are moving wouldn't all be slow. Wouldn't be slowed like that. Like the door that flaps open on this one of those spacewalks, it's literally wavering in water. That wouldn't happen.
That's messed. Unless what's happening there is that there is, it's moving so fast and there's hardly any drag, but there is drag, And so at that speed, it's like what a small breeze would be on Earth because they're catching so many particles which are so sparse that it's causing that movement. But I doubt it.
Well, the trippy thing about that
direction, it would only go in one. It would only flap backwards. It wouldn't flap back and forth. So that's why that's bunk.
Yeah, but because it's the thing is that it's like a flimsy door. Like clearly the material's flimsy, and it actually it makes a wave pattern. So yeah, it's even weirder. It's like a slow wave.
Then it's bunk. But it being flimsy doesn't matter because you look at these what do they call them, the sun sails or what have you, they're supposed to be catching these these electrons or particles in space, and they are super thin, like micrometer thin. So
well, that didn't sound like a debunk of Shine's epiphany.
It sure didn't. Thank you for that. My God.
on the contrary, I think Guy Incognito gave a fairly comprehensive answer and answered most of the things she brought up.
No, actually, that didn't happen, and that wasn't what happened, but that's all good. And you can try and make sure that happened. It didn't. All good.
I mean, has anyone ever done? I don't, this is a bit obscure, but I've done electronics work where you have to do no static, so you have the thing that you're working on is inside a metal case, and you put your hands in gloves to reach through it because you can't touch the thing in case a static charge damages the thing. Like, it's really difficult to work when you've got these big, like, I guess it's just the same if you're doing anything where you've got big bulky gloves on. Like if you're using tools and you have to have protective stuff on your hands, if you've ever done welding or anything like that, you do make like slow, deliberate movements just because it's difficult to handle things. I mean, wearing like a big bulky spacesuit is just going to be dialing that up by like a factor of 10. Doesn't that make sense? Like, even if you don't believe it, if you just think, put on a giant bulky spacesuit, like try and move around and try and like unscrew something, and you're going to make like slow, deliberate movements.
I feel like on accident, you're going to do one movement that's quick, at least. You know, you have to catch yourself or something like that. Like,
but I mean, but there's nothing
single movement perfectly to be deliberate and stuff like that. I don't think anyone's, trained that well. You get me?
Yeah, what do they do? What do they do when they have a really itchy leg and they're doing a spacewalk? How do they scratch their itch?
Well, it's like, see, these mediums are different.
Deliberately.
These mediums are different though. Like when they do the spacewalk one, it's very underwater style. Like it seems like to me, like the spacewalk ones. Whereas on some of the ISS footage, remember that one where the guy's doing the tour of the ISS or whatever, and he's in like the bathroom or the toilet area, and then he goes like to unscrew a panel, and he's unscrewing the panel, and like a screw drops, and it seems like it drops at like Earth's gravity. So like that one doesn't seem like it's underwater, where the screw drops like instantly, which doesn't fit with obviously what they're claiming, because like if you let go of something, it just floats there, right? So there might be like different ways they're faking it, and it's interesting.
Even if they are faking it underwater, they're not going to be faking the bits inside the space station underwater, because they're just people, like they will drown because they're not in spacesuits.
Right. So they have to make, yeah, dude. But have you seen the ones Jeranism did a really good analysis of? These are some of the earlier spacewalk ones, and dude, he showed very clearly evidence of, okay, there's something called on-the-fly editing. When you do on-the-fly editing, you can actually like change it as it's going. You can actually like delete, like remove stuff. You can use like an erasure tool, and you can erase, pixels basically. And this was in one of the earlier ones, where they were not nearly as good at it as they are now. And he found evidence of live editing where they were editing out one of the scuba divers, because they have scuba divers like in like green suits or whatever that are like helping the guys. So these guys are in these big spacesuits. They're doing the big spacewalks. They're moving all slow and all that. And they have like scuba divers that are helping him to like move his legs, and like even like at one point like hands him the toolbox, like literally pushes the toolbox towards him. And you can see like the flippers, and you can see the live editing. I mean, it's not fully revealing to where like it doesn't necessarily show like the whole scuba diver in one shot, but you can see flippers, you can see snorkels, you can see bubbles, you can see like different like belts and shit that's hanging off of them. It's pretty striking. So yeah, it does seem like they're doing those underwater. At least some of them.
I haven't seen that particular one, but I will look at it if someone either tell me the name of the video or drop a link. I actually work in film and TV production, so a lot of the time when people say, this is a green screen or whatever, I like to look at those things, because most of the time, the thing that's being claimed is like, if you were going to fake that, the way that people are claiming it's faked isn't the way you would actually do it. Like people say green screen in a video that there would be absolutely no reason to use a green screen, and so on.
Well, I mean, I've studied the techniques they're using for many, many years, and I've seen probably thousands of hours of footage and analyses, and done my own as well. And they're doing multiple different things for sure. It's not just one thing, and they would have to, right? They're not going to do one that could just be found out. They're going to mix it up, have different ones. And so, I mean, I could bring up at least 50 off the top of my head, if not 100 of very specific evidences of the different technologies and ways that they've done it over the years as well. It's like the stuff from like the 80s and 90s is like way worse than the recent stuff. Then you look at the other space agencies like JAXA, and RASA, and What's the European one? I forget the name of it right now. The
ESA?
ESA, yeah. ESA is obviously better than. Yeah, ESA is like second to NASA basically. So their stuff is like decent looking. Anyway, so but you look at like the Japanese stuff, it's really really bad. And then you look at the earlier stuff from the 80s. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of different ways that they seem to be.
Yeah, and just for the record, like I'm not saying none of it's faked, and I'm not saying they couldn't fake it. They have motive to fake it. They have opportunity to fake it. Some of it might be fake. Like I've seen things out of the Chinese space agency that is fake. There's, you know.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's really bad.
There's stuff like the that really early British Pathé footage that's supposed to be of space, but I wouldn't necessarily say that one is a fake so much as just the news agency recycling some footage from something else and pretending it's real. But still, like they were claiming it was real, and it definitely isn't.
So you agree that, okay, if you were in space and you were on the space station or in a spacewalk, let's say you're in the space station, so just take the space suit out of it. So you're just in normal clothes. You're in normal clothing. Why don't they ever just take their hand and be like, whoosh, and just wish it really fast? You know what I'm saying? They're always like moving slow and like methodical. Why don't they ever why aren't they ever actually like behaving like the medium is actually that has that little bit of density in it and no air?
I mean, they're obviously not underwater when they're just on the space station. So I don't know what the argument there.
No, they're not underwater, right? No, they're not underwater, but they're behaving like they are. They're moving slowly.
It's because they're trying really hard not to bump into the wires that are hanging around.
Yeah, they're like moving slow and on wires. They're like deliberately acting, and they're not even good at doing the acting because it's not even.
That's why they have to keep their arms crossed all the time so they don't bump into the wires of the next person.
But if they're moving slowly when we know they aren't underwater, doesn't that just lend support to the idea that when they're moving slowly outside, maybe they're not underwater? Because they're moving slowly either way, including when we know they're definitely not underwater.
Well, but it's like different though. Like they are different. Like the spacewalk ones seem very like underwater style, and that's the whole thing. Like you've seen where they have all these huge pools. I mean, they admit that they practice underwater, so it would not be far. I'm talking about the actual spacewalks, you know, because those are like that's where they have to put the Earth layer behind it, you know, the fake Earth. So they can't film that in a real environment. That one has to be fake. In that sense,
when they
like,
dropped the tool bag, remember they dropped the tool bag and it just went down really slowly, just disappeared slowly towards the Earth. But when they let those cube satellites, what were they? Those little cube satellites out, they went flying down towards the clouds and then opened up parachutes.
Yeah, I don't know what thing you're talking about, but obviously there's a difference between just releasing something and actually like giving something some force. So if you're trying to like launch something, it's going to move quickly, whereas if you just let something go, it's going to drift slowly. Again, like some of this stuff could be fake. Like I'm not saying it isn't. It's just that most of the time when I see things that people claim are fake, it's either based on they think it shouldn't behave a certain way from like a physics point of view, and usually that's not correct. Or they'll say it seems faked because of this like special effects effect that is being used. And again, just based on my background looking at those things, it doesn't seem like that's the case. So I think that if these things are being faked, they're being done better than you realize.
Do you think there's something?
When you say these things could be faked, does that not, as a normal functioning human, does that not then trigger something in your mind to say, why are they faking these things? Like what? Why do we have to be shown? Why do they have to? Effectively, it's lying to us. Why do they have to lie to us by faking footage of things that aren't actually happening that they want us to think is happening? So we're going to create something fake to give it to the world, which makes us a bunch of liars. Therefore, why do you then, if you actually entertain that some of it could be fake, why do you believe anything that you see that's produced by these people?
Well, I'm also not saying it is fake, but let's just say, for sake of argument, I saw something. Well, actually, sorry, I am saying some of it's fake, like some of the Chinese stuff. There can be motive, but there can be more like mundane motives. So, say you're the Chinese Space Agency and you've never even successfully put a person into orbit, whereas a bunch of other nations have, and you want to appear, like a technologically advanced and wealthy, prosperous nation. So you fake some space footage, and you might know that it's not going to fool everyone, but it might fool your own people. It's just it makes a lot of sense from just a kind of propaganda point of view.
I get what, yeah, I get what you're saying. But let's say Jaron has obviously found this footage and been able to pick it to pieces and found flippers and on-the-fly editing and whatever going on. So when you're talking to us now, I ask you straight up, do you think everything that's ever been presented by NASA and ESA is genuine footage on the ISS, genuine footage in space, genuine footage on the moon? Do you think that's the case?
I don't know. I would say the vast majority
Don't
of
know.
it.
Probably no.
The vast
Because
majority of
if
it,
you
I would
thought
say
it was,
yes.
yeah, if you thought it was, you would straight away just say, yeah, of course it is. Why? Yeah, of course it's genuine. The fact that you
NASA
hesitate is a tell.
NASA is a government agency, and the government lies about a lot of things. There are going to be occasions, and it could be from they could be lying because they want to hide some sort of technology that they have. They could be lying because they want people to think they have a technology that they don't have. They could be hiding a failure. They could have spent a lot of money on something that's failed that they don't want to reveal. There's a lot of reasons why they could fake something that doesn't necessarily mean everything is being faked. They had motive and opportunity to fake the first moon landing. It could have been faked with the technology of the day, and they definitely had the motive to fake it. The main reason that I don't think it is fake is because that fake could not have survived 50 years of scrutiny.
But it hasn't, dude. It's been failing brutally. It's a mess. I mean, anyone that's really looked into it. Now, there are some kind of, let's say, diehard people who will look into it and they will believe it. So that is true. But then the general population generally, for the most part, believes it. Although, have you seen some of these stats, when they've done actual polls of people who either question the moon landing or think it was not real? It's actually like more than 50%, believe it or not, will actually say they question it and so on. So, I mean, some of those polls are showing more than 50% either question it or say it's not real. And then many of us that have looked into it, oh my gosh, there's just literally thousands of things that are problematic, completely showing that it's studio filmed and all of that. And then, yes, there are some diehards that will believe it. They'll go with it. They'll somehow kind of just hand wave the things that are so obvious and so many things. They'll just either look over, they'll try to come up with some explanation for it that really doesn't make sense. And then they'll just stick with that. In my observation of it, just faulty logic in a lot of cases and just completely not fully looking into the information in that sense. So, but yeah, I mean, sorry that I was a little bit longer winded than I meant to be, but I'm just saying that it hasn't stood the test of scrutiny whatsoever. To have that low just to have that low of a percentage of the actual general population who haven't even looked into it question it is pretty showing how weakly it stood up.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of people in my life who are just normie globe believers, not interested in this topic whatsoever, but they think that the moon landing is a load of rubbish because of bits and pieces they've seen where things have been pulled apart and the moon buggy looks like a movie set. But you don't have to be in this arena. There's tons of people just think it's a load of rubbish. Those early landings. And the whole Stanley Kubrick connection. Yeah, there's heaps to put people off believing it.
And also, I mean, if they're faking space, why are they even having to do that then? You know, and then why, you know, the globe is the main thing that's, you know, that's kind of at the center of what their space story is. So if the fakery is happening in all of that, you know, why would it even be faked? And, you know, why is that going on? And then those of us talk about the Earth not being a globe, it obviously lends directly to that. Like, oh, okay, well, they're not actually going to space. That's a Hollywood scenario there. It's kind of like the clandestine level of the government level of Hollywood. And then it goes right with just the globe not being real either. We actually just live on a stationary Earth. Sun, moon, and stars move above us, and water's level. Horizontal is horizontal. Vertical is vertical. Like the globe is just, you know, if they're faking space, okay, you could say, oh, they're faking space, but there's a real space that they're hiding from us. I guess you could try to say that, but
I mean, I don't think they are faking the vast majority of things from space. But if they were faking some of it, it would just be a more mundane and boring reason. It would be, you know, governments trying to feign technological superiority.
Well, but what do you make of this though? That the first photograph of the whole globe Earth ever was during those claimed alleged moon landings. That was the first time they ever could show people, here's the globe that you live on. So it's directly connected to the fake moon landings, the whole globe, and the people believing it. Like that blue marble image or whatever is like frozen in everyone's mind as what the Earth is. And so that came with that, in my viewpoint, absolutely validatably, provably faulty in terms of not being authentic.
It's also the first time that anything went out to a distance where it could have taken a picture of the whole Earth. Before that, there was like until you've gone that far, you haven't gone that far. They didn't.
That's what they claim. That's what they claim. But yeah, the moon landing footage is so unbelievably fake. And so to have the moon landing footage be fake and the picture of Earth claimed to be real doesn't match. You can't have a fake moon landing, but a real picture of the globe halfway to the moon. When you fake moon landing,
you could have. I mean, in theory, you could do if the thing that you're faking is going to the moon. Because you could still have just had a satellite or something go out far enough. You could have just blasted something out towards the moon to take a bunch of pictures. Could have, you know, if we're talking about a world where the moon is fake, but the Earth, the moon landing is fake, but the Earth is a globe, it still makes sense that they could have faked the moon landing, but still have real pictures of the Earth. They still could have sent something not far enough. They could have sent something around the moon, but just not landed on the moon. There are still scenarios.
Real pictures of Earth?
I mean, a lot of people think the moon landing is fake and think that the Earth is a globe.
Right, but how many real pictures of Earth can you post in the live stream right now? How many that you think are actually real could you post?
I mean, it depends what you mean by real. If you mean just like
a picture of space of
the
Earth. Yeah, I know it's going to be a composite, but something that you think is actually just like exactly what they say.
Yeah, I don't know, because most of them are composites and most of them are altered in one way or another for one reason or another. But yeah.
Well, why do you jump to assuming that there must be some mundane reason for all of this rather than what would make a lot more sense, which is, well, maybe the whole thing's fake?
I mean, I wouldn't say that does make more sense. Like if you've got
why?
Because would just be so monumentally difficult to fake basic nature of the world that we live in, and along with that, you're starting to pull apart like how physics works and.
But the basic nature of the world we live in is we all experience a stationary level Earth.
Right, if you don't
a remote control camera is impossible. It's like when they launched Hubble or the other latest telescope that went into space. Wouldn't it have been pretty cool, like when they launched it, to have the camera facing Earth, the telescope facing Earth, and then once they got far enough away that you couldn't see Earth anymore, remote control the camera to wherever they wanted to see what they want to see now, and then that would have been a killer.
Talking about we have
James
so
Webb?
much. We would have so much. It would be like, if you just think about it, if they were actually able to do what they say they're doing, we would have oodles and oodles and oodles of all kinds of footage from every angle, from every speed, from every detail would be shown to us, because that would be a feat beyond belief, and we'd all be glued to our TVs watching it all the time. If all this were actually happening, it would be incredible. But
in the 60s,
because it would
people
be
were
so
glued to their
incredible,
TV.
Evidence should be a lot more incredible than it is, and credible, and believable. There should be all that.
And if it was all true and space was real and everything, it's like you wouldn't be sending your kids to private schools at like Harvard or whatever. You'd send them to astronaut schools because they might want to have a chance to go to the moon one day.
Well, no, you don't do that to your kids, because they give us nice examples of people blowing up and ships and stuff to scare most kids off from that point.
No, but that's an interesting point, that if space travel were real, instead of it being this, like, there's these few astronauts and it's like virtually impossible for anyone to really become one or whatever, it would make sense that there would be much more like training. There'd be some like, what I mean? Like getting like people ready, like to be able to go there and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. There should be camps where they're like actually going up there, and like a whole group of people, and then like, okay, we're gonna figure out what it feels like to be on Mars, and we're gonna like simulate this thing from on the Earth, being on Mars and living on Mars, and all those things would be going on if it was actually.
Wouldn't you need to have, you would have staff, and there'd be a whole people that are trained, what do they call personnel, all of that. Yeah, that's a good point. And what was I gonna say?
If they were actually going to do it, that would be like a lot more elaborate. Definitely, they'd be going up there and testing like different weights of people, figuring out like if you have a certain blood type, maybe you can't go to space. All these things would be coming out, like who can go, for all these different reasons. You're doing and all that.
The idea that like right after the moon landing, that there would have already started like entire institutions and academies, space academies that you could exactly.
Right.
And then the thing I was going to say also, but instead, what do we get? We get fake astronauts. We get media by NASA media of fake astronauts just faking it, and then we get space camp for kids.
Yeah, and then playing with water, supposedly playing with water on the ISS.
And then kids, and then no real science being done up in space, just also little kids asking astronauts really stupid, pointless questions.
Right.
To try to just sell the story that they're there.
The hair. Look at the hair.
Like, there's no real space academies. I guess you could, obviously NASA would be the closest to that, but there's only like those specific astronauts that claim to even go to space. So there's not, there's not like an actual, well, they would claim that it was just kept private is what they would claim. And it's just, they don't have enough money to get people up there. I don't, whatever great, ridiculous story. But I mean, yeah, it would have been an industry. It would have been.
Remember we were talking about how like we were brought in to be shown the Challenger blow up, as kids, and it could have been that they had too many kids wanting to be astronauts, and that was their way of like calming them down. And like every kid wants to be president or a fucking astronaut, and so they shoot Kennedy supposedly in the head on TV, and and then blow up the astronauts, and then they don't have so many kids looking into trying to be that, because if there was like a rush to do that, there'd be more of a chance of it being obviously not something anyone can do. Right?
Well, they make it an exclusive club as well. It's not just like anyone can do it. First of all, it would be extremely expensive to send your kid to a school like that. And not only that, it's like it's just not going to happen because it's a club. You have to be invited.
And it's purposely like that. It's purposely gaslighting, and they're doing kids shows, and it's like the ultimate form of control when you can just rule over people and take the money for this thing that doesn't exist, and then like do like a spoof of what they say they're doing on purpose, so that you can just know who's in control. Basically, it's kind of like that. It's like it's typical gaslighting. Like the guy with the lipstick on his collar, and he looks her dead in the eyes and says, that's wine, right? And it doesn't matter because they're just going to do it, right? They know most people are going to believe in it, and they want most people to be dumbed down enough to believe in it. So if they keep it at that dumbed down level, that you'd have to be stupid to believe it, and most people still believe it, then most people are stupid. How are we going to make sure everyone's mostly stupid? Well, show them something obviously not what we're saying, and if they believe it, they're stupid.
Well, didn't Trump
we'll just make sure
announce he announced Space Force, right? I mean, surely there would be lots of people, just like every other armed force in the States, that'd be lining up to join, to sign in. Where do I sign? But no one
You can
seems.
join. You can join. People can join.
There's no queue.
You can join the Space Force. You can. There are actually recruits for the Space Force. It's just like another branch of the Air Force. But I think that's going to be the Outer Pounder Defense Force, in my opinion, when they take the alien as the Outer Pounders, right? The space aliens are going to become the Outer Pounders, in my opinion. And that's what Space Force is for. That's why they had to have the whole new thing. They're forcing out the Outer Pounders or whatever. They're going to make a whole...
Do they claim that they're actually training Space Force people to actually be in space?
I don't think they do. That's the weird thing.
They're not like astronauts, right? They just
no, it's like another branch of the Air Force. That's the weird thing.
Yeah, it's more about like managing threats from like satellites, like spy satellites or satellite weapons, and it's actually more like high altitude planes and stuff. It's not really space.
Yeah,
they contracted things to SpaceX, like because the Space Force have like some satellites and things, and they contract it to SpaceX, so they're not even launching satellites.
What a joke.
Well, anyone that goes up to the ISS, in my opinion, they'd have to be pretty multi-talented. They'd have to be a scientist. They'd have to be a mechanic. They'd have to be an electrical engineer. They'd have to be a diver. There's all sorts of skills you'd have to have because you're in a situation with only a small group of people. If anything went wrong, you'd have to know how to fix everything.
That's why it has to be a gaslighting operation. There's no way that person is Don Pettit. Like they're showing us Don Pettit as a joke. You realize that. It has to be. Can't be anything but that. I'm sorry. I don't care what credentials they say he has. Try to find some pictures of Don Pettit as a kid or even a young man even. It's just a created character in my opinion. Could be Steve Jobs actually.
Yeah, I think they try to make all the NASA stuff a little goofy, and it's one of those like keeping it a little silly and goofy in a way. Okay, I think basically they understand human psychology to a degree to where, like, I'll say this. Okay, so if you have Hollywood, and that's all everyone knows that's science fiction. Basically, it's all fiction. All movies, obviously, movies aren't real, kind of thing. And then now they're showing us this, but then they have all the space stuff. If they make the space stuff look as real than the movies, then people will be like, it wouldn't make sense that one's real, one's fake. People would link them too much. And so if they're the same, it's like, but if they make space a little bit, if they make space a little goofy, it makes some mistakes here and there, it kind of almost quote unquote looks fake. It tricks people's mind. It's like the movies are more real. And then since the other thing looks less real, then it must mean that it's real. Which is that whole Elon Musk, like, oh, it's fake because it looks so real because it looks so fake. It's a weird little mind trick that they do. And ironically, it kind of does work in a way. It gets a lot of people, to think that it's different. It's like differentiated in their mind. Like, oh, it's got to be real because it's like weird, it's like goofy and they make mistakes and it's like not, it just looks funky. And then they use all the different technologies, to kind of make it like blur the lines.
Yeah. They portray an attitude. they kind of portray an attitude of goofiness and stuff is so that you don't actually ask and have any discernment about the real questions.
But it's kind of eerie and surreal at the same time, though. You know, the fact that they're doing it with like the seriousness that they go about it, and like it feels kind of like, you know, I mean, like think about if the people that are involved in creating that whole, well, obviously it's the same people that were, you know, involved in creating this thing we just went through where they were showing us the dancing doctors. I wonder if those are the same people. The dancing doctors are just like the people that are, you know, telling people on the ISS what to do. It's kind of that creepy, like, ha ha ha, we're doing this and it's not real and we don't care if you know or not, that kind of thing. But it's weird because it's like a whole industry with money and all this. Like, what are they really doing? Then there's the whole idea that maybe they are doing some things for real that could be like, you know, dealing with how to survive in the outer lands or whatever, more so than in space. And that's where the money's really going, you know, for like underground projects that are actually going to help them survive or, you know, people survive at some point in dome cities and all that kind of shit, you know. It is funny that that's what you would have to live on Mars. You'd have to live in like a smart city, basically, right, on Mars. So they're just going to make the Earth's environment eventually be thought of as like a harsh environment, like, you know, like Mars, and then they'll escort us into the smart cities that way. That would be the perfect move, right? The air is contaminated, or the air is going to kill you, or there's not enough gravity, or there's not, you know. Speaking of which, what, you know, the whole idea about gravity being the downward force, Geo, with it being electrostatic. When you think about it, that lends the idea of being raptured as possibly more probable, right? Like more possible. Like if it's essentially an electrostatic force that makes the bias, right? The downward bias. Not that it makes you know everything go down necessarily, but it makes a bias to the downward, the weight, the density that you already have, right? So that
yeah, but what if
it can be reversed, go up, right? That much easier if there was a big force that actually reversed the I don't know, the pole reverse, right? Pole reversal then might have that effect, right? Even on a flat Earth is what I'm saying.
What about the aliens that have the gravity death ray gun? Then they can change gravity by shooting their beams from the sky, and then people start floating.
Yeah,
but
maybe
yeah,
that's
I
what
suppose
the
so.
NASA suits are for. Like, then maybe the NASA suits are for them when this happens, and they'll be able to survive because they got the spacesuits on or something. I don't know.
I mean, you're just saying that because people describe gravity as electrostatic, you're just saying that could change, and then that could be connected to a rapture event.
Well, no. It just seems like more like the idea of floating up, you know, like they like being raptured, or the idea that you know, like you'd be just that we don't think of it when we're on a planet because it's gravity always pushing down. You don't think about the idea of floating up as even a possibility because it's their model. But without that, and you think about it as electrostatic, then there could be a device actually underneath us, like some kind of magnet, you know, or some kind of like some kind of like real device that makes everything happen, right? And therefore, then they could just like flip a switch and we could all go up in the air. That's all I'm saying. If it is an electrostatic downward force, it could be something mechanical, literally going on.
It's true that
right?
you could flip the direction of something that's electrostatic or magnetic more easily than you could flip the direction of gravity. So from that point, it makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You would think, obviously, if a rapture is actually some sort of divine effect, and we're literally talking about like it being people being lifted off the ground and taken away, would think what the source of the downward acceleration wouldn't make any difference if we're saying it's God doing it, because surely it could just be like anti-gravity for these people just as easily as flipping an electrostatic force.
Like if this is a manufactured environment with a literal dome that's been made by either God or whoever, it could be like huge beings, who knows? But like if this is a manufactured environment, completely like we're living in a Disneyland basically, and there's metal underneath us, big magnets, and the sun and the moon are projections and all these things that could be possible right now that we know it's not a spinning ball, then all of that, the reset could be like, okay, flip the switch, and everything that's not attached to the ground goes up, right? They get rid of like most of the people that way to start off with, and a lot of the stuff
Yeah.
that just crashes to the ground.
The
The
problem with
reset.
that is that you can flip the direction of electrostatic charge or magnetic quite easily, and when we do that, things don't fly up.
Oh,
Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. Van de Graaff generator.
Yeah, Van de
You
Graaff
absolutely
generator.
can make things change gravitational direction by applying electrostatics. Absolutely.
You can add another force that's stronger than gravity, but you can't. I mean, you
I would-
can't. If you take something outside that has, I forget which way the charges are. Is it Earth's negative, sky's positives? But if you take something outside that's either neutral or positive, and then you flip it to negative, it doesn't go up. I know you can make that happen with a Van de Graaff generator because you just supply a strong enough force to do that in like a local environment. But
Well, if we do have two
that's
Gaussian
different from
surfaces,
just flipping
and
the charge.
yeah, but we don't know exactly how powerful this device that we're in. If it's a created, manufactured thing that we're in, like an atrium that has all these Gaussian plates on either side, and the perfect thing, like for all of it to be perfect harmonic balance and pressure mediation. Maybe they could actually fuck with the pressure mediation, and the people could go flying up in the air. Who knows? Or it could happen naturally somehow. I don't know.
I would argue quickly that if there's an omnipotent creator God, he doesn't need to have some method that comports with our third dimension physics in order to make people fly into the air or vaporize or whatever. He'll just do whatever he wants to do, and we don't really need to figure out the mechanism by which he'd do it with a Van de Graaff generator or anything else.
Well,
He'd just do it.
we don't know where we are. That's what I'm saying. Where are we? How mechanical is it?
But this rapture would, if there's an omnipotent creator God, he'll just do it. He doesn't need generators to do it.
Well,
But I would
if it
say
wasn't
that
God,
argument.
maybe the rapture was originally that actually happening, and then they just said it was God, possibly.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, just to back up Evangelist for a second, yeah, I would say that also applies even if the Earth was created by like ancient aliens or something, because if it was created, then whoever created it would have such technology so much in advance of us that they probably could just have a gravity on off or whatever force on off up down left right. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a thing that we can easily explain, like electrostatics.
Well, there is that downward force and the downward flow electrostatic, right? Have you heard about that yet? That it's way, 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 way more strong than gravity even claims to be. So there's your gravity.
But again, there's a difference between direction and magnitude. So if you have something like, it doesn't matter how strong the electrostatic force is downwards, the electrostatics is what's providing the direction. If you flip the charge so that it's no longer downwards, then it should go up if it's electrostatics that's providing that direction.
Like, has there been any other claims, or extraordinary claims that people are aware of besides like the whole idea of the rapture? Where I guess the plasma event is another one, but they say the plasma does kind of a similar thing. You end up going up in the air. But yeah, that whole idea.
Alien abduction stories.
Yeah, alien abduction stories. True.
People
right.
flying up.
Ascending, spiritually, or that kind of stuff. Angels. Basically, the astronauts are like modern day angels. That's why they have to float above us. They're like the depiction. And the satellites are also those like, angels in a way, in a modern day mythology. Of the angels flying above us and looking down on us and keeping track of everything we do. And man walked on the moon just like Jesus walked on water, right?
What's up, guys?
What's up? How you doing, bro?
Chilling, dude. Just chilling.
Who is that? Is that
Platypus. Yeah.
Platypus? What I thought. What's up, bro?
What's up, dude? You
Hey,
ever
you're
seen?
you live close by here, don't you? We live near each other, I think. You're out near LA.
Yeah, dude. I saw some crazy shit in the sky the other day. I got a
Out of
video
bounds.
of it.
Was it out of
Pretty
bounds?
crazy. No, dude. This fucking plane was like flying and
Out of
spraying a
bounds plane?
No.
Sorry.
No.
Was
Nah,
spraying
it's all
what?
good. It was spraying a
What was it?
chemtrail, but
Okay.
it was spraying it over this dark line in the sky. It was pretty weird.
I've seen something like that before. In fact, Rookie had a video that was similar to what you're talking about. With the dark
Well,
line up streaking up in the air.
so I took a video of it, right? And I posted it. Well, I was trying to send it to my buddies in this Instagram chat, and I don't use Instagram very much. And I don't know what I did, but I guess I posted it like publicly. And it has over, hold on. I don't know, dude. Like my thing is, it has 766,000 views.
Whoa.
Yeah,
No
dude.
way.
Yeah, dude.
Post it. I want to see it. I want to see it. Give us a link.
Yeah, I'm gonna just send it, like DM it to you though, if that's cool, because I don't
All
want,
right.
like, my face is it's like
Okay.
attached to my profile.
What do you think the dark line is that they're trying to cover up?
Dude, I was kind of like half joking to my friends about it. Like, I don't know what they're doing up there. Like, I was just messing around, but like,
You see all kinds of shit. If you put night goggles on, all you have to do is get a good like army supply type night goggle vision binoculars or something, and you can see all
Generation
kinds.
4.
It's crazy, dude. My friend's got some army issued high end night vision binoculars, and he says you see all kinds of stuff flying around there. It's crazy. Have you seen the channel that I always post from that? What's his name? I'll post it again, dude. Yeah, it's like a total light show of like vehicles just zipping around.
yeah, I've seen that shit. And I'd seen this thing once before, but I didn't have a video of it. So like I took this video and it's just fucking blowing up. This has never happened to me before. Like I barely fucking go on Instagram, dude. And this is an accident. So crazy.
Weird. Did you get a bunch of followers that way? Maybe you could try to like post a link for your other channel and get some subs or something. Can you?
Yeah, I could try. I mean, I'm just more interested in what the fuck this black line in the sky is. It's fucking bizarre.
Put it on YouTube, on your YouTube channel, and then all the people, and put a link there so anyone else that watches it might click on the YouTube link.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'm interested in that channel that you're going to show about the stuff in the sky with the night goggles. Are you actually able to find the link, or if not, do you remember the name?
Oh, yeah, I'll post it right now.
Oh, sweet.
When I go over to find it in YouTube, though, I can't hear you guys talk, so that's the reason I came back.
For sure.
don't know who's doing the weather manipulation, man, but it's pissing me off. We've got another flood event, national emergency here in New Zealand because of the the biggest flooding again within like 40 years.
Yeah, man, it's out of control. It pisses me off too.
Like my mum is in the countryside and she's stuck. She can't. She's got four roads to get out, and all of them have been covered with slips. So she's basically just stuck where she is.
It's no good, man.
Of course, it's it's climate change.
Right, we gotta stop eating meat. Just eat some bugs or whatever.
Yeah,
Dude, what's crazy is how many people deny that climate or that geoengineering and chemtrails are even happening. Like I pretty much got called a retard like thousands of times today. Definitely the most in my life. Just for even saying that that's a chemtrail, that like what I was taking a video of.
yeah. You kind of have to ask yourself the question: why are they doing it? It's not whether they're doing it or not, because they are, but why are they doing it? What are they trying to achieve?
Yeah, one does wonder. What's crazy too is a bunch of people started sending me videos that they took themselves of like the same kind of phenomenon that I got. And there's some really bizarre videos. Like, have you ever seen planes spraying black chemtrails?
No, just the white ones.
Yeah, somebody sent me a video. They were on a plane and they got a video of these fucking two planes spraying black chemtrails like super high up.
Yeah, new perspective. That's the shit we're talking about. That's like totally legit. You get on some of those Generation 4 night goggles, and that's what you're going to see, and more. Crazy. I just subscribed to that channel. Looks awesome. And it definitely makes you wonder, these Generation 4 night goggles, or even Generation 3, that the armed forces have been using this technology for years, and they all know what's up there. They've had enough time to experiment and to find out what what it could be. They've probably found a way to communicate with these things too. Is that what they're doing the chemtrails for? To cover that shit up? Maybe they think the chemtrails are going to kill them. Or if they put enough of that shit sprayed from airplanes into the atmosphere, maybe it makes it easier for them to, to use their night goggles and this technology to to see clearly what's going on. To add some more depth to the atmosphere. Is anybody there?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Did anyone click on New Perspectives link?
No, I did not.
There's this really cool channel with you put on these night goggles and everything's green and you can see all this shit in the sky that you would normally never see. And there's stuff in the sky, man, and it kind of makes you wonder, are the chemtrails got something to do with this stuff, which they've obviously known about for a long time?
Yeah, maybe it interferes with whatever these things are. It's like a ability to fly. Who knows?
Hold your breath for 3 seconds, 3 times in a row, and you won't
Yeah, I
hiccup
mean,
anymore.
it's because it's when I drink coffee late at night. Get all hiccupy. I'm also a little nervous because, like, uh, I don't know.
Nervous. That's anxiety, man. Take a chill pill.
Yeah, I just smoked some weed.
What type of weed is it?
Ooh, I don't even know, dude. I'm bad about that. I think it's a hybrid.
Mm.
No, I'm just a little nervous because, like, sometimes when people post things that go viral, like weird shit happens to them. You know, just like tales of the internet type shit. And I don't want that to happen to me. So, like, I could just delete the post in my Instagram, and I don't have to worry about it
Oh,
anymore.
nothing's going to happen to you, man. The most that would happen is the video might disappear.
I hope that's it.
You know, unless they investigated and they found out you're a spy or something, you know, this nothing going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Flatty, are you going to post us a link of your video? Are you still there? Gone to bed, eh?
Gia, are you here? Honestly. Gia, are you here?
Fuck it. Oh man, that's dumb as shit. He'll come back. Watch this. He didn't get it right the first time. Return, alien. Snap my finger. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. There you go. Okay. Hello? Hey, what's up? How you doing? Hey. Hey. Hi. Did you see the thing that I posted in the chat? It's Arnold Schwarzenegger as Paul, what's his name? From Hitman. Paul Rudd. Yeah.
Let me see. Oh, the last one from a few minutes ago?
Yeah, I just posted it.
Oh, okay. Let me watch it really quick. I'm going to go on mute.
It's quick.
Pretty crazy stuff.
Like if AI was like a little school child and you send him to school and brings that back, you put Gold Star in that, hang it on the fridge, right?
Yeah, it's pretty wild, man.
Say, good job, AI. You're going to be somebody someday.
Yeah, good job, AI. It doesn't know what it's doing.
Like, you're already capable of being Paul Rudd and Schwarzenegger.
I didn't see any Paul Rudd in there. I just saw Schwarzenegger.
I know, but it's taken from Paul Rudd's sort of shtick
Paul Rudd's
from the
what?
movie. It's from the movie.
Oh, I don't know if I saw that movie.
Oh, For F's sake. That's the whole business, man. It's basically, that's why the hair looks like it does. That's Paul Rudd's hair from an early movie.
Yeah,
Slap at the base. Right. It's like I Love You Man, maybe. I don't know what that movie's from. It's from that era.
Oh yeah, I saw that movie like 15 years ago.
God dang.
Is that movie actually still funny? Like
when was a Paul Rudd movie funny though?
He's kind of funny sometimes.
Like,
I like Paul Rudd. You know, I know he's popular and he's like charming, but he's not that funny. But like, I don't know. I don't hate him at all. I think he's okay.
You fall for his good looks.
That's what it is. Yeah, he's charming. Like, it's his good looks. You're right.
You're like, oh, he could be Canadian. I could imagine. I'd fantasize. You think he's Canadian and shit.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. He's too good
Right?
looking. I can't
He's
deny
American,
it.
but he could be a Canadian. He's like Ryan Reynolds.
Right? Yeah, he's got that same kind of charming thing going on.
He's so like clean cut. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, he's not, you're not that funny. You're not that great of an actor, but you're so damn charming. I love you.
Great dentition.
Good, like sharp, chiseled facial features. You know.
Oh, natural too, not even surgical. How about that?
Yeah, natural. Yep.
Real beautiful man there. That's great.
Yep.
That's great. We're having an awesome
Very handsome. Very handsome.
But AI, motherfucking whoa.
Yeah, no, that Schwarzenegger thing, that's pretty crazy, dude. It just keeps getting wackier and wackier. Like, you think shit's wacky now? Give it like 6 months even. Fuck. People are like, give it 10 years. Like, dude, no, give it like 6 months. It's already weird as fuck. Like, it'll be interesting, dude. The end of this year.
What to predict it could be doing in 10 years.
I can't either. I know, it's weird.
I know that by then, certain things that it already does should be manifold better, but it's still going to be doing other things too. You know.
What did you say?
I used a weird word in a way that would not be used normally. It's going to be manifold.
I only know 100 words, and so if you say anything out of that 100 word limit, I won't understand what you're saying.
I think I used like the 7th way that you could use manifold in a sentence.
Yeah, manifold isn't my 100 word limit.
Manifolded is many-folded, and so are the processes of the AI. And I think it could have really big differences that could happen over a short time. For sure, just like you said. I was just trying to reiterate what you said, but with a word that was, I fucking don't worry about it. The AI, like, at what point, like, you should just be able to train it on yourself and be like, oh, that's what I look like, an AI mirror. Like, that's like, oh, it's like, that's me. That's me.
I think you already can. I think that exists already, actually.
Like,
we all know they can do it with your voice. I'm pretty sure you can do it now with like pictures and short videos too. Mm-hmm. It's crazy.
Like it would, you know,
that's
like
probably how they made that Schwarzenegger thing. That's probably what they did.
Well, that's simpler in comparison to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is something that could happen in a couple of years.
Okay, wait, can you say it again? Then sorry, maybe I misunderstood.
Basically, it could clone anybody given an amount of video footage.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think it already is.
Clone their expression, clone things that they might say.
Little iterations, yeah, I might say. Yeah, I think it already pretty much exists. It's just the technologist needs a little more time to get what do they call that? Fix the kinks, or what do they call that?
And then why wouldn't there be like just virtual versions of other people, or like?
There will be. You watch, man. You'll be able to type in a movie, but like make a Schwarzenegger versus a movie about Schwarzenegger fighting Paul Rudd, and like it'll bust out this like 10-minute fighting scene between the two of them, and you won't be able to know the difference
and
between.
It's like connect me to James Cagney. I want to talk to him.
Man, this is I think I know this isn't a fucking novel idea. I know people already know that this shit is probably going to happen, but like this, in my opinion, literally changes everything. Like to do with art and cinema, movies, TV shows, everything. People, I bet, in a few years. Are going to be sitting here watching AI movies, and like kids are going to grow up thinking it's normal, and that'll just be the new normal.
Mm-hmm. Think of like movie production companies. They're like, why would we spend millions of dollars making these movies if we can do it for like next to free? Why? Why would they do that? You know,
like, you know, in theory, like an AI could like chew up like something like Singing in the Rain and like come up with a new Dancing in the Rain fucking musical or whatever. Stupid. It just it breaks the concept of entertainment like we know it. It's
well, in art, like and true art, yeah, it totally destroys it. I mean, it is a form of art, in like because we've all seen AI art, right? That shit's fucking amazing, but it's not all you. You know, it's you and a robot. Although I will say, I'm an electronic musician, and a lot of electronic musicians use the computers to assist in their writing. And if you're good at it, you know how to tweak it perfectly to like enhance your creativity. But at the same time, the robot is still doing something. But I mean, if you can just type in a script and let it render for an hour, and you have like a fucking 20-minute long, like South Park, for example, you know how shitty those graphics are? Imagine if you were like, write a funny South Park episode about Cartman is mad that Kyle's a Jew. And then 10 minutes later, it's like, boom. And it's like funny as fuck, and you can't tell the difference if it's an actual South Park episode.
right. And then you're like, okay, write in sound cues, write in all the cuts, write in all that stuff, all those details for production. And then no, make this one frame at a time for me. Okay, now make the soundtrack for it. And then, you know what I mean? Like on and on to where it's
possibilities are endless, really.
It's stupid. It's really stupid.
I don't know if stupid's the right word to say it. I think
it's dumb power. It's amazing. It's the most retarded geniusness, right? It's like it's dynamically opposite of what it is, right? It has no idea what it's doing, and it's like, hey, I'm gonna just be expert at that.
Yeah, that's true. It's dumb as fuck, but it's smarter than everyone. That's funny. You're right. I agree.
Yeah, it's just it's I think we're gonna be figuring this out for this. Basically, this is the last move. I mean, this is the end game for entertainment.
This changes things for sure. This is going to be, I don't know what's going to happen or how this ends, but man, this is a huge moment in like, yeah, entertainment history, technological history. Like people will look back in the future and be like, when did this begin? And it'll be like, well, it'll be right around now. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's definitely historical for sure.
Yeah. I'm following like info science and, you know, arts and creativity and stuff like that. So like, but I never expected this kind of combination of like the 1-2 punch of these two things to come along.
Yeah, me neither. I didn't see it happening so quickly. Is another thing. I feel a little caught off guard. I think a lot of people probably do.
Well, it's because the hardware that we had is so inept, right? So in 2012, you could would you use a computer from 2012 right now? Let me ask you that.
I have an old desktop from like 2010 in my living room. I turned it on a few months ago. It still works. It technically still logs onto the internet and you can navigate. It's funny. But no, I wouldn't use a computer from. Well, I mean, unless it was like a decent one. But what's your point? What do you think?
What was undecent about it to begin with was the hard drives.
You mean the processors?
It's just the hard drives. The processors are fine. It's the hard drives and the OS. Processors were just always good. Still good. The RAM was a little slower, but it's fine. Bus speeds are a little slower, but I mean, unless you're playing like some really snappy gaming, right?
Yeah. Well, I have a friend who has one of those MacBook. What do you call those? Not MacBook. Those Mac lap computers from like 2010. It was like the best at its time, and it was a great computer, and it still is. But he can't update the operating system, so he's no longer able to access the internet. So it's stuck as just an offline computer, but it still works like fucking perfectly and fast as fuck. And that's like 13-year-old computer.
Like the all the special effects from Terminator 2 are effectively done in Photoshop, liquefy metal shit, right?
Not Photoshop, but yeah, that was in the 90s. Yep.
It was on Photoshop.
No, it wasn't. I used Photoshop. No, they were. You were never able to do that kind of thing in Photoshop. There's different kind of movie graphics.
They had their own custom filter designers, but it's using the Photoshop framework. And
Photoshop is only used for 2D images for the most part.
That's exactly what it was. Because it's not real 3D.
It's Photoshop.
Liquefy isn't. It's like that was available in like Photoshop 1 or 2.
I don't know what they had back in the early 90s, but it wasn't Photoshop.
Metallized.
That's what they used for Terminator. It was cutting edge. It was cutting edge technology. I know what you mean. Terminator 2 is one of my favorite movies of all time.
But there's more here. It's just that the hardware was not that bad. It's the recording medium that slowed the bitch down. It's not the VHS camcorders were terrible at video. It's that the video cassettes were bullshit and the encoding was bullshit. It looked like bullshit, right? But the thing's crisp, actually. It does a great job. It's like you could still update with that and plug it into a better media. It's okay. What I'm getting to here is the whole reason this snuck the fuck up on us is because they've been retarding technology all this time. They made it seem like it was so far away, like that you had to really go dynamically so much better than what we have to be able to make an AI do what they're doing. You know? They gave us dial-up fucking internet, you know, made it feel like everything was very Web 1.0. In the meantime, like there's all kinds of other JavaScript, Java machines, and all kinds of other things running in the background. You know, it's just crazy, man. Like how it actually.
I personally think the military has had crazy ass computer technology exponentially beyond what most people have at any given period of time, like 10, 20 years ahead, if not more. So they're like the internet is a great example. So this whole AI thing, they might have had this like 10, 20 years ago for all we know. I mean, I don't know.
Like I can still use a computer from 2010 and it will blow away a few different like machines, you know.
Dude, just because they had good computers back then, dude. I remember my friend's computer from the late 90s were running pretty damn well. We used to play video games and shit, and that shit would run perfectly. Online video games like shoot 'em ups, Half-Life, and all that shit. It was awesome.
Anyway, yeah, this tech is just like it's just kooky.
It's gone a little crazy.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like any tool. It can be used for good or it can be used for bad. You know?
If you thought like playing Minesweeper or fucking Solitaire or some shit on Windows 98 was going to be a big deal, you know, it might have seemed like AI was pretty far fucking down the road.
I watched this video a week or two ago, and I don't know the name of the game, but someone's like, it was kind of gone viral on Twitter, and it was like, this is a new video game. It looks almost 100% photorealistic. You know how they've been saying that about graphics? Every generation of video game consoles come up with like, oh, look how damn real it looks. And then 5 years later, everyone's like, this looks retarded. Yeah. Anyway, I watched one of the new ones that came out like a week or two ago. I don't know the name of the video game, but they're like, it looks 100% photorealistic, and it literally does. Like, you could tell it's a little funny, like, you know, it's not 100% real, but it might as fucking well be. It's that damn good. It's just like, it literally looks like someone just running around with a camera, and you know, they have a gun, and they're just like, everyone's like shooting at each other and everything. It's fucking crazy.
And I guess what it really results in is that, like, you know, we're able to create these like neural trees, I guess, or neural models, right? That's how these things work. That's how it's doing like a whole crazy different type of calculation, but based on having like a bunch of units that are all kind of working together to solve a problem. That's how you get Paul Rudd Schwarzenegger. Right? That's how we get ChatGPT to spit shit out. Because it's got like there's like a geometric sort of You'd have to just imagine it, right? It's just like, but there's a way all the stuff routes and goes, and it's like woven into each other to create some some type of synthesis of another input. So it just takes inputs and creates synthetics of it. That's crazy. But anyway, that can go on in anything. That's a tech that almost like supersedes the whole AI idea itself. It doesn't even mean that. It just means that we can calculate like that in a type of space to create things that could, right, be enumerable. Any kind of iterations or variations on something should and will and are available. So this should be like the beginning of something good, I think.
It should be good. You know, like look at nuclear technology, for example. We have nuclear energy now, and that's
let's not do that one. Just
another one.
What tech? Okay, there's no other tech. That's the only one you can think of. Shit.
Morning.
What's up, Flo?
Good morning.
Hey, yeah, I'm pretty cool. Saw an article this morning. One of the Russian space agency's employees came out and made a statement that he's never seen proof of the American moon landing.
Proof of the reality of it.
The reality of the moon landing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Interesting argument. But yeah, he's basically saying that he can't find any evidence the Americans went to the moon. And this is one of the heads of the Russian space agency.
Interesting. Oh, Russian. I thought you said British. Russian.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find an article about it. I just saw a video on thing. I'll just look it up. You can probably do it yourself. Russian space. What do you call him? Commissar or some shit. Russian Space Agency.
Don't sphere the Reaper, man.
USA moon landing.
Don't sphere the reefer, man.
Don't sphere the reefer.
Don't sphere the reaper. Don't sphere the reaper.
Put another shrimp on the barbie, mate.
That's not how Australians talk, is it? Come on.
What's that?
Didn't really say that.
Oh, I sounded good at the time. You know, I just posted an article in the chat. I just found that randomly on the World Wide Web. So how's you, Snacks to the Future?
Yeah. Yep. Breathing. You know, fucked up my coffee. Trying to fix that right now.
How do you have your coffee?
French press. Freedom press. I don't know how you want to do it.
Yeah, but do you like buy the instant coffee, or do you brew your own, or grind your coffee, or?
I don't know. Whatever qualifies as, yeah, coffee, ground
Yeah,
beans, whatever the situation is, it goes
I
into the
just use
French
instant
press.
coffee.
In a kind of a large quantity of coffee goes in there, and then I put water in there.
Mhm.
It's extremely powerful. You want to
Yeah,
watch
I
yourself.
used to have that. You know those Italian style little kettle things.
Yeah,
Percolator.
aluminum is a great thing. You definitely want to boil all your shit in aluminum.
Oh yeah, no, you shouldn't use aluminum. That's
No,
fucking
but that's
dangerous
what
as
those
fuck.
things are made out of, I think.
Really?
Little espresso knobs, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. You're probably right, but the one I've got stainless. It's definitely stainless because I can tell.
Yeah, you don't want to boil shit in aluminum. That's a bad idea.
Yeah, that's evil.
I'm saying don't do that. I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah, don't do fucking aluminum.
I make my coffee in mercury, liquid mercury. So I make my coffee.
Well, I probably wouldn't advise it, but
No,
I did
most
hear.
shit's got like aluminum core with like a plating on top. It's cheaper, it's lighter, easier to ship, got a faster curve of heat. Man,
I just
panels
saw
got
a
aluminum
meme.
cores.
You want to hear the worst meme I heard today? Breaking at the Apple Store. Police are looking for eyewitnesses. Do you find that funny?
Oh, I was thinking like it should have been a potato store.
Yeah. Eye potatoes.
Robert at the potato store looking for eyewitnesses. Potatoes have eyes, eyes to see, eyes to root.
Hey, did you ever go on fasts, snacks?
No.
Probably not.
On a fast?
Fast. You go fast and stop eating for a couple of days.
No, I go on a slow. So eat slowly.
Yeah, the irony of that, I never really thought about it, the origin of a fast.
Yeah, so fast food's bad for
Dude,
you.
how do you see... okay, I had a question for you. Why do
Because
you
you
see
burn.
holes in everything?
What?
Why do you see holes in everything? You sort of see the opposite of everything you hear.
For fun.
Okay.
For my
You like
amusement.
Jesus used to talk in parables, right? You sort of think in parables as well.
Oh, sometimes.
Yeah.
But certainly not like Jesus things. I don't think so. No. It's usually for like I like take the long way for a joke. You know?
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know. My mind's just on like auto whatever it's doing. Whatever it likes to do. Yeah. I don't try to get in its way. Sometimes I disagree with it, but everybody knows that. Right now it's saying, feed me some coffee. I need this. God, it came out so fucking weak, man. I think I miscounted my scoops. Yeah, it's looking better. You always want to count your scoops correctly. This is important in any chemistry. Yes.
Mm.
Ooh. Man. People talking some crazy drone stuff last night when I crashed out.
Some drone stuff.
Drone stuff, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually kind of shut it down a little bit because they were sort of on the right track, but they couldn't problem solve it. See, they were trying to talk about flying drones at a height over a distance to prove if there's a curve or not. And I said, well, you don't actually have to do that because a drone works on a flat Earth anyway. Right? Because you take it up to a height above sea level, whether it be meters or feet or yards or whatever, yeah? So meters above sea level, or, you know, the sea level height is an internationally recognized standard. So you can take a drone anywhere in the world and it's going to measure the same height, yeah? So there's no argument about flat Earth anymore. I don't understand why we're still banging on about it. If people can't see that, they've got some neurological problems, unfortunately.
Wait, why is the argument over? What about the drone? Sorry, I got distracted, but I heard the first part of your sentence.
Okay. Drones usually have, I think it's a barometer that measure the height above sea level, right?
Okay.
So you can take it up to whatever height it is, and it will show the same height, right? So you could take your drone to any country in the world that's going to operate under the same system, correct? So this above sea level is an internationally recognized measurement by all countries because it measures sea level.
Okay.
So it's a flat Earth instrument, straight out. Same as a gyroscope. It's a flat Earth instrument. Drones use gyroscopes as well to keep them balanced. So why are we still banging on about round Earth? It's collapsed.
Wait a second. So he went from oh, motherfucker. Oh my god. Excuse me. I just had a little incident here.
You pissed yourself again. That's all right.
No. Could this be? Motherfucker. Okay, I gotta go on mute. I'm sorry about this.
Fudge.
Okay.
No, I didn't piss myself, by the way. My whiskey bottle, I think, has a leak in the bottom of it or something. Just in case you were wondering, I didn't piss myself.
I was drinking vodka the other night when I was driving, and I spilled vodka on my phone. You know, you put your phone beside the thing. Like, I wasn't drunk driving. I just had a drink of vodka when I was driving.
Right. ET's trying to be like, I didn't piss myself. I just had a hole in my urine bottle. Yeah. Okay.
I went to the supermarket tonight and I was looking for cheap clothing. And I didn't see anything worth buying, so I bought a bag of sweets on the way out, like licorice chocolate. Artificial licorice coated in artificial chocolate, no. And I had a couple of them that were really nice. And I ended up eating a whole bag of chocolate. And now I've got blurred vision and I feel really sick. In case you wanted to know that.
That's too many chocolates.
Yeah, it was a half-pound bag.
Good appetite you brought to it, though. Nice. Should be an interesting movement. But I would kind of like to redesign my joint to be a little bit more like the crib that Lopan has in Big Trouble in Little China, Chinese wizard style. But this is kind of combining old Chinese shit with 1980s neon sensibilities. So you just put neon sconces in places where they shouldn't be, mixed in amongst, the Chinese bullshit. And that's how you get a Big Trouble in Little China kind of decor. Is that what you're talking about? Morning, Flatty.
Morning.
Yeah, the Kilumin. I was talking about Big Trouble in Little China. I guess you heard me.
No, I didn't, but I must have psychically heard.
Good morning. What's going on?
Not much, dude. How about you?
Waking up. Waking everybody up. Yeah. I woke Blotech up to something. Can't even hear me now. He had to deafen his shit. Look, Snack's talking too much truth. Fucking I hate it.
Oh, I'll be back in a
Sure. All right. Back to my Chinese wizard crib. I need to have one of those. How's she gonna do Chinese magic? Long fingernail rings and shit. Tall hat. Extra long mustache. I don't know. That was cool. I forget who was on here yesterday talking a bunch of Chinese history. Oh, but then he was all communist and a solipsist. But whatever. Otherwise, interesting to talk about that stuff. What a mystery. China. Some say it's the land of 1,000 dances. No, nobody says that. Nobody says that, actually. But where does the Watusi come from if it's not Chinese people? I ask. All right, change your pants now.
You talking to me? You talking to me? I'm in someone else's room, so you must be talking to me.
I don't know.
No, just I don't know what happened. I was just bottle of whiskey sitting on my counter thing that I had taken out from the freezer half an hour ago or whatever, and I lifted it up and all this liquid poured out the bottom of it. And I thought that it had a leak because it's a plastic bottle, and it poured over all my computer hard drive, and so that was great. And then cleaned it up a little bit. Doesn't appear to be a leak. It must have been
an intelligent manifestation of a type of gray goo trying to take over, make your computer intelligent.
Yeah, I think that's what it actually was. If you think about it, that makes sense. So, yeah, I don't know. Some kind of weird, like, graphene nanotech had worked its way into the whiskey bottle and was trying to escape. Is what I think is actually what was going on. Yeah.
Unbeknownst to you, you accidentally created graphene when using a pencil, an early number 2 Dixon Ticonderoga pencil. Trace amounts of crystalline graphite composed a 1-layer thick graphene sheet, and then this produced an intelligent spark of life which triggered a spontaneous fluid reaction.
I think that's maybe actually what happened now that you
Pretty
mentioned
much I'm
that.
CSIing it right now.
Yeah, I think you figured it out. So that's what happened. Yeah. And it's also, I don't think it's a coincidence it fell all over my hard drives too. Like it was trying to work its way into all my computer
Trying to get
equipment.
your information.
Yeah. So that makes sense actually. Checked
It
out.
needs power. It needs power.
Mm-hmm.
It needs data. It's searching. Growing more intelligent. I don't know, man. At some point, though, like in 5 years, there's going to be something pretty much imperceptible to like normal people that will be like a robot that you can talk to.
How do you know I'm not AI right now?
Yeah, I mean, I assume you are.
Prove it.
I can't.
See, I have a sense of humor. I can make comedy. I can provide facts and information.
Tell me a joke.
How can I help you today?
Tell me a joke.
I've already said all the jokes that I know. I've said them in here before.
Was this a freemium thing? I got to pay for an update package? What's going on here?
That's right. $5.99 a month. It's
Joke
incredibly
package.
affordable.
Oh, I see. So it's free to. It's free. Sorry.
Oh, well, you can have a free trial. Sure,
No,
14-day free trial.
14 days. Yeah, yeah. Jokes from you. Thanks.
Hey, don't bash it until you've tried it. You know, you might love it. Could work for you and the whole family.
Yeah, it could change my whole attitude about it.
Mm-hmm. It might. You won't know till you try it. You just gotta give us your credit card information. That's all we need from you.
Right.
Cancel your subscription at any time.
Make sure you have your parents' permission.
Are you 17? You're 17 years old.
Remember they used to have this call now, but don't call without your parents.
Right, yeah. We don't want to get weird about it.
I'm too old. I'm fucking ancient. But I'm not really. It's weird.
You sound like you're like in your mid-30s or something like that.
Yeah, but I'm not. I'm older than that, but it's like my knowledge goes, my references are very old. Like, man, jeez. Go watch it. Or maybe just go back so far that I'm making like references to shit from the 20s. Like, it's fucking awesome. You know what I mean? You're like, what?
The 1920s?
Yeah, I'm like, that's a cool joke right now. Yeah, that's the
Nobody talks about the 20s anymore. Come on.
Yeah, I'll start using like fucking like bootlegger slang around y'all. That'd be awesome. No, I'm not gonna do it.
Hey, it's anybody from the 20s, you say, hey? Let's get your act together and tell us some jokes.
Yeah, here's a guy from 1920s, Chucky. Bread boy. Yep. He's on his daily commute. Morning to you. Hope the weather is beautiful to drive through. You guys getting better weather? We've had quite a sweltering last couple of days. Season's moving, man. Yep.
Jesus, don't fear the reaper.
Don't fear the reaper. We can be like they are. How can you be like the wind, the sun, and the rain?
You just go with the flow, man. You just be
What does that
like.
even mean? You can be
Means you
elemental?
become like the element. Yeah, you become elemental. You know?
But you're all of those things at once.
Yeah, and have no fear. You don't fear the Reaper.
I'm wind, sun, rain, dog. Like, I am a season. It's messed up. But the Reaper should fear the seasons, bro. That's what happens. They need a song for the Reaper, like, don't be scared of seasons. They're not that scary at all. You know? And then the Reaper's like, oh, all right, yeah, that's cool. I was like losing my shit. I thought it was like really scary. But nah, I'm a Reaper. It's fine. Go back to work. Every day. Every day. Reaping, reaping, reaping.
You know, you reap what you sow.
It's a good salary. Reaping. 56K start, I think. It shows a community moderator. It makes me wonder if people are community moderators that drift in and out of here. Look at the corporation. Well, hey, yeah, nudge, nudge. Right. That's what it is.
Can you do a New Zealand accent?
Yeah, but I think I'm not in the mode psychically to be
So
New Zealand.
you can, but just not right now.
I'm too laid back to really feel New Zealand. New Zealand's a little more uppy.
Okay.
I'm too doped out feeling right now to.
Notice how I didn't say Australia, specifically New Zealand.
No, Australia, you can bend that a little bit. There's all kinds of Australian.
Okay, I'll ask you later. I'll ask you later when you're in the mood.
This like
we'll talk
that's
about this.
That's at least 2 cups of coffee before New Zealand or South African can happen.
Or you can do South Africa too.
I think they're fairly similar, so they kind of bleed into each other a little bit for me. I think Jazza speaks a particular type of New Zealand.
You called her Jazza?
Jazza has a New Zealand.
I didn't know that. That is like a little nickname for her.
No, Jazzaconda.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Jacinda Ardern.
What? Jacinda Ardern? No, I don't know. I don't know who I was talking about. I'm just talking about somebody that it's like I only know people from other countries because of these platforms. In real life, I don't know them.
Well, yeah, nobody does. But I mean, you watch internet videos, right?
I just mean like accents are uncommon. It's just like when sometimes I'll bump into somebody and they've got like an overseas accent. I'm like, oh wow, yeah, real thing, nice.
Mm-hmm. What country do you think I'm from?
I'm trying to come up with a quick joke here, but no, you're from Canada, aren't you?
How would you know that?
Yeah, this is many ways.
Is that obvious? No, fair enough.
Oh, you sound close enough to be American, but then I'm like, no, he's not American.
Okay, well, you did good. You did good.
But you're not like hitting the sorries or the A's, too much. So like, you're not giving yourself up.
Yeah, I can be like that. I will be highly apologetic and whatnot.
Because you forgot to hold the door open for somebody?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or you bump into me. Now I'm sorry.
I was trying to get the door sorry.
Yeah, I was trying to hold the door open for you, and you bumped into me. I'm really sorry.
The wind just took
that.
it. I don't know why it's a little slippy.
Yeah, I don't know why that happened. I'm real sorry. Can I buy you a coffee? I feel really bad.
Dude in Canada tried to tell me the pavement was slippy. It's like, yeah, be careful, this pavement's slippy. I'm like, give me slipperies? Nah. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Those little things get me, man. But you probably say slippery.
Slippery?
Yeah.
Yeah, we say slippery all the time up here. What word do you guys use?
I don't know.
Slippy?
I'm just saying some Canadian in the Maritime tried to tell me shit was slippy.
Slippy?
You might slip on it.
Slippy, I guess you could say that. I think most people say slippery.
I think so too.
Yeah.
But I don't take it for granted, you know. I don't take it for granted.
Can't judge all Canadians by it.
Some people say take it for granted. Some people say take it for granted. I don't.
Well, it's pronounced granted. Americans like granted. Take it for granted. I was going up a mountain, and I took it for granted.
Obviously, some slate was involved here, but yeah.
Shit got all slippy.
My point is, I assumed.
I was going up the mountain because I took it for granted. I fell down, Lord, you know it. I fell down.
Oh my goodness! Sound just like Chucky. There, he's gone. He can't even handle it. Amazing.
Triggered. Yeah, I fell down that mountain real good. Yeah, she was getting real slippy. Yeah, I put that truck up into 4-wheel drive, and I tried. I was going up, but truck was going back, and it was hella slippy.
Hella slippy, he goes.
And then I fell down that mountain, and yeah.
We'll take a moment. Yeah, I actually kind of wish that we didn't have all this text happening, right? In a way, too. Yeah.
What text?
Like
what text?
Tech.
Oh yeah, I know.
Like half as fast would have been fine.
We don't need it to go any faster, and they're trying to bust up 6G. And then I was reading this article about 6G just like a couple days ago, and they're like throwing down all these like speeds and all this weird ass technology, like how fast it is. It's like stupid fast, like a terabyte or a second or a minute or something like that. I can't remember. I'm like, we don't need that fast. And then like they bring up all these applications where it might be useful. You're right, maybe for like. I mean, I could open up the article right now because I don't really remember. But I mean, what it's going to be used for, like in our world, not outside of like the military or like big tech. It's going to be used on like cell phones. And people are like, sweet, look how fast I can download this movie now. And like, look how good my TikTok fucking Facebook live stream is going. Look how clear I am. I'm face streaming in 1080 and it looks great. Like that's what's going to happen. Meanwhile, we all get fucking radiated to shit. Mm-hmm. Half of the light bulbs are already been changed to not light bulbs. Well, the light bulbs too, but like street lights. Sorry, my bad. Have already been fitted.
Fucking light bulbs are a problem. Holy shit.
Light bulbs too. Yep, and the light bulbs are on light poles too. To basically, what they're trying to do is make this giant network. 5G, 6G, or whoever the hell knows what they're doing anymore.
6G light bulbs.
Mm-hmm. Probably. Yeah. Well, they're working on 6G. Trump was even talking about 6G during his presidency.
Yeah. Well, it's just like it seems like they're building like a repeater grid or something like that.
Yes, a repeater grid. Exactly what they're doing.
So they can put auto trucks on there. Autobots roll out, transform into Walmart.
Yeah, it's disturbing.
Mm-hmm.
I have one across the street from my house, and I'm like, damn, what is that doing?
It's like Optimus Prime is like the prime example of like what this technology is, which is like auto transport. That's so random, man. Fucking cartoons. Cartoons are shit too today, gosh.
There's still a couple funny ones. South Park is still going.
Oh,
no, it's not that funny, but
No,
sometimes it's
funny.
really funny.
I mean, like the like growing up I mean, like adult humor cartoons. You know, those are
Wait,
good too.
you mean the adult humor ones, or like the old
No, I mean,
school kid
there's
ones?
something. Well, I don't know. No, just there's like something about I don't know, G.I. Joe, Transformers. You know, all these fucking.
Oh yeah, everything's
old
everything's
property like
a
that.
fucking psyop now. Feels
It
like.
always was a psyop, but I'm saying like
Yeah,
I
maybe.
didn't see the psyop for the trees. I didn't see what the psyop was of G.I.
Nobody
Joe.
did. We were just kids. How could we know? How the hell could we have known
But
that?
then I'm like, I want to look at this other psyop stuff though. I'm like, oh, it's always just been a wave of psyops forever. You know, what are they psyoping now? Like, what's up with that?
Yeah.
And the stuff, it's not as good. So we had better psyops.
The popularity of radio during the end of World War II, or mid World War II, I should say, in my opinion, was largely made popular so that they could hear like war news about the Americans fighting the Germans in World War II. So they wouldn't like sit around and like listen to the radio for like 2 hours, you know. They'd be like, "Oh my God, what's happening now?" But without radio, how else would they have done that? And then, of course, television came along.
Good question. Good morning, Don. Yeah, it's just weird. Like, I mean, what is coming if you kind of create the AI or create something to be communicative or for it to have some kind of impression like that. It's weird to think about, from like what Dawn's perspective might be on that. He's probably thinking some demon shit's happening. Sure of it. Yeah. Gas him up and crank the engine. Dawn, where you at, man? I'm guessing audio issues. Yep. Psychic like that, mate. Up here. Shining.
Maybe he's just listening. See how long you'll talk to yourself before someone responds.
That's possible too. Why not? Yeah, I'll keep going. Sure. The other thing too, ET, is that like the whole platform of all this stuff, like basically allows that pretty soon you just be able to like talk to a computer and have it do the things that you sort of expect it to do.
Yeah, do you ever watch that movie called Her? It's about this guy who loses his wife, and she somehow gets uploaded to this computer, and then he's obviously in like a state of grief, and then like they start talking, and then like his life becomes like He's actually pretty. I haven't seen in a long time, but like Jacqueline Phoenix is, I think, is the main guy. Scarlett Johansson is in it. Amy Adams, a lot of heavy hitters. Yeah, and that's what that whole movie is about. Wait, what? Oh,
Directed
Spike
by
Jonze.
Spike
Yeah,
Jonze. It's
yeah.
shot on
I'm actually
film.
gonna rewatch that movie. I haven't seen it in a long time. I shall do that. But yeah, that's what that basically movie is about. It's that same thing, you know. Remember when I was pretending to be AI for a second there, 10 minutes ago? How the fuck do you know that when you're on Discord, there's not like AI people talking? You know, that's pretty much where we're at. We're at that point now where, like, I think it's totally possible. And if it's not possible now, give it a year or two, and it'll be very possible. You know, you won't know the difference, and they won't say anything too sophisticated, and they'll make like short sentences, but you won't be able to know the difference.
If all it had to do was like study other people to build a model of like how people actually speak. A lot of it could be synthesized, especially to people that are like not so good for conversating.
Not what for conversating?
Not so good. You know how some people ain't so good at talking.
Yeah, they ain't so good at the words.
I mean,
they got a lot of they still learning with the words.
They good at opinions. They ain't so good with words. But anyway, emotion. But anyway, so but you could synthesize that pretty easily, right? And,
easily, yeah, I agree.
And you wouldn't know. You'd just be like, man, that guy's an asshole. But like, it'd be easier to synthesize that.
Or like you could, just a couple, like you could easily compute opinions that are probably fairly accurate, and then in short sentences, and then you just copy the American accent. And someone could be like, "What the hell is the deal with New York? Even like, how many people live in New York?" And then someone could come in and be like, "Actually, there are 2.5 million people
like the
living
Brand
in New
Z
York
version
right
of
now."
Jerry Seinfeld impressions. All right, okay.
Yeah, exactly. What's the deal with airline food?
What's the deal with observational comedy in the 90s?
Exactly. Yep.
Never
There we
noticed.
are. Yeah. Anyone else notice Elaine's really hot in Seinfeld? Anyone else think that?
Is this
Elaine's
me?
pretty
Is this
hot.
just only me? I don't know.
Yeah. Is it me? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, but the whole time Jerry's like dating all these other
hot
chicks.
models.
Like
I know. There's like there's whole web pages based around that. Jerry's girlfriends. It's funny. Yeah, it was a theme of his.
Well, it's really the theme of a television producer to be able to interview all these good-looking girls for their acting jobs. I think some of that has to do with it.
That could be true.
It's a revolving door. You know, these little bits, they launch careers, right? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't tracked all of Jerry's women.
Well, me neither. There was one I tried to track down too, and then it led me to this Reddit site. And there was like this group of people, literally, there's a whole Reddit page about it. Like, what happened to that one Jerry's girlfriend? And she basically disappeared off the face of the earth. And it's just known that she basically became like, he moved to LA and was just like a stripper. And that's all anyone knows. She's gone. But she was probably like the hottest girlfriend, if not one of the hottest. Yeah, it's that one episode where Jerry is dating this one girl. I can't remember her name right now, but she keeps getting him out of trouble with her hotness. And so like they go to see this movie theater, and Jerry comes back. She's like, "Damn, they're all sold out." And she's like, "I'll be right back." And she comes back with like a couple tickets. And then like later in the episode, like they get pulled over by this police officer, and they have to get out of the car. And then she's just like, "Officer, do you really have to give us a ticket?" Yeah, it's funny. Anyway, so people tried to track down who the actress was, and like nobody can find her. But the rumor is, like I said, she moved to LA and became a stripper. Yeah.
Yeah, but now she doesn't even need Jerry Seinfeld. She can launch her career on multiple platforms.
Yeah, she probably made a hell of a lot more money than that one episode, for sure.
I'm just saying, like, it used to be people, run away or go to Hollywood with big dreams or something like that, right? Do you even need to do that anymore? Like, is there even
I don't
Hollywood
think
left? Like,
Hollywood is shit now.
Entertainment's not even the same. Like,
Hollywood is shit now. Everyone knows it. It's nothing. It's not what it used to be. Everything you love about Hollywood, those were probably like the last great moments of Hollywood. Now it's just a downhill fucking spiral.
right.
What were you saying? Sorry?
Did you see I didn't see the new Top Gun movie. Did you see that? It seems like you
No, but I want to. With Tom Cruise is in it again.
Right, but do you think it could possibly be as good as Top Gun 1?
I don't even know if I watched the original Top Gun, to be honest.
Fuck
it came
off.
out. Dude, I was a kid when that shit came out. Actually, it's 1986. Man, no, I was born the year after that movie came out. I don't think I even saw it. Well, I'm sorry.
It will take you decades to absorb this movie.
Maybe.
You know that. You can't just watch it once. You need to reflect on this thing.
Do you know Tom Cruise doesn't use a stunt double and he actually jumps out of airplanes in his own movies?
That's what they want you to know about.
Yeah, he's proud of it. He should be. It's a ballsy move.
It takes all the attention off the acting, all the other stuff.
Tom Cruise is a decent actor. I like him. I think he's okay.
He's like the greatest. I don't know. Whatever.
I think he's really good. I like him.
Care. Doesn't matter.
I mean, I don't know if I agree with all this like political